Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Ash and Misty were about to leave. The tall and thin gentleman came over with his female companion in a sexy low-cut backless dress. "Young man, your charmeleon is very well cultivated. Are you interested in exchanging it with my Raticate?" The tall and thin gentleman suggested with a smile. At the same time, the female companion beside him also flirted with Ash. This time, Ash was disgusted. No wonder these two guys can get together. Shamelessness is really amazing. The man wants to use the common Raticate to exchange his charmeleon with golden qualifications and unlimited future potential. And it was just after he lost to himself. Doesn't this just treat Ash as a fool who knows nothing? His female companion is also the same kind of stuff, teasing Ash with her eyes in front of the tall and thin gentleman. These two obviously want to get some benefits from Ash. Ash was about to open his mouth to ridicule them. Misty beside him reacted faster than him. As if the little mouth was smeared with honey, he pointed at the two and started to attack crazily. A burst of birdsong and flowers directly broke the thin and tall gentleman's defense. Panting, his face was livid. You. What are you, you shameless guy? Get out of our sight while we are still in a good mood." Misty suppressed the thin and tall gentleman with firepower again. The thin and tall gentleman with a red face and thick neck pointed at Misty's hand and trembled constantly. He couldn't hold back a fart for a long time, and finally could only leave with his female companion in embarrassment. Very helpless, he couldn't beat Ash in a fight, and he couldn't talk to Misty beside him, so he could only flee in panic. The passengers watching the excitement around him cast surprised eyes at Misty. Misty's pretty face quickly turned red after reacting. "Oh no, this time I'm going to be misunderstood as." She subconsciously turned around and looked at Ash, but Ash was looking at her with a smile. "Ash, do you think I'm a bit of a tomboy?" "No, those guys deserve to be scolded. Besides, Misty, you are usually very gentle." "Thank you, Ash." Misty happened to see the thin and tall gentleman's female companion flirting with Ash, and she couldn't help it. She vented all her anger on the thin and tall gentleman. After this episode, the two returned to the restaurant, meet up with Zyoging, because the noise just now was quite loud. Even after returning to the restaurant, many people still looked at them. "Ash, what's going on? I always feel like everyone is staring at us." Zyoging looked around and asked in confusion. Misty, who was sitting next to Ash, immediately lowered her head. Ash told Zyoging what had just happened. It wasn't a big deal, so he just took it as a topic of conversation. After hearing this, Zyoging also said that the thin and tall gentleman was not a good person. Perhaps unable to withstand the strange looks from passersby, Misty went back to her room after saying something to Ash. Then Ash went to the lobby to find a phone. He called his mother Delia at home directly. A smiling Mother Delia appeared on the screen. "Ash, why did you think of calling me? How was your trip?" "I heard from Professor Oak that you are already in Vermilion City." As soon as the call was connected, his mother Delia's series of questions confused him a little. But after he reacted, he felt warm in his heart. Sure enough, no matter where he went, it was always his mother Delia who always cared about him. "Call me if you miss you. I'm on the ship to Lanpulki City now." After a brief chat, Ash transferred 500,000 yuan from the winning streak bonus to his mother Delia's account. 500,000 yuan, where did you get so much money?" Delia asked in surprise when she saw the message prompt. It was learned that Ash won 100 consecutive victories on the Sint. And won the bonus offered by the rich man. After praising Ash, Delia told Ash not to put too much pressure on himself when traveling. After all, high-intensity battles are not all there is to traveling. Sometimes you should relax a little. "Don't worry, Mom, these are all battles within your acceptable range." 100 games may seem like a lot, but in fact they are just that. They are all very weak rivals. He could understand Mom Delia's worries. But the reality is that none of the rivals on the St. Annis could make him feel stressed. After thinking about it, Ash told Delia about his relationship with Misty in an attempt to divert her attention. After learning about this, Mom Delia immediately said that she would go to Ramperchi to meet Misty. She hung up the phone without giving Ash time to react. After sailing for a day, the St. Annis finally arrived at Ramperchi. Leaving the St. Annis and arriving at Ramperchi. Looking at the saffron-colored beach in front of her, Misty subconsciously wanted to put on a swimsuit and have a good swim. But because there were too many people on the beach, she gave up the idea. Seeing Misty was a little disappointed. Ash then found the person in charge of this beach and booked a private beach further away. No one except Ash and the other two was allowed to enter here. Then Ash tricked Zyoging into going to the crowded beach outside to find a beautiful big sister. Let this beach become their own world. There was no way. Ash liked to see other people's girlfriends wearing swimsuits, but didn't want his girlfriend to be stared at by others when wearing a swimsuit. This kind of thing has to be double standard. After the two put on swimsuits, Ash helped Misty apply sunscreen. Misty went swimming and played with the Pokémon. Ash sat on the beach with his back against a big tree and thought about the giant tentacruel. Ding. The location where the plot mission is about to occur is detected, triggering the plot mission. Resolve the giant tentacruel attack in Lanpulky City and protect the city from the destruction of the giant tentacruel and the Tentacool group. Mission reward, 1 million points. Reward title Son of the Sea after wearing it. The intimacy of Pokémon in the ocean increases by 50%. On seeing the system reward, Ash showed a surprised expression. 1 million points, the system is too generous this time. And this title of Son of the Sea is also very powerful. All Pokémon inhabiting the ocean increase their intimacy by 50%. Just offset his minus 20% Pokémon bite probability. The mission requires protecting the city from the destruction of the giant tentacruel. Fortunately, I greeted Dragonite at Bill Lighthouse. Ash couldn't help but sigh, since the mission requires him to protect the city from destruction. It is obviously impossible to rely on Misty's true feelings to influence the giant tentacruel and make it leave on its own initiative as in the original plot. At that time, the city had been destroyed by the giant tentacruel with a large group of Tentacool. After thinking for a long time, Ash finally got a little clue. He planned to try to start with both sides of the conflict first. If it doesn't work, there is still the ancient Dragonite to support him. At Bill Lighthouse, he and the ancient Dragonite had an agreement that both sides would rush to Lanpulky City at the same time. When the giant Tentacruel appeared, it would appear immediately. Presumably, the ancient Dragonite has come to the sea near Lanpulky City and waited for the giant Tentacruel to appear. Reasoning is useless, so it can only be solved by force. It just so happens that the super heavy ball rewarded by his system space can also come in handy right. Meanwhile, Pallet Town. Delia, who was eager to see her son and her future daughter-in-law whom she had never met, put down everything she was doing, bought a ticket to Ramperchi and rushed over. Mom, you didn't tell us before you came, so we could pick you up at the airport. At noon, Ash and Misty, who were having dinner at a seafood restaurant next to Nastina Restaurant, ran into Delia, who had just got off the plane. Ramperchi, I've been here before when I traveled before. Maybe I'm more familiar with it than you are. This is Misty, she's so beautiful. Ash has been traveling outside for more than a month thanks to your care. After Delia answered Ash's words, her eyes immediately fell on Misty, who was a little nervous beside him. The more she looked at this future daughter-in-law, the more satisfied she was. She was also very relieved in her heart that her son, who was as stupid as a brick, finally got it. When in Pallet Town, Gary had found so many girlfriends that he couldn't count them with both hands, but Ash didn't make any moves at all. And compared to Gary's mature and charming girlfriends, girls like Misty are obviously more reliable. There is no generation gap between people of the same age, and the relationship will not be bad if they grow up together. Besides, except for her not-so-mature figure, Misty's appearance is still top-notch, and she will definitely be a top beauty in the future. Misty's expression was very unnatural when she was stared at by Delia, and her usual carefree temperament was restrained in front of Delia. She replied with a slightly nervous tone, "Ah, auntie, hello, I'm Ash's girlfriend. A gym trainer in Cerulean City, currently traveling with the goal of becoming a water-type Pokémon Master. Actually, Ash has been taking care of me all the way, and I should be the one to say thank you. After all, she is not an introverted person, and Ash also mentioned this to her yesterday." After a brief shyness, Misty immediately cheered up. She introduced herself to Delia openly. Delia smiled throughout the whole process and was obviously very satisfied with Misty, especially when she mentioned that it was Ash who was helping her. Misty is such a kind and good kid who knows how to maintain her boyfriend's image. I know what Ash is like, isn't it a fantasy to expect him to take care of others? Delia thought to herself, and she recognized Misty more and more. Hello. After lunch, Delia and Misty were already talking about everything. Standing together, they were like a pair of good sisters. Ash invited his mother Delia to go to the private beach he contracted and let Misty accompany Delia. He found a car rental company and rented a powerful motorcycle. In this Pokémon world, adults can drive, and the proof of renting a car without a driver's license is the Pokémon Pokédex. This is also part of the benefits that Alliance gives to Pokémon trainers. It allows trainers to devote themselves to Pokémon cultivation without wasting their energy on various daily trivialities. Otherwise, Gary would not have been able to drive a luxury sports car and take his girlfriends around when he first set out on his trip. After a brief familiarization with the motorcycle, Ash got started right away. He stepped on the accelerator and headed straight for Umachi Pier outside the city of Lampolchi. Standing at the pier, you can see a large hotel with luxurious decorations being built rapidly on the sea in the distance. It is the business of Nastina's cousin at the beach stall. In addition to the Sea Hotel, she also owns a large amusement park near the Umachi Pier. The luxury Sea Hotel under construction has been named Paradise Hotel. It will be completed soon, and Nastina's cousin hopes that this hotel will bring a large number of tourists. In this way, she will have the confidence to continue investing in her amusement park to make it a large tourist attraction that is not inferior to Lampolchi City. She wants to snatch all the tourists from Lampolchi City. She also wants to build a Pokémon Battle theme park and continue to expand her business blueprint. However, because her Paradise Hotel is located on the coral reef where the Tentacool tribe lives, the Tentacools' homes were destroyed, causing them to repeatedly attack the Paradise Hotel and the construction team to prevent Nastina's cousin from building the hotel. In the original plot, Nastina's cousin was forced to offer a reward of 1 million Pokémon coins and summoned a large number of trainers in the city of Lampolchi to drive away the Tentacool tribe. Then the Rocket Trio showed up to accept her reward. They planned to use homemade domestic 3 cups of vinegar to make the Tentacool group all limp after drinking it. Then they would be able to get Nastina's cousin's reward, and at the same time give the captured large group of Tentacool to Giovanni. Not only can they make money, but they can also get promoted. It's simply a plan that has the best of both worlds. Unfortunately, a Tentacool mutated during the process. It evolved into a huge tentacruel that is as big as several floors and has amazing destructive power. The giant tentacruel led the other tentacools in the tribe to launch a revenge against humans. The anger of revenge quickly swept the entire Lampolchi city, almost turning the entire city into ruins. In the end, it was Misty's persuasion that convinced the giant tentacruel to let humans go. Ash has 2 plans to perfectly complete the giant tentacruel incident. One is to resolve the dispute between Nastina's cousin and the Tentacool. The other is to rely on the powerful power of the super ancient Dragonite to defeat the giant Tentacruel, leaving the Tentacools leaderless. If you want to resolve the conflict between Nastina's cousin and Tentacool, you can't let the Paradise Hotel on Umachi Pier be built. Ash has tried it many times before. It's not feasible to use official power to solve this problem. In the eyes of the officials, Nastina's cousin is an entrepreneur who can make outstanding contributions to the city's economy. The officials also hope that after the hotel is completed, it will attract a large number of tourists to develop the city's economy. The destruction of Tentacool's habitat is not a big deal. Can Pokémon be bigger than human development? It's basically the same as the original plot. Before the giant Tentacruel destroyed the city, no one would reflect on the harm caused to the Tentacool tribe by their actions. The destruction of Pokémon ecology is not as important as making money. Shaking his head, Ash summoned the heterochromatic Milotic. Jumping on its back, he went to the sea near the Paradise Hotel under construction. The Tentacool group hated the building that occupied their home so much that they would often wander around and try to revenge. After swimming for more than 10 minutes, Ash did not find the Tentacool group, but he encountered a wounded Horsa. The little guy was deeply attracted by Milotic's elegant figure, and Ash did not react until he got close to him. Mo tilde tilde. The wounded little guy tried to explain something to Ash. This should be the Horsa in the original plot who thought he still had Misty. Zyoging asked for help and was finally conquered by Misty. Ash guessed so. If it was it, then it was indeed asking for help from him. Horsa, I roughly understand what you mean. Please take me to find the Tentacool group. Horsa nodded and swam in front of Milotic to lead the way. Soon, under the leadership of Horsa, Ash rode the heterochromatic Milotic to find the Tentacool group that was driven into the coral reef home. These Tentacools all hated humans because their homes were taken away. When Ash appeared, many Tentacools could not suppress their hatred and attacked him. In desperation, Ash could only let Milotic and Pikachu have a good talk with them, and when they calmed down, Ash came out to play the good guy. Healed the Tentacools and explained his intentions. Although the Tentacools now hate the humans who took away their homes, they also know that Ash came with good intentions. It has to be said that force is sometimes quite useful to deal with the Tentacool group, which is already known as the bully of the sea. At least it can make them calm down and listen to your explanation. After communicating with this group of Tentacools who are full of ideas about how to deal with humans, Ash promised to help the Tentacool group solve this matter, return their homes to them as soon as possible, and guarantee that no humans will come to disturb them in the future. But they also need their cooperation, so Ash also revealed some details of the plan to them, including the part that requires their cooperation. The Tentacool group that was defeated by Ash agreed to cooperate with his plan out of trust in him. After convincing the Tentacool group, the next thing to do is to deal with cousin Nastina. Horsa, thank you for accompanying me on this trip. Ash applied potion to the injured Horsa and invited it to go with him. Although this Horsa did not meet his standards for taming, its actual qualifications were not low, and it and Misty had a predestined relationship. It would be no problem to take it back and give it to her. In this way, Ash took Horsa back to the private beach he contracted in Lanpulky City. Hey, it's Horsa, thank you, Ash. After taming the Horsa sent by Ash, Misty threw herself into Ash's arms in a cute swimsuit. She was wrapped around him like an octopus. The atmosphere quickly heated up, and in the ambiguous eye contact, Misty closed her eyes and gave him a sweet kiss. The qualifications of the Horsa brought back by Ash were already very good, and it was also at a medium level in its group. In addition, Horsa itself is a relatively rare existence among water-type Pokémon. Misty has been longing for it for a long time. Delia, who was standing under a tree in the distance, smiled knowingly after seeing this. She turned around subconsciously to avoid disturbing the two young people. Ash was not willing to be passive, so he immediately took the initiative and started to get naughty with his hands. He didn't let Misty go until her face was flushed and she was out of breath. Misty was arrogant and rarely took the initiative to get intimate with Ash. This time it was because the Horsa that Ash gave her was too much of a surprise for her. Ash said it was a pity in his heart. If it wasn't daytime, if there was a more suitable scene, he might have done something beyond the bottom line. Once this threshold is crossed, Ash is confident that he can immediately unlock a lot of new knowledge with Misty. Ding, the world line has changed. Thanks to your actions, Misty has conquered Horsa at the dock of Lanpulky City earlier. Reward clue of the best Dragon-type Pokémon, 5 pieces of rare candy, LV.40, LV.50. Clue type reward, the target will appear randomly within 100 miles of the place of use, and can be continuously tracked. Ash was delighted to receive the system reward. Fortunately, Horsa was just released. Otherwise, Misty's kiss and the generous reward would not be available. Within 100 miles, the types of Pokémon produced will also change depending on the environment in which the clue is used. Ash is more curious about whether the Dragon-type Pokémon in other regions will also be included in the random range. After all, the Dragon type has always been a symbol of rarity and power. Most Pokémon with Dragon in their names have high species strength. If the Dragon-type Pokémon in other regions are also taken into account, he will have to think carefully about where to use this clue. In the evening, leave the private beach. After meeting up with Xiaogeng, hey, Grandma, don't you remember me? I'm Ash, we just met at Yumachi Pier during the day. Looking at the Grandma walking over, Ash pretended to be surprised and shouted. When this was said, Misty, Xiaogeng, and Delia were all stunned. I don't know what Ash is doing. However, after a brief moment of confusion, Nastina reacted and snorted, and her wrinkled old face turned ashen. That's not me, but my cousins. Ah, did I make a mistake? Ash scratched his head innocently and then continued. Thinking about it carefully, it's true that Grandma is a big entrepreneur. She claims to build her own resort and attract all the tourists from Lanpulky City. Nastina and her cousin have always had an incompatible relationship. After hearing this, her face was visibly getting worse. Build your own resort and attract all the tourists away. Isn't this digging up her roots? If tourists go to her resort, won't her beach house here face the risk of bankruptcy? When the resort is built, I must go and experience it. Seeing Nastina's face getting more and more gloomy, Ash quickly added the last knife. Bang, sorry we are closed today, please come back tomorrow. Hey, didn't you just say there was food? It's my mother-in-law who has a bad memory. Today's ingredients have been used up. Just like that, Ash and his friends were invited out of her beach house by the angry Nastina. Ash smiled slightly and led the three of them to the seafood restaurant of an old man next door. Everything is going according to his plan. After Nastina hung up the temporary business sign and closed the door, Ash's words just echoed in her mind. Building a resort and a supporting playground to snatch tourists from the city of Lampolchi, and her Nastina beach house relies on the tourists on this beach in the city of Lampolchi. This vicious cousin was completely stealing money from her. She opened the cash register and looked at the thick stack of banknotes inside. Reason told her to be patient, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. After a brief thought, Nastina opened the back door. She found the miserable rocket trio who were forced to work for her because the Gerado's dive boat ran aground on her back beach, causing considerable losses to her store. Just the three of you can help me do something. If you succeed, the previous debt will be written off, and mother-in-law will pay you a considerable reward. When they heard that there was a reward, the rocket trio, who had been crazy about poverty recently, immediately became excited. Don't worry, Meow, no matter what the task is, our rocket team can complete it for you smoothly. Without waiting for Jesse and James to speak, Meowth took it without even asking about the content of the commission. No need to work to pay off debts, and you can make a bigger sum of money. No matter how you think about it, it's a sure-win business. Okay, I'll pay you to fix the dive boat now, and you go blow up Yumachi Pier, my cousin's amusement park, and that luxury water hotel. Leave it to us, no problem, Nastina. With Nastina's financial support, the rocket's handicraft technology quickly came into play. The Gerado's dive boat that ran aground was repaired overnight, and some offensive weapons were even installed. Then the three of them pedaled hard in the dive boat and headed straight for Yumachi Pier. The next day, in the restaurant of the Pokémon Center, Misty held a newspaper in her hand and said with a beaming face, "Ash, have you heard? Last night, the amusement park and luxury water hotel at Yumachi Pier were blown up by missiles. It seems that the three guys from Team Rocket did it. Now Nastina's cousin at Yumachi Pier has gone bankrupt, and when she learned that it was her cousin who hired the rocket trio to sabotage, she actually took out all her remaining savings to hire the rocket trio to blow up Nastina's beach house. Currently, the two sisters have been taken away by Officer Jenny because of personal grudges. Take the newspaper from Misty and glance at it. No wonder she reacted so strongly when I mentioned Nastina's cousin yesterday. How big a hatred is it that can make relatives turn against each other? As the initiator, Ash has now become a bystander. Although it is a bit sentimental, no one should have thought that he planned all this. After all, he just went along with it. The main reason is that the two sisters have a deep hatred. Looking at it this way, my useless sisters are much cuter." Misty nodded repeatedly in agreement. Ash silently praised the rocket trio in his heart. Sure enough, the rocket trio are all talented. Except for not being able to catch Pikachu, they can do everything else. The rocket trio is indeed his good teammates. They gave him several gold coins in succession, and now they have helped him complete most of the huge Tentacruel mission. Not bad, not bad. It seems that I have to treat them better in the future, so that they can work harder for themselves. But things are not yet perfectly resolved. Yumachi Pier, the coral reef, has never lacked developers, and without Cousin Nastina, there will be many wealthy businessmen coming one after another. These people must be made aware that the benefits of setting their sights on the coral reefs are not proportional to the risks, and expelling the Tentacool tribe will take huge risks. No businessmen will continue to set their sights on the coral reefs. After all, businessmen pursue profits, but they also know how to assess risks. Before investing, it is clear that there will be huge risks in the project. The profit is not equal to the huge risk. It will only be regarded as a bad investment plan. It seems that the businessmen who covet the Yumachi Pier and the Coral Reef Transformation Project have to see the giant Tentacruel. Let this giant Tentacruel become a sword hanging over their heads so that they dare not act rashly. In a hidden house in the city of Lanpolchi. Ha ha ha, I'm rich now. I didn't expect these two sisters to be so generous. Especially cousin Nastina from Yumachi Pier, she can still take out so much money after bankruptcy. She must have owed a lot of money to the bank. Maybe, but it has nothing to do with us, Meow. With a large amount of funds added this time, we must build a robot with amazing performance to deal with the little devil. Snatch his Pikachu and give it to Boss Giovanni. The three members of Team Rocket sat in front of the Gerado's dive boat, happily counting the money. At this time, Jesse looked at James. By the way, I met a strange man in black when I was shopping with Meowth today. Wearing a mask, I couldn't see his face clearly. He came to me and said he wanted to buy a potion that could make Tentacool unconscious and paralyzed. He also specifically said that only you can do it. Meowth also looked at James. Yes, you can make it Tentacool paralysis potion. That guy offers a very generous reward. Hearing this, James thought for a moment and nodded. This, I really have some ideas in my mind. Leave it to me, wait until I make the potion and make a lot of money from the man in black. James, who was afraid of poverty, decisively agreed. If it is true that if you don't take advantage of a bargain, you are a B********D. It is amazing that when Jesse just mentioned the effect of the potion, the formula materials appeared in his mind. It seems that even God wants to help him make this money. Another day passed in Lanpolchi City. Ash and the other two sent their mother Delia on the plane back to Pallet Town. When leaving, Delia asked Ash to treat Misty well and not to let Stephanie down. After leaving the airport, Ash asked Zyoging and Misty to go back to the Pokémon Center first. Ash went to meet Jessie and bought the domestic 3-cup vinegar that James had just prepared from her. Summon Milotic, and take the domestic 3-cup vinegar to the Tentacool tribe and let them taste the potion one by one. Most of the agate water was exhausted after trying it and needed to rest for a while to recover. Only one Tentacool not only evolved into a giant Tentacruel after soaking in the domestic 3-cup vinegar, but also expanded countless times. Its height is not much less than that of the super ancient Dragonite. Pokémon Tentacruel Giant Level LV.61. Feeling the surging power in its body, the giant Tentacruel cast a grateful look at Ash. Tentacruel, it's your turn to perform next. After saying that, Ash summoned Pidgeot and jumped on its back, flying straight towards the open sea. The giant Tentacruel nodded, and its huge body swam towards the direction of Yumachi Pier and the human city on the shore. People playing on the beach saw the giant-level Tentacruel leading a large number of tentacles, raising huge waves. They all screamed in fear. The lifeguards on the beach also hurriedly began to evacuate the crowd. Boom, boom. After all the tourists left, the giant Tentacruel fired a dark golden hyper beam on the beach, stirring up clouds of smoke and dust. The entire coast was shaking violently under the attack of this beam of light. Screams rose and fell, and in countless terrified eyes, a figure that was no less in size than the giant Tentacruel and even more oppressive came riding the waves. It was the super ancient Dragonite that Ash found from the outer sea. Wherever the super ancient Dragonite went, the originally turbulent seawater immediately calmed down. The ancient Dragonite walked towards the giant Tentacruel step by step, and above it was Ash standing on the back of Pidgeot in the sky. The ancient Dragonite walked over with the aura of the third-level god emanating from it. The giant Tentacruel was strong and powerful, and its tentacles that were strong enough to penetrate the building softened immediately. Although they were similar in size, the giant Tentacruel was only born and evolved, and became giant because of its special physique and good luck. Please give flowers. 014110017 Fulu 084502170. Compared to the Dragonite, which has a long lifespan and has survived from the ancient times to the present, there is still a big gap. The threshold of the champion level to the third-level god is not something that can be broken through by living long enough, but also requires enough amazing talent and some luck. The giant Tentacruel's eyes fell on the sky above Dragonite's head and Ash on the back of Pidgeot. At this moment, in addition to the previous friendliness, there is also a sense of awe. Under the command of Ash, the director, the ancient Dragonite and the giant Tentacruel started a fierce battle. For a moment, the mountains roared and the sea shook the world. In the terrified eyes of the people far away from the coast, the ancient Dragonite and the giant Tentacruel fought fiercely. Ash rode on Pidgeot to command Dragonite to fight. After a hard battle, the giant Tentacruel was defeated. Tentacruel, can you calm down now? I can help you solve your request. Ash deliberately raised his voice and shouted to the giant Tentacruel. The giant Tentacruel looked at the ancient Dragonite in fear, then nodded at Ash. Seeing this, Ash smiled slightly. He invited Dragonite to play this scene, which was also meant to shock the giant Tentacruel. Suddenly gaining incomparably powerful power, the giant Tentacruel will inevitably become inflated and arrogant. The appearance of the super ancient Dragonite just made it realize that there are many more powerful forces in the world than itself. Dragonite, wait for me here for a while, I'll go take care of something first. Pidgeot, take me to the shore. Ash patted Pidgeot's head, then Pidgeot flapped its wings and landed on the beach. What greeted him was the reverent eyes of the people on the beach of Lanpolky City looking at the hero's return. Just now, they witnessed this young man riding Pidgeot to command the huge Dragonite and prevented a disaster from happening. It saved them from being attacked by the giant Tentacruel. It was the first time for Ash to enjoy such a celebrity-level treatment. It was a little difficult for him to adapt. But he knew what he was going to do next and did not hesitate. He glanced at the crowd. He asked loudly, "Who is the mayor of Lanpolky City?" It's me." In the crowd, a middle-aged man in a suit came forward with the support of several security guards. His clothes were very messy, and he did not have the rigor and meticulousness of an elite. Looking at the calm sea surface, he remembered the huge waves that were more than 10 stories high. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, then smiled warmly and wanted to shake hands with Ash. "Young man, thanks to you and that Dragonite, if you hadn't acted in time, the people of Lanpolky would have suffered. Not only will they suffer heavy property losses, but even their lives may be threatened." Ash glanced at the other's hands full of unknown water stains, and put his hands behind his back without leaving a trace. Mayor, do you know that the reason why the giant tentacruel went crazy is that the Paradise Hotel was built on the coral reef, the home of the giant tentacruel. Dragonite is just here to help this time. If you want to solve this matter once and for all, it depends on the attitude of the mayor. From what Ash said, it is obvious that he is not going to drive Dragonite to solve the big problem of the giant tentacruel. It is also true that although Dragonite can suppress the giant tentacruel, it may be difficult to defeat it completely. And if the giant tentacruel of such a large size counterattacks when it is defeated, Dragonite may not be able to bear it. Ash really had no reason to risk his life for them. After thinking for a moment, the mayor asked, "Young man, how about this? In the future, that coral reef and the surrounding waters will be included in the Pokémon protection area of Lampolgu. No commercial development or utilization is allowed. After I draw up a plan, I will apply to the Alliance for forest rangers to come and protect this group of tentacool." What do you think? The mayor is a shrewd official and immediately saw what Ash wanted. Okay, then I'll go talk to the giant tentacruel. Mr. Mayor, I'm guaranteeing you to the giant tentacruel in my own name. If there is any accident in the future, I don't mind coming here again with Dragonite. At the end, Ash's tone was a little warning. Yes, don't worry, young man. No one will break into this coral reef in the future. Ash nodded and released Pidgeot to fly to the ancient Dragonite and the giant tentacruel waiting at the beach. Dragonite seemed a little excited to see a giant tentacruel of the same size as himself, which proved that he was not alone in this world. It was a pity that Tentacruel was not of the same species as him. But after this incident, he completely recognized Ash. After giving Ash a yellow dragon crystal that could call him, he walked away on the waves. Ash gave a few simple instructions to the giant Tentacruel. He also informed him of the policy that the mayor was about to implement. In the future, he only needed to control the Tentacool tribe and not affect the normal navigation of the cruise ship at sea. They would all be under the protection of the Pokémon Alliance. The giant Tentacruel then sank into the water and disappeared. Ash. The people of Blooper City, who learned his real name from Misty and Zyoging, who came later, cheered and splashed over. They cast respectful eyes on him. The enthusiastic people surrounded the beach. Ash had never experienced such a scene before. He squeezed out of the crowd violently, dragged Misty, who was also making noise in the crowd, and left the scene quickly. Seeing Ash and Misty leave, Zyoging immediately chased after them. Misty, Zyoging, you guys are not messy enough, you are still making noise in the crowd. Ash panted and looked at the two smiling faces. You stole the limelight again this time, you are now the hero who saved Blooper City, Ash. Zyoging said with a smile, I didn't expect that you actually invited Dragonite. Misty exclaimed in a surprised tone. When Ash was at Bill Lighthouse, she was scared when she came into close contact with the ancient Dragonite. Who would have thought Ash has such a good relationship with it? Now he can be called at any time in Lampolky City. Well, coincidence, Dragonite happened to travel here. Ash mumbled casually, I can't tell Misty that I knew there would be a huge Tentacruel in Lampolky City and asked Dragonite to come here in advance. Ding. Perfectly solve the Lampolky City incident and protect the city from being destroyed by the huge Tentacruel and Tentacool group. Reward 100 W points. Reward title Son of the Sea. After wearing it, the intimacy of Pokémon in the ocean will increase by 50%. After working for a long time, the crisis in Lampolky City was finally resolved. Ash also won the title of City Honorary Trainer. After the mayor reported everything that happened in Lampolky City to the Pokémon Alliance, the Alliance also attached great importance to this matter. Immediately sent a quasi-elite ranger captain with a ranger Pokémon team to Lampolky City. The Pokémon Ranger team will take on the task of maintaining the Coral Reef Forest Protection Area to prevent the evil organization Team Rocket, and even Pokémon hunters active around the world from targeting the giant Tentacruel. As the protagonist who calmed down this incident, Ash also received a reward of 1 million Pokémon coins from the Alliance. Ash was very satisfied with the reward from the Alliance. Adding the 2 million he got on the St. Anu before, even if he spent lavishly on the Kanto Region trip for a whole year and stayed in luxury hotels at every stop, he would not be short of money. Before leaving the city of Rampolch, Ash called Professor Oak and sent him a video of the battle between the giant Tentacruel and the super ancient Dragonite. When Professor Oak asked about his relationship with the ancient Dragonite, Ash said that the ancient Dragonite came to Blue Pulley to find a Pokémon companion of the same size, and he just happened to meet the ancient Dragonite. Although Professor Oak felt that the matter was not that simple, he did not continue to ask since Ash did not want to talk about it. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Set off from Lampolky City. Ash and the other two continue their journey, heading for Saffron City, defeating Sabrina to get the badge of the Saffron Gym. Considering that Sabrina's psychic is too dangerous, she can even attack the trainer directly if she disagrees with him. For the sake of the three's personal safety, Ash plans to capture a ghost Pokémon before challenging the gym. Calculating the time, the annual summer festival in Maiden Gorge is coming soon. There is a Ghastly that has lived for 1,000 years. His personality is a bit eccentric, but his combat power is also very strong. He can even transform into a human form. His level must be high. In terms of ability alone, he is already the most special Ghastly in the original plot. If there is a chance, he must capture it. With it, Ash will have more confidence when challenging the Saffron Gym. Sabrina's psychic is still too strong after all. The key is that you can't defend yourself against her, and you have to be vigilant at all times. Just in case she gets upset, she'll give him a blow. And Ash doesn't dare to pin his hopes on her irresponsible but psychic father. If he accidentally becomes Sabrina's doll, I don't know how long it will take for him to see the light of day again. After all, Sabrina is a ruthless person who can turn her mother into a doll without hesitation. And she has a close relationship with Team Rocket, so Ash will never challenge the gym without bringing Ghost Pokémon. If there is really no other way, he can also go to Lavender Town to capture Ghost Pokémon. Ding! Trigger plot mission. Go to Maiden Gorge to find Millennium Ghastly. Mission reward. News about the girl Ghost's lover. A glimmer of joy flashed in Ash's eyes when he accepted the mission. He was originally worried that Ghastly's level was too high, and the highest level Pikachu in the team was not rival. Maybe he would have to use the wheel tactic, but this might reduce Ghastly's intimacy with him. And now the system has helped him think of a better solution. The reason why Ghastly comes to Maiden Gorge every year is to help the girl who lived 1,000 years ago fulfill her wish. And as long as he meets Ghastly in Maiden Gorge, he can get the news that it cares about very much, the whereabouts of the girl's lover. With this information, Ash's confidence in conquering the 1,000-year-old Ghastly has increased a lot. In this way, the three of them boarded a luxury cruise ship from Landpulky City to Maiden Gorge. In less than a day, the three of them arrived at Maiden Gorge. Maiden Gorge, because of the approaching summer festival, has become extremely lively. Many tourists from surrounding cities come here to travel. However, the fact that Maiden Gorge is so famous in Kanto is also related to Ghastly's tireless efforts over the years. After getting off the boat, Ash looked around and searched for Ghastly's traces. Ash, this guy just looked at the beauties as soon as he got off the boat. How unreasonable. Misty pouted, dissatisfaction written on her face. Ash retracted his gaze after noticing Misty's strangeness and held her hand with some amusement. Although Misty is arrogant, her emotions are written on her face. Unlike those hypocritical monsters he had been with in his previous life, they were deep-minded and made trouble in various ways. After a simple explanation, Xuan smiled. The three of them split into two groups. Xiaoging went to hook up with the beautiful big sisters at the festival under the guise of replenishing supplies. Misty took Ash to happily visit the festival. During the festival, Ash paid close attention to the tourists walking around, but failed to meet the beautiful girl and old woman disguised as Ghastly from 1,000 years ago. But he saw three familiar figures from a distance at a stall on the corner of the street. They were the main group of Team Rocket. Considering that Ghastly had taken the initiative to find them in the original plot, Ash pointed out the three people to Misty. Hey, aren't these the three bad guys? SHH, let's follow them and see what conspiracy they may be planning again. There were many tourists coming and going, and the three members of Team Rocket did not notice Ash and Misty following them far behind. The two followed Team Rocket into a wooden house, and after Ash marked it, they turned around and left. Aren't we going to drive them away? No hurries, we can wait a little longer. Ash took Misty away from the temporary base of the three members of Team Rocket in Maiden Gorge. After leaving, Ash went to the Pokémon Center. He returned to the room and released Butterfree, Ba-tilda-tilda. Butterfree, who hadn't fought for a while, was also very happy to see Ash and flew around him 3 times. Then he stopped in front of Ash. Butterfree has indeed neglected you for a while, but I will find you a wife soon, just as an apology. Ash took out the Pokémon Charm Potion from the system space and gave it to Butterfree to drink. Ba-tilda-tilda. After drinking the potion, Butterfree was full of confusion and became a little anxious. In the past, the things Ash gave them would have various strange changes after eating, and their strength would be significantly improved. Why didn't 987 change at all? As one of the Pokémon with the worst qualifications in Ash's team, it can only make up for its lack of talent through hard work, and it knows that Ash can often come up with some magical potions. So I expect that with Ash's help I can be reborn one day, but now this potion seems to have no effect. Butterfree is also very anxious. Butterfree, I guess you may have misunderstood. I said that this potion is for you to marry a wife. The potion that can make you stronger will be available in the future. Looking at the anxious Butterfree, Ash said with a smile. He still supports Butterfree's idea of not wanting to fall behind, but he has not seen the potion of gold qualification yet. There is no potion in the task reward, so I can only wait patiently. Ba tilde tilde, as if he understood what Ash meant, Butterfree immediately relaxed. But he was still very confused about what Ash said about finding a wife for himself. Ash also perfunctorily said a few words to Salison. He laughed secretly in his heart. Butterfree, I remember that in the original plot, you were so fascinated that you couldn't walk after meeting the pink Butterfree. At night, call Misty and Zyoging and take the Pokémon. Ash follows the mark left behind to track Team Rocket. On the way, Misty answers Zyoging's questions for Ash. This trip is to go to the Rocket Trio who happen to meet during the daytime shopping. Although it is not clear why Ash wants to find them late at night, it is definitely right to follow him. The group arrived in front of the wooden house where they tracked Team Rocket during the day. Ding. Successfully met the Millennium Ghastly. Task reward, news about the girl Ghost's lover. James was targeted by the Millennium Ghastly as expected when Ash and others arrived at the scene. The Rocket Trio has been deeply trapped in hypnosis and is being played around by Ghastly. There is nothing in the open space in front of the wooden house. The Rocket Trio showed terrified expressions, and Ekans and Coughing were also facing a formidable enemy, using all kinds of skills randomly. Obviously, they have all fallen into the illusion created by the Millennium Ghastly using hypnosis. Compared to ordinary Ghastly, this Ghastly can be said to have made the most of hypnosis. Looking at the strange scene in front of them, Misty and Zyoging both showed surprised expressions. Good, so amazing. If Ash hadn't told her in advance, she would never have believed that the illusory girl ghost in front of her was actually Ghastly in disguise. Ash decisively accepted the task reward and suddenly saw a message in his mind. Glancing at the Rocket Trio who were trapped in hypnosis like a headless fly, Ash shook his head slightly. Since Lanpulky City helped me solve a big problem, I'll save you this time. Ash stepped forward and said to Ghastly, Ghastly, I know you want to help the girl find her lover and I just know it, so let her go. The girl ghost showed a surprised expression when he heard it. Obviously, he didn't expect Ash to reveal its identity in one sentence. As Ghastly shifted his attention to Ash, the hypnosis that trapped the Rocket Trio stopped working. Tilde tilde, we are saved, meow. James, what are you doing? Let the little ghost hold you up. Let's get out of here. The Rocket Trio came back to their senses from the hypnosis and found that the girl ghost was Ghastly, and all of her attention was attracted by Ash, so they ran away in a hurry. These guys, they don't even know how to say thank you. Misty, they are the bad guys of the Rocket team after all. You are kidding to expect them to be polite, right? Zyoging smiled and shook his head. At the same time, Ash had a conversation with Ghastly, who had revealed his true identity. Ash did not make any requests and directly informed Ghastly of the news about the girl ghost's lover. It turns out that the girl's lover was ambushed by the enemy after he set out for the battlefield, and all the warriors who accompanied him were killed in the battle, so there was no news from the 10 capitals. Ghastly was a little emotional, so the truth was like this. In this way, the ghost girl can rest in peace. Ghastly thanked Ash and was about to leave, but was stopped by Ash, who proposed the idea of subduing it. The wish was fulfilled, and Ghastly, who felt that he had no goals, agreed to Ash decisively. In its eyes, Ash is a very interesting human. After all, ordinary people who see it in ghost form are all scared to death at first. But Ash was not only not scared, but also easily foresighted its disguise and revealed its true identity in one sentence. Okay, it will be fun to travel with you, but every month and every year at this time you have to let me come back here, Ghastly said after hesitating for a moment. Obviously, it doesn't want the people here to forget Stephanie and hopes to continue the legend of the Girl's Gorge. Of course, no problem. Welcome to join us, Ghastly. Ash smiled and took out an empty Poké ball from his waist. Hee tilde tilde. After two strange laughs, Ghastly in the gas contest condition took the initiative to get into the Poké ball. Pokémon, Ghastly. Attribute Ghost Poison. Level IV .55s. Qualification Gold. Ability Float. Special ability Hypnosis. You can control rivals' Pokémon while hypnotizing them. The success rate of control depends on the level of the other Pokémon. Skills Confuse Ray, Hypnosis, Mean Look, Payback, Nightshade, Sucker Punch, Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball, Destiny Bond, Dream Eater, Horrible Face, Icy Wind, etc. Carrying Props. Top quality Everstone. After carrying it, the power of your own attribute skills will increase by 50%. Looking at Ghastly's luxurious panel, Ash was delighted. Just captured, the level is IV.55. This is the real deal elite level Pokémon, the strongest Pokémon in his team. And the intimacy with it is much higher than that of ordinary newly captured Pokémon, reaching 210. With Ghastly's comedian personality, as long as you spend some time with it, the intimacy will definitely be maxed out easily. What surprised Ash was that this Ghastly was the first Pokémon he captured that carried an item. And it was a top-quality Everstone. After all, it is a Pokémon that has lived for thousands of years, so it is not difficult to understand that it carries such a top-quality item. This also explains why Ghastly has not evolved for thousands of years and is so strong. Relying on the top-quality Everstone, its combat power is even better than the final form of Jengar. And with the special ability of Hypnosis, it is definitely the best among ghost Pokémon. Fortunately, the system is thoughtful and gave him the information that Ghastly wanted in advance, which won the trust of the other party. Good job. Otherwise, Ash would not be able to capture a Pokémon that has grown to the limit of most wild Pokémon just by talking. When it comes to fighting, it is too difficult for his current Pokémon team to win. Ash is much happier at this moment than when he captures a high-quality Pokémon. High-quality Pokémon need time to grow, unlike Ghastly, which is at its peak after being captured. It is also the top combat power in the entire Kanto region. The key is that with the protection of the elite-level Ghastly, Ash is more confident in challenging the Saffron Gym. Through the editing of the Pokémon Pokédex, Ash temporarily teleported Bulbasaur IV.30 back. Bulbasaur, that's great. Ash has also captured the Grass-type Pokémon. Professor Oak's laboratory, who released Bulbasaur from the Pokéball, nodded with satisfaction. The three of them continued to set off for Saffron City. On the way, in addition to the routine leveling battles, Ash did not forget to take out the top-quality water Pokémon eggs sent by the system from time to bask in the sun. It is not good for its hatching to always keep it in the backpack. Ash, what is this Pokémon egg of yours? Misty looked at Ash holding the Pokémon egg and asked curiously. They spent most of the trip together. She didn't remember when Ash got the Pokémon egg. Ash made up an excuse. He said that he found the Pokémon egg in a cave on the sea when he met Horsa. Misty and Brock had no doubts and discussed the possible Pokémon that could hatch from this Pokémon egg. Since it's in the cave, I think it's very likely to be a rock-type Pokémon. No, just from the light blue shell, you can tell it's my favorite water-type Pokémon. After refuting Brock, Misty took the Pokémon egg from Ash. This cool touch must be right. After handing the Pokémon egg to Misty, Ash turned his attention to the battles and leveling up on the way. Butterfree, which is only level IV.27, is still a little weak after all. Ash hopes to help it level up before encountering the pink Butterfree. Although the effect of the Charm 307 potion is unquestionable, it never hurts to be safe. Strong people are always admired, and the Pokémon world is no exception. As a member of the team with a lower level, Butterfree is surprisingly efficient in gaining combat experience when fighting with those generally lower-level creatures in the wild. When the group arrived at the place where they met the pink Butterfree and the Butterfree tribe in the original plot, Ash's Butterfree had already risen 3 levels in a row, reaching level IV.30. Of course, this is also due to the fact that Ash spent most of his energy on it during this period. Even Misty, who spent most of the original plot playing soy sauce and did not train Pokémon much, also got involved. With his own insights and Ash's guidance, he was very busy training Pokémon. All the Pokémon with slightly higher levels on the way were handed over to Butterfree, and the others were handled by Misty's Squirtle brother. After fighting all the way, this Squirtle also successfully evolved into Wartortle, evolving earlier than its boss. The Squirtle on Ash's side has not evolved yet due to the suppression of power. Come out, Butterfree. Arriving at the location where Butterfree was released in the original plot, Ash and the other two first set up the tent and prepared to guard here for a few days. Then they released Butterfree from the Pokéball. When the Butterfree tribe migrates and reproduces, they will release a special pheromone that can be sensed by their own tribe. Butterfree, if you catch the pheromone, tell me. Ash ordered Butterfree. Butterfree nodded in response, then rose into the sky and wandered around nearby. On the first day, there was basically no movement. At present, the Butterfree tribe has not migrated here. From Professor Oak, we learned that the starting point of the Butterfree tribe's migration every year is basically the evergreen forest. The entire migration process takes about a week. It seems that the Butterfree tribe in Evergreen Forest has not yet had time to fly here. It may take some time. Ash, hurry up, get up. I see Butterfree flying over from the forest over there. On the morning of the 5th day of guarding here, Misty, who was on duty, woke up Ash, who was still asleep, and said to him excitedly. This morning, when she was about to go to the nearby stream to wash her face, she saw a large cloud flying towards this side from a distance. Through the telescope, she found that this large cloud was actually made up of Butterfree. Thinking that Ash was looking for the migrating Butterfree tribe, without washing her face, she hurried back to the tent to wake Ash up. Okay, finally here. Ash got out of the sleeping bag, put on his clothes in a few seconds, and rushed out without even bothering to tidy up his messy hair. Zyoging was left alone in another tent, still mumbling in his sleep while hugging the life-size pillow of the beautiful big sister. After leaving the camp, Ash looked up and saw the Butterfree tribe that covered the sky and the sun flying towards this side, flying from the inland to the distant and warm south to reproduce. On the way, from time to time, male Butterfree surrounded the female Butterfree that kept emitting special pheromones and tried to mate. Ash quickly picked up the telescope to check. He was afraid that he would not be able to see it all and let Butterfree's wife go, so he asked Misty to help him find it together. One Butterfree after another flew past his sight, and soon Ash's eyes were fixed on a pink Butterfree. This pink Butterfree was now flying towards the south of the seaside under the embrace of many male Butterfrees. Finally, I found you. Butterfree, do you see that pink Butterfree? If you like it, go and bring it back to be your wife. Ash decisively released his Butterfree, pointing to the pink Butterfree in the distance, which was being courted by dozens of male Butterfrees in various ways. Ba tilde tilde. It was love at first sight as expected in the original plot. The Butterfree flew over excitedly and drove away all the courting male Butterfrees. With its level and combat level trained by Ash, it was too easy to deal with these Butterfrees. Because of the charm potion, Ba Daddy attracted the attention of the pink Butterfree as soon as he appeared, and he liked it. Even many other female Butterfrees around gave up the males who were pursuing them and surrounded Ash's Butterfree. Butterfree simply did not give them a chance, but directly danced a courtship dance with the pink Butterfree. After Ash's repeated transformations, Butterfree is no longer the dog licker in the original plot. The charm potion makes it a deadly poison to female Butterfrees, plus its high level and strong strength. In the entire Butterfree group, the handsome, rich, and beautiful man and the pink Butterfree are a perfect match. The pink Butterfree did not express her dislike for Ash Butterfree as in the original plot. Instead, she happily accepted Ash Butterfree's courtship and wanted Ash's Butterfree to live with her in the warm south. Ash's Butterfree would definitely not agree. After a relaxed exchange, the pink Butterfree was knocked unconscious by Butterfree and flew back to Ash. It is not a guy who doesn't care about anything after having a wife. Ash treated it like a new life and it never thought of leaving him. Borrowing a luxury ball from Misty, Ash put the fainted pink Butterfree into the ball. Ash, look at how you teach Butterfree. How can you be so rude to Stephanie? Misty stretched out her finger and poked Ash gently. No, people in Pokémon cannot be generalized tilde. You also know how good I am to you. Ash replied with a smile. Pokémon Butterfree different color. Attribute bug flying. Level IV.20. Qualification gold. Ability compound eyes. Hidden ability of different color Pokémon. Charm reduces the skill hit rate of Pokémon with the same attribute by 5 to 0%. Skills tackle gust, illusion light, stun spore, sleep powder, etc. Carrying props. None. As expected, it is a gold qualification. The different color shiny Pokémon is worthy of being the best among the same family. This hidden ability belonging to shiny Pokémon is also amazing when facing Pokémon with bug and flying attributes. It was agreed that it was only to find a wife for Butterfree, but now it seems that its wife is obviously better than it. But Ash is not a person who loves new things and gets bored with old things after all. I still plan to cultivate Butterfree as the main Pokémon. But because Ash already has 6 Pokémon, the pink Butterfree was sent to Professor Oak's laboratory by Ash through the Pokémon Pokédex editor as soon as he captured it. Okay, Butterfree, you come back too. I will send you back to the laboratory when we get to Golden City. When the time comes, accompany your wife well and have more babies. Looking at Butterfree, who was looking at him eagerly, Ash smiled and joked. Then he took Butterfree back into the Piquet ball. Although the Butterfree in the Evergreen Forest are used to breeding in the south, but it is also acceptable in the Kanto region. Besides, Professor Oak's laboratory is fully equipped, and Professor Oak is an authoritative expert in cultivating Pokémon. It can be said that there is no place more suitable for breeding and living than there. Conquer the pink Butterfree and refuse to release it. Ding! Congratulations on changing Butterfree's original fate of releasing it. Reward, 20 W points for a subtype Pokémon Master, bug-type Pokémon Intimacy increased by 50%. Total points reached 144W. Ash smiled happily when he heard the system task reminder. He directly wore the title of Bug-type Pokémon Master. Currently, he has gained intimacy bonuses for Pokémon with water and bug attributes, making it easier to gain their favor. Pallet Town, Professor Oak's laboratory. After eating lunch, the three Squirtle brothers began to patrol the town. Under Professor Oak's arrangement, they became members of the Pallet Town Fire Department. Although they were busy, their lives were extremely fulfilling and they were also loved by the townspeople. They were very happy. The Squirtles who were once abandoned by Trainer are now recognized and loved by humans again. They no longer want to go back to being a Squirtle core and playing pranks everywhere. Hey, Ash seems to have teleported another Pokémon back. Let me see. After sending 3 Squirtles to work, Professor Oak returned to the laboratory and saw the luxury ball on the teleportation platform. Oh, was it captured with the luxury ball again? It seems this Pokémon is quite delicate. Professor Oak opened the Piquet ball and released the pink Butterfree. Ba tilde tilde. After coming out, the pink Butterfree looked around and didn't see Ash, so she cried out sadly. Shiny Pokémon! Professor Oak exclaimed while staring at the pink Butterfree. Ash's luck is too exaggerated. Shiny Pokémon, the best among the same species, is as rare as legendary Pokémon. Unexpectedly, Ash also captured one. It seems that I have to reevaluate the value comparison between Ash and Gary's captured Pokémon. When the two of them just started their journey, Gary kept capturing Pokémon of various races and teleported them back to Professor Oak's laboratory. He was very satisfied with the results of his grandson's journey. Ash didn't make any movement at that time. Now it seems that Ash is indeed taking the elite route. The 3 Squirtles, the pink Butterfree, and the Bulbasaur are much rarer than the Pokémon Gary sent home. Even the underdeveloped Krabby has a high level of accomplishment in combat. According to the training plan arranged by Ash, he has made significant improvements here. Baba tilde tilde. Seeing that the human in front of him was staring at him but not speaking, the pink Butterfree cried out anxiously. Professor Oak, who reacted, quickly spoke to comfort it. Place it in the forest behind the mountain. After resolving Butterfree's life event, Ash and his group continue to head to Golden City. Gym Master Sabrina has a hidden identity as Team Rocket executive, and is also a psychic who poses a great threat. Ding. Gym Quest Trigger, Challenge Saffron Gym, get badge. Basic Challenge, defeat the gym leader, win and get 300,000 points. Advanced Challenge. Defeat all Pokémon of Saffron Gym Leader and keep the fighting ability of the cubed Pokémon, get 700,000 points, and a premium curved spoon. A spoon infused with confusion, which can increase the power of psychic-type skills of Pokémon with 50%. Perfect Challenge. Defeat Saffron Gym Leader, help Sabrina recover smelling salts, and control the psychic that sometimes gets out of control. Reward, 1 million points, rare candy, 50 to 60 level X5, Sabrina intimacy increased by 80%, psychic entry potion, allows the user to learn psychic. After seeing the gym rewards of Saffron City Sabrina, Ash was stunned. This perfect challenge is a little different from the requirements of the previous gyms. The reverse attribute battle was changed to help Sabrina get rid of the emotional out-of-control contest condition caused by the overly powerful psychic. With Ghastly of level IV.55, it is not a problem to defeat Sabrina, who cannot use the main Pokémon head-on. But how to make her return to normal after defeating her is a bit difficult. After thinking about it, Ash can only use the method that has been tested in the original plot. He plans to go to Lavender Town to find the funny Ghastly brothers first. He has no way to treat patients with out-of-control psychic. Not to mention Sabrina, who has a bit of a yandere personality. It can only be said that professional funny things have to be left to these 3 on the way to Lavender Town. At night, after Misty and Zyoging fell asleep, Ash stepped over the sleeping Pikachu beside him and walked into the forest. He decisively called up the system store page. Product 1, Pidgeot Perfect Mage Evolution Stone Set, carry it to achieve Perfect Mage Evolution, and after evolution, the strength increase is 150% of the normal Mage Pidgeot price. 700,000 points. Product 2, Qualification Breakthrough Potion, can make the qualifications of Pokémon below Gold Breakthrough 1 level price. 300,000 points. Product 3, Perfect Miracle Seed, the power of Grass-type moves of Pokémon carrying this item is increased by 50% price. 150,000 points. Product 4, 10 pieces of top-quality heat-resistant balls greatly increase the capture probability of Fire Pokémon price. 150,000. Product 5, Pokémon Intimacy Spray, increase the intimacy of any 793 Pokémon by 50% price. 800,000. Ash spent a total of 1.3 million points to buy all the products except Product 5. Seeing that the 1 million points were reduced to only 140,000 in an instant, he felt a little painful. After all, he had saved them for so long. Okay, next is the time to upgrade. Ash released Bulbasaur first. The chlorophyll ability, plus the speed-enhancing potion he had given it before, proved that Ash was determined to let it take the fast attack route. Compared with Squirtle, Bulbasaur decided not to evolve after considering the ability factor. At this moment, Ash gave the perfect Miracle Seed to Bulbasaur to make up for its loss of offensive ability due to not evolving. After carrying the perfect Miracle Seed, Bulbasaur's strength is not much worse than Venusaur at the same level. The only disadvantage of not evolving can also be compensated. After obtaining the perfect Miracle Seed, Bulbasaur's intimacy with Ash increased significantly and was close to the maximum value. Then Ash released Butterfree. This little guy knows that his talent is inferior to Ash's other Pokémon, so he works extra hard during training. Facing its expectant eyes, Ash handed it the talent-enhancing potion. After the severe pain, Butterfree's talent was upgraded from purple to red, and the level-up speed was significantly improved, and its attributes in various aspects were also improved. Tilde. After noticing the changes in his body, Butterfree excitedly called out to Ash twice, circling around him to express his gratitude. Ash smiled and put it back into the Pokeball. Tilde. The next one to be called out was Pidgeot. Ash put on the black gloves inlaid with the Mage Keystone and gave the Mage Evolution Stone to Pidgeot to carry. Slightly different from ordinary Mage Evolution Stones, the system rewarded Pidgeot Mage Evolution Stone directly merged into its body the moment it touched Pidgeot's body. Afterwards, Ash and Pidgeot had a strange connection with each other, as if they could directly evolve into Mage with a thought. Let's try the magic of this Evolution Stone. Switch on the Evolution Light, Pidgeot. Ash gently stroked the shining key stone on his glove. In response, Pidgeot's whole body lit up with brilliant rainbow light. Accompanied by a sharp whistle, Mega Pidgeot, with beautiful and handsome head feathers and a wingspan of nearly 10 meters, appeared in front of Ash. Sharp Claws, Hard Beak, Strong and Sturdy Dual Wingbeat, a perfect aerial totem. Pidgeot Tilde. Its wings can create a huge wind with a slight flap. Mage Evolution plus Wind Field Control allows Mega Pidgeot to fly at a speed of Mach 5. This speed and size are basically unique among flying Pokémon. And because it evolved into Mega Pidgeot, its muscle strength has been greatly improved, and it can fly continuously for 2 weeks without sleep. This amazing endurance is definitely the best among flying Pokémon. In battle, the aerial advantage alone is enough to wear down many enemies. Pidgeot that has drunk the Gene Breakthrough Potion is different. This size gives a strong visual impact after evolving into Mega Pidgeot. Even Ash, a trainer who is used to big scenes, was amazed. This shows how perfect the appearance of Mega Pidgeot is. Tilde. Mega Pidgeot is extremely excited after completing the evolution. The powerful wings flap slightly and there are gusts of wind. The surrounding trees rustle and leaves fall all over the ground. Congratulations, Pidgeot. Ash is very satisfied with the appearance of Pidgeot. The system's products must be high-quality, perfect Mage Evolution. It was early in the morning of the next day. Ash and his group packed up their things, carried their backpacks, and continued to move towards Lavender Town. Lavender Town is located not far from Saffron City and has been abandoned for a long time. Since the three brothers of the Ghastly family have lived there for a long time, many amazing ghost stories have spread, and few people usually approach Lavender Town, a ghost town. Ash, who has been accompanied by Ghastly for thousands of years, is skilled and brave, and thanks the roadside trainer for his kind reminder. The three of them set foot in Lavender Town. Misty, if you are afraid, let's send you to Saffron City first and I can come over later. Looking at Misty, whose white and slender legs couldn't stop trembling, Ash smiled softly. Who is afraid? I'm just a little cold. Misty grabbed the corner of Ash's clothes tightly, took soft steps, but didn't admit defeat at all. Ash's answer was not surprising. Strong appearance and soft heart are the most true portrayal of Misty. Okay, I also think you are definitely not as scared as 2.8. Then please help protect the village entrance, Zyoggang, and I will catch the so-called ghost. Ash winked at Zyoggang beside him. Zyoggang nodded happily in agreement. No, why are you guarding the village entrance? If we act together, the success rate will be higher. This scared Misty. But after noticing Zyogang's gloating expression, Misty also reached out to grab the soft flesh on Ash's waist with a gloomy face. Damn Ash, I let you bully me. Oh, it hurts, I swear to God. The originally heavy and weird atmosphere became relaxed and happy under Ash's jokes. A few people were playing and walking in the somewhat gloomy Lavender Town. Lavender Town is very big. It is not easy to quickly find the three Ghastly brothers who are hiding in such a big town. Ash did not release his elite Ghastly to avoid alerting the enemy. He was afraid that the three brothers would be scared and dare not show up. It is not difficult to find them. You just need to treat the symptoms. With their funny and playful personalities, the three of them came to Lavender Town, which has not been entered by outsiders for a long time, which is the best bait. They will definitely not be able to resist. The facts are basically consistent with Ash's guess. Ding, it is detected that you are being watched by the three Ghastly brothers. Trigger the task, get the recognition of the three Ghastly brothers, complete the task reward. 60,000 points, 10 rare candy IV .30 to 40. I am being watched by the three Ghastly brothers. Ash felt cold all over when he heard the system prompt and turned back to look behind him, but he found nothing. Ash, what's wrong with you? Xiaoshu asked curiously. Ash shook his head to show that he was fine. He took the task decisively. Ash motioned for the two to come closer to him. What's wrong? Yes, Ash, what happened? Misty, Xiaogang, and even Pikachu didn't react. SHH, there should be a Pokémon approaching us. As soon as Ash finished speaking, three scary faces suddenly appeared in front of them. The skin used tilde. Since Ash had already reminded them, Misty, Xiaogang, and Pikachu were also shocked by the sudden situation. Pikachu's cheeks sparked, and he almost asked the three Ghastly brothers to take a thunderbolt. /7/7 plus 7 plus tilde. The three brothers were very satisfied with their initial reaction. Only Ash, who was calm and composed, surprised them. The three brothers discussed with each other with doubts on their faces, and Ash was not afraid of them. But they soon reacted. It's better not to be afraid of them so that they can show their funny art to Ash. Then Ghastly, Haunter, and Jengar began to perform. They made all kinds of faces, winked, and showed exaggerated expressions. Ha ha ha. Pika tilde. Misty, Xiaogang, and Pikachu were amused by them. The tense atmosphere of meeting the three brothers for the first time disappeared immediately. The Ghastly brothers performed hard, and at the same time, they did not forget to cast expectant eyes at Ash. However, Ash's face was still expressionless. This made them very embarrassed. They performed so hard originally to conquer Ash. Tilde. The eldest brother Jengar floated towards Ash, intending to teach him a lesson. It was not that Ash was not showing his support on purpose. It was just that he had been baptized by various short videos and abstract culture in his previous life. So he didn't think there was anything funny about the performance of the Ghastly brothers. It was like being forced by elders to watch the Spring Festival Gala. The only funny thing was that the three of them tried hard to make themselves laugh, but were unable to do so. Faced with Jengar, who was going to use force to ask for an explanation, Ash decisively threw out the Pokeball and sent Ghastly out. As soon as Ghastly came out, a strong aura quickly spread. The three Ghastly brothers were pressed to the point where they could not move, and Jengar, who was close to them, trembled all over. I didn't expect this human trainer's Pokémon to be so powerful. He's obviously just a teenager, but he brought a Pokémon of the same species that was far superior to them. If you ask me, your comedy art is still not up to par. Hearing Ash's comments on their comedy performance, the three Ghastly brothers immediately forgot their fear and looked at him curiously. Ash slightly modified the jokes in the short video of his previous life and told them to the three Ghastly brothers. Ha ha ha. This time, not only the Ghastly brothers, but also Misty and Xiaogang beside them were all laughing. This also made Ash sigh. If the experiences from childhood to adulthood made Sabrina wary of the people around her. He didn't have to come to the Ghastly brothers, he could achieve the goal by himself. After telling the joke, Ash picked up another branch. He drew funny cartoons for the Ghastly brothers on the sand, traditional funny cartoons such as Cat and Mouse, and cartoons such as 2.5 Wu Lao Shi, who turned himself into a joke. Just a few moments, the Ghastly brothers laughed non-stop, successfully gained their recognition and got the reward. After a conversation, he confirmed the intentions of the Ghastly brothers. Ash allowed them to learn the art of comedy with him. At the same time, he could help them form a performing arts troupe in Pallet Town in the future and perform in various places in Kanto. As long as he came up with some funny jokes from time to time, it would definitely be enough for the Ghastly brothers to cope with the performance. Originally, Ash only wanted to ask the three of them to follow him temporarily to solve Sabrina's abnormal mood. Unexpectedly, the three Ghastly brothers first proposed to learn the art of comedy from him, and also said that they did not want to participate in the battle. On Professor Oak's side, Ash also raised three little turtles, Jenny 547, who did not fight but had their own jobs. It would not be bad to arrange an art troupe for the three ghastly brothers. With some effort, maybe this Pokémon comedy art troupe can be carried forward. After the discussion, Ash threw the ball to subdue the three ghastly brothers. Among them, Haunter, who had the highest talent for comedy, was left by Ash after replacing Butterfree, which would also allow Butterfree to reunite with his wife faster. Before teleporting, Ash also told Butterfree to make sure that the pink Butterfree must give birth to more Pokémon babies. With a red qualified father and a flash-colored mother, most of the Pokémon babies born are also top-quality Pokémon cubs. Ghastly and Jengar were directly teleported back to Professor Oak's side. Haunter was obviously a little uncomfortable with being separated from his brothers, but Ash immediately consoled him and said that he would send it to reunite with its two brothers in a while. Is there another way to capture Ghastly? Watching Ash capture the three Ghastly brothers, Misty and Xiaogang were stunned. They all marveled at Ash's charm as a Pokémon trainer. While praising him, Misty also asked Ash about the follow-up of those jokes, especially the 2.5-point teacher that impressed her. The whole plot was full of a nonsensical and funny style. She liked it very much. After several days of traveling, Ash and his group finally arrived at Saffron City. As the central business district of the entire Kanto region, the city is full of tall buildings and beautiful young women. Wow. It's Saffron City, so beautiful. I'm going to go shopping later, by the way, Ash. Before Misty finished her words, she looked back and found that Ash was gone. Shopping again? Please spare me. Ash decisively ran to the Pokémon Center. After living in the open air for a while, he finally had a good rest. Back in the room, Ash took out the Pokéball. He released Ghastly, Pidgeot, and Milotic, and Pikachu stood aside and watched. Give 5 rare candy, IV.30 to 40 to Pidgeot, let it upgrade to V.41, learn Roost. Give 5 rare candy, IV.30 to 40 to Milotic, let it upgrade to V.37, learn Safeguard, Surf, Rain, Dance. 6 rare candy, IV.50 to 60, let Ghastly upgrade to V.61, let Ghastly's strength rise to the semi-champion level. Ghastly, who tried rare candy for the first time, exclaimed that it was magical, and his intimacy with Ash improved a lot. In this battle with Sabrina, we must ensure absolute safety. Ash decisively took out the rare candy in stock and used it. The next day morning, are you here to challenge the trainer of Saffron Gym? If you ask me, you will definitely not win. When Ash and his group arrived at the entrance of Saffron Gym, they were suddenly stopped by a middle-aged man wearing a hat and hiding his face. Pika tilde tilde. Pikachu was upset when he saw the uncle looking down on Ash and himself. Hey, there's a high-level Pikachu. No wonder you are so confident, but I still have to say that you are not qualified to defeat Sabrina. Her psychic blessing can also increase the combat power of Pokémon. Young man, give up quickly. Pikachu was emotional, and the exposed momentum made the hat uncle in front of him realize. This Pikachu is of a high level and well-trained. Looking at all the gym trainers in Kanto, it is not much worse than their main Pokémon. It is hard to imagine that a boy who looks young and looks like a rookie trainer who just started this year can train such a high-level Pikachu, and based on the intimacy between Pikachu and the boy, it doesn't look like it was given to him by his elders at home. The Rookie of Alliance has become stronger and stronger over the years, which is a good thing. But it is precisely because of this that he doesn't want Ash to die in vain. How abnormal is his daughter's strength? Sabrina has shown amazing psychic talent since she was a child. After so many years of laser focus, her psychic strength is no less than many Pokémon with superpower attributes. And psychic performed by humans is hard to defend against. His wife died because Sabrina couldn't control her emotions and her psychic suddenly went berserk. Now he doesn't want to see the tragedy happen again. Uncle, you don't have to bow your head. I have heard a little about what happened in the Golden City Gym before. You should be the father of Miss Sabrina, the leader of Saffron Gym, who has been missing for many years. Don't worry, I will defeat her and make her return to normal. Ash smiled slightly and said to the uncle in the hat. After Ash revealed the secret in his heart, the uncle's expression immediately became sad after being surprised. Alas, I didn't expect that someone still remembered the tragedy many years ago. Young man, I am very touched by your kindness. I don't want you to face my daughter. After the uncle's touching speech, he looked up and found that Ash and his group had already stepped into the gate of Saffron Gym. Looking at the figures of Ash and others, the uncle was a little silent. I have been living in a daze these years. No matter what, I must not let the tragedy happen again this time. After thinking about it, the uncle followed. Ash, the atmosphere in this Saffron Gym looks so heavy. Walking into the Saffron Gym, the dull atmosphere made Misty somewhat uncomfortable. Compared to the gym, I think it is more like a temple. Xiao Gang interrupted. Ash smiled and said that both of them were right. The style of Saffron Gym is indeed slightly different from other gyms. Hey, are you guys here to challenge the gym? Ash wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the man in a white coat and mask who blocked their way. Yeah, isn't it? Misty asked back. I advise you to leave quickly. It is impossible for people without psychic to defeat our gym leader, and you may not be able to bear the consequences of failure. The man in the white coat and mask seemed to be disdainful, but he was actually patiently persuading Ash and the other two to leave. He himself was once a psychic enthusiast in Saffron City, but the psychic that could be refined through spiritual power was too weak. So he wanted to study here with Sabrina and try to control a more powerful psychic. Then he was chosen by Sabrina as a subordinate to assist her in managing the gym and help her manage the gym. During this period, he was ordered not to leave the gym and witnessed countless trainers who failed to challenge Sabrina and were turned into dolls and trapped in Sabrina's toy house. From then on, whenever a trainer came to challenge, he would remind the other party intentionally or unintentionally to reduce casualties. Then the man in the white coat and mask showed his psychic to Ash and the other three. But his face turned red, which was just to force the spoon in his hand to bend slightly. Is this the psychic? It doesn't look that good. Misty saw the masked man's face flushed red and then slightly bent the spoon, and suddenly she didn't care. I'm not the gym owner's psychic is amazing. Let me tell you, the trainers who failed in the past were all turned into toy dolls by the gym owner using psychic. The white coat reminded with an exaggerated expression, but the next second the whole person was lifted into the air by a blue psychic force. The face flushed, the veins bulged, and the hands kept shaking. It was like a drowning person about to suffocate. Gym owner, I was wrong. The white coat and masked man was full of panic, knowing that he had just revealed too much information to Ash and the other two, which had caused the dissatisfaction of the talent hall Sabrina. Immediately stepped aside to make way for Ash and the others. No more persuasion, hee. Have you thought about it? If you lose, the price is to turn into a doll and stay to play with me. In front of the battlefield, Sabrina sat on a cold stone chair. The sound came from the lowly doll in her hand, dark green long hair, bangs, delicate and pretty features, but her eyes were cold and looked emotionless. The lowly doll in her hand was very strange and the movement of her mouth was extremely stiff. It looked like the resentful baby in horror movies responsible for scaring people. The mission required defeating and changing Sabrina, so Ash would naturally not back down. He motioned Xiaogang and Misty to step back and reached for the Poké ball on his waist. Since I dare to come, I will definitely not be afraid. After saying that, he released Ghastly, who had just been promoted to the semi-champion level. The moment Ghastly appeared, the air on the scene suddenly solidified and a gloomy wind blew across the battlefield. It makes one's hair stand on end. What? That's a ghost Pokémon that's beyond the elite level. At this moment, the uncle who quietly followed Ash and the other two, using Psychic to cover his breath, had his eyes narrowed sharply. Ash is just a rookie trainer. He already has a semi-champion level Pokémon 710. When did rookie trainers become so perverted? He felt that his worldview had completely collapsed. You know, most elite level trainers, they often need a long period of years to train Pokémon from the initial champion level to the semi-champion level. After being promoted to the champion level, it is even more difficult. The experience required for Pokémon increases exponentially, and ordinary battles cannot provide enough experience for elite-level Pokémon. In the field, the empty eyes of the lowly doll in Sabrina's hand also lit up with bright psychic blue light. The cold and emotionless voice sounded again, Ghost Pokémon. You are indeed different from those idiots in front, but it's useless. Psychic Pokémon are invincible. After the words fell, a Poké ball nearly half the size of its body appeared out of thin air in front of the lowly doll's hands. The Poké ball was controlled by Psychic and flew into the air. In the white light, a squinting Abra appeared. Abra level IV.20 qualification gold. This Abra should be the lowest level Pokémon among the gym leaders that Ash has challenged. The gold qualification can prove its excellence. Ash looked at Sabrina vigilantly. He knew that things back must not be that simple. Sure enough, the next moment the Yuli doll in the child's hand began to infuse Psychic into Abra. It evolved directly into a Brawl. Level IV.55 qualification gold. Unlike the underestimation in the original plot, Sabrina at this moment has already used all her Psychic to increase Abra's power. Not only did Abra evolve into a Brawl as in the original plot, but it also briefly entered the elite level. Of course, this is already the limit that Casey can bear. If the power is a little stronger, even though it is a psychic Pokémon with a strong ability to accept psychic, it will be counterattacked. Brawl versus Ghastly, Ash's face is as calm as water. The semi-champion fights the elite class, Ghastly has a big advantage. What he has to guard against now is Sabrina personally attacking their trainer. With Ghastly here, he doesn't need to worry too much about the frontal battlefield. Confusion. Use Shadow Ball, Ghastly. Ash doesn't want to waste time and he goes all out. A quick fight will put more energy on him. After all, compared to the Braveheart in front of him, she is much more threatening. If Sabrina during the Rocket Team executive period was cold-blooded and ruthless, she is now in self-isolation, and her psychic may go berserk at any time. She is more like a powder keg that may explode at any time. If Sabrina goes crazy because she can't beat him, then he has to pay attention to protecting Misty and Zyoging around him. Of course, although her psychic is strong, it is not so easy to attack Ghastly, who is at the semi-champion level. Ghastly is the confidence of Ash to challenge the Golden Lotus Pavilion. The battle situation is basically the same as Ash expected. In the field, Ujira tried to test Ghastly with confusion, but Ghastly went all out and threw several shadow balls at him. It was blown away before it could react. Ujira lost its ability to fight. Elite V's semi-champion, Psychic V's Ghost. Ghastly started with shadow balls and attacked with all his strength. It was reasonable that Ujira would be killed instantly. With the support of so many buffs, if Ghastly couldn't kill Ujira instantly, then it would have lived in vain for the past 1,000 years. I thought it would be an extremely fierce and bitter fight. Misty, Zyoging, and even the uncle hiding in the dark were all stunned when they saw Ujira being killed instantly in the field. Fight, is the battle over? I haven't seen anything yet. The firepower of the continuous shadow balls is so strong, Ujira was killed instantly and his expression suddenly became intriguing. Dissipate the blessing on Ujira Psychic. After receiving the evolution experience card, Yanjira quickly degenerated into the form of Abra. He, ha 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 ha. The mouth of the lowly doll in Sabrina's hand opened and closed stiffly. The sick, cold laughter resounded throughout the gym. The dark green hair moved without wind, and the beautiful eyes bloomed with dazzling deep blue light. Suddenly, the powerful psychic, which was as strong as a substance, flooded like a tide towards the position where Ash and others were standing. It seemed to drown and swallow all of them. Haunter, it's time for you to show your talents. Seeing that Sabrina's Yanjira was defeated head-on, and the situation gradually became out of control, Ash decisively took out the Piquet ball and released Haunter. Want to reproduce the scene in the original plot? At the same time, he did not forget to command Ghastly to move towards the audience, protecting Misty and Zyoging behind him. Always be alert to Sabrina's reaction. Also, as the executive of Team Rocket, Sabrina's situation is slightly different from Ma Zhigong. She locked herself in the Saffron Gym. Combined with the Pokémon of another famous psychic, Catlia, in the original plot, Ash has a deeper understanding of psychics. Catlia would also be furious at first because she lost the battle, causing her psychic to go out of control and cause serious damage. But then she left her hometown and went to the Unova region alone. With her own efforts, she successfully and perfectly controlled her psychic, so that it was no longer dominated by negative emotions and even became the Unova 4 days. On the other hand, Sabrina chose to join the Rocket Team and was promoted to the executive level, proving that she has made many contributions. But an evil organization like the Rocket Team is a gathering place for malice. After so many years, it is probably difficult for Sabrina to calm down and try to control the psychic. It may be that Giovanni also found that Sabrina was increasingly unable to control the psychic, so he ordered her to stay in Saffron City and not participate in the Rocket Team's actions. Haunter appeared and immediately started to show his funny attributes. Floated in front of Sabrina, who couldn't control her emotions and was about to go berserk with Psychic, and started to perform with winks. Make all kinds of faces and do weird movements. Ha ha ha. Sabrina, who had no playmates since childhood because of Psychic, was undoubtedly amused by Haunter's performance. The doll disappeared, and the tall and beautiful Sabrina suddenly laughed, and the closed emotion since childhood burst out completely at this moment. The originally cold and gloomy Saffron Gym, as Sabrina untied the knot in her heart, the gloomy and depressed feeling was swept away. That the gym badge of Saffron Gym. It seemed that she wanted to vent the emotions that had been suppressed for decades in one breath. Sabrina laughed almost non-stop for several minutes, and there was no sign of stopping yet. Ash was also afraid that she would laugh to death, so he quickly asked about the gym badge. This time, he walked closer to Sabrina with confidence. Sabrina came back to her senses and covered her belly, which was aching from laughing, with her hand. She wrapped the saffron badge with Psychic and handed it to Ash. Her tone was a little cheerful. I didn't expect you to help me suppress negative emotions. This Haunter has great acting skills. Sabrina's attention was no longer on the gym battle. This is just the beginning. Haunter still has a lot to learn. Thank you for the saffron badge. Ash took the badge and smiled. Ding, Saffron Gym Challenge mission completed. Defeat the Saffron Gym Master and help Sabrina restore smelling salts and control the psychic that sometimes gets out of control. Rewards 1 million points, rare candy, 50 to 60 level X5, Sabrina intimacy increased by 80% psychic entry potion, allows the user to learn psychic. Sabrina, you're finally back to normal. The uncle who had been watching in the dark for a long time burst into tears when he saw Sabrina back to normal and walked up to her father and daughter. Great, the family is finally reunited. Yes, this time it's really thanks to Ash. Misty and Xiaogang, who were watching, were also moved. Afterwards, Sabrina restored all the challengers and her mother, who she had turned into dolls, to normal. During the period, she also followed Ash's advice and apologized to the challenger trainers who she had turned into dolls. What caught everyone off guard was that many female trainers expressed their gratitude to Sabrina after learning about the situation. The reason is that although they were turned into dolls, their appearances still remained the same as before they were turned into dolls. Looking at the old man with the vicissitudes of life and Sabrina's mother, who was in her prime, standing together. If you didn't know, you would have thought that it was a father and daughter standing side by side. Ash immediately understood the thoughts of the female trainers who thanked Sabrina. Sabrina's psychic is really a bit against the sky. A sci-fi level freezing technology. If the wealthy people who sought immortality in Ash's previous life knew about this, I'm afraid they would rather pay a huge price to let Sabrina turn them into dolls. Ding. Trigger the couple mission. Please become a travel partner with Sabrina and establish a couple relationship. Mission reward, 100 W points, top quality psychic Pokémon egg. While thinking, the system task prompt suddenly sounded in my mind. Oh my. The couple mission with Sabrina is here too. Ash subconsciously looked in the direction of Misty, but found that she was happily watching Sabrina's family reunion. After Sabrina's family recognized each other, Sabrina's father warmly invited Ash and his group, who were about to leave, to stay as guests, wanting to express his gratitude to Ash. After all, if Ash brought Haunter, Sabrina would not be able to recover so easily. If Sabrina didn't recover, his wife couldn't be saved. Ash's contribution to the reunion of his family today was undoubtedly the greatest. During the dinner, Sabrina changed her usual cold demeanor and toasted Ash frequently to express her gratitude. Facing the enthusiastic Sabrina family, Ash could only treat them with sincerity, but he didn't like drinking and chose to drink juice instead. After dinner, Ash originally planned to return to the Jingjing Center to spend the night, but was warmly kept by Sabrina's father. Please give me flowers. Ash and his group stayed at the Saffron Gym. Late at night in Ash's room, after the fierce fight, everything returned to calm. Ash reached out and put Misty's exposed white arms back into the quilt and kissed her delicate face that still had a bit of blush. Sabrina, system task, aw. After lighting a cigarette, Ash was very calm at this moment. Sabrina, the super queen. Her appearance and figure are both at the level of female celebrities, plus the system's intentional matchmaking. I can only say that fortunately I had foresight and had bought the Harem Harmony ring in advance. Well, the system's products must be fine products. Misty will definitely play nice with Sabrina. At the same time, in which room? Sabrina's oval face was covered with red clouds, and her chest was heaving violently as her body floated in the air, as if she had just experienced something shameful. A thick book wrapped in dark blue psychic flew in front of Sabrina. Sabrina's gem-like eyes slowly opened. The title page was turned over: How to Quickly Capture a Man's Heart. Palu's masterpiece. Sabrina, who turned the page, seemed to have opened the door to a new world. Hey, can it be like this? This is quite interesting, but I always feel a little hypocritical. If I just do what the book says, I will soon be able to be with Ash like she just did. Sabrina whispered softly. The exquisite and beautiful face was full of expectations. The next morning, she didn't sleep well all night. Misty, who had a meaningless nightmare, got up early. Looking at the slightly messy bed, her face was a little shy. The eyes turned to Ash, who was sleeping in a Salacin position with a big letter. HMPH, you're like a bull, you don't even know how to feel sorry for others. Giving Ash a blank look, Misty swayed slightly as she walked into the bathroom. Breakfast time. In the surprised eyes of her parents, Sabrina took the initiative to apply for a trip to Ash. Ash, to avoid psychic runaway caused by emotional out of control, I want to travel with you. Misty and Xiaogeng were stunned when they heard it. Then they all looked at Ash. Ash was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone would take the initiative to propose to travel together. I agree, Misty. Xiaogeng, what do you think? Ash would naturally not refuse the mission requirements. Besides Sabrina, whose psychic strength is comparable to that of elite-level Pokémon. Such a powerful fighter, don't waste it. The slightly troublesome thing is her relationship with Team Rocket. If Giovanni learns that she has recovered, he will definitely send someone to find her. 170. I'd agree. I have no objections. Seeing that Ash had no objection, Misty and Xiaogeng nodded immediately. In this way, Sabrina successfully joined the team. At this moment, Ash's task interface has a new task added. Hidden task makes Sabrina completely break off her relationship with Team Rocket. Complete task reward. Mutewamage Evolution Stone Y Perfect level, Sabrina's favorability increased by 10%. After receiving the task, Ash's face looked a little strange. Persuading Sabrina to get rid of Team Rocket can also increase intimacy. It seems that she doesn't feel a sense of belonging to Team Rocket. After getting the Saffron badge, Ash has collected 4 gym badges so far. There are only 4 left to participate in the Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference, which requires 8 gym badges. The next destination Ash has set in Rainbow City. Ash and his group of 4 set off for Rainbow City. On the way, taking advantage of the break, Ash drank the psychic potion obtained by completing Sabrina's task. Get the primary psychic. After completing the Saffron Gym task, the system points balance returned to 114W. Ash decisively bought the 5th item in the store. Pokémon Intimacy Spray increases the intimacy of any Pokémon by 50% price. 800,000. Remaining points 340,000. So far, this batch of products has been sold out by Ash. As for the top product due to the evolution of the clam, Ash plans to consider it at the end. After all, this thing is of no help to him at the moment. 800,000 points are not a small amount. It is not too late to buy it later. Meanwhile, Team Rocket is out in the field. Giovanni is sitting in the large boss chair. One hand slowly strokes the head of Persian, who is crawling obediently beside him. In front of him, a short-haired female secretary in a black professional uniform is holding a booklet in her hand, waiting for his instructions. Tell me what interesting things have happened outside recently. The female secretary Manori nodded, opened her notebook and said seriously, Boss, there are 2 big things happening in Alliance. First, rookie trainer Ash, who had targeted Majishi executive, summoned a giant dragonite in Lanpolki City to confront a giant tentacruel. According to the news from the Alliance, the strength of that giant dragonite has obviously exceeded the champion level, and is on par with some legendary Pokémon. As for the giant tentacruel, it is worse. At most the strength of the champion level. Now that rookie named Ash has entered the vision of the Alliance's top management, if he performs well at this year's Indigo Plateau Conference, he is likely to be given special attention by the Alliance. Giovanni nodded, his expression calm. That kid Majishi has a lot of opinions about him. If there is a chance, I also want to meet him. Boss, although that kid has some talent, he is not a big deal. But the giant tentacruel that exceeds the champion level is Dragonite if we can capture it. At this point, the female secretary looked up to see Giovanni's expression. Pokémon that surpass the champion level are very rare. One alone can make their senior executives busy. If they can get that giant Dragonite, it will be a greater help to Team Rocket. Giovanni shook his head. It's just a giant Dragonite, it can't change the current stalemate between the organization and the Alliance. We don't need to spend energy looking for it. In Giovanni's opinion, capturing the giant Dragonite cannot achieve the final result. Unless we know where it is now, there is no need to waste manpower and resources to find it specifically. Nodding, Mana continued. The second thing is that Sabrina Executive seems to have been able to control her extremely unstable psychic, and she also restored her mother, who she turned into a toy with her own hands. What's more strange is that she didn't contact the organization afterwards, but embarked on a journey with the rookie trainer named Ash. Hearing this, Giovanni frowned slightly. Sabrina was able to recover from that situation. After recovering, she deliberately distanced herself from Team Rocket. The key is that this matter is actually related to Ash. Boss, I checked the trainer named Ash, but he is just an ordinary trainer from Pallet Town. His father went on a trip in his early years and never came back. His mother supported the family. Do you want it? As he said this, Mantori made a gesture of wiping his neck. Giovanni shook his head again after thinking for a moment. No, you send someone to contact Sabrina secretly and observe her changes carefully, especially her stance. The organization has more important things to do now. Giovanni tapped the table with his fingers seemingly nonchalantly and continued to ask, "By the way, how is the experiment going on in New Island?" The experiment went smoothly. According to the news from the laboratory over there, your strongest weapon will be launched in the world in half a month at the latest. Okay, tell the researchers over there that success or failure depends on this one move. I will go there in person to celebrate for them. Boss, what name do you plan to give this strongest weapon? Name, since it is the strongest weapon made with Mew genes as the theme, it must be better than Mew. Let's call it Mewtwo from now on. As expected of you, boss, what a good name. Makoto nodded quickly and complimented with a smile. On the way to Rainbow City, passing through the town, Ash changed the Pokémon he was holding. Haunter was also sent to meet his brothers. Currently, Ash is carrying 6 main Pokémon. They are Ghastly at level 61, Pikachu at level 40, Milotic at level 37, Squirtle at level 29, Charmeleon at level 30, Pidgeot at level 41. In order to prepare for the gym battle in Rainbow City, Ash plans to raise the level of Charmeleon recently. There will be more leveling next. With the primary Psychic, Ash's efficiency in finding wild Pokémon groups has increased a lot. Sabrina was quite surprised to see him using Psychic. Remember when he was at the Saffron Gym, there was no Psychic fluctuation on Ash. Although she was surprised, she did not ask Ash. After all, just like she was once the executive of Team Rocket, everyone has their own little secrets. Ash, everyone is exhausted. Why don't we stop and rest for a while? Misty wiped the sweat from her forehead, looked up at the scorching sun, and suggested to Ash. 17, they had been walking for a whole morning since they set out from Saffron City. Because Ash wanted to level up Charmeleon, they did not take any shortcuts, but took the longest route. They walked forward on various rugged mountain roads. Their physiques were not as good as Mega Rookie Ash. Even Psychic Sabrina was only strong in mental strength and had to rely on Psychic slack off on the way. After walking for so long, everyone was a little tired. Ash looked at the tired people and Charmeleon, who was panting after dozens of battles. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. Was he a little too hasty? He only thought about leveling up quickly, but he didn't consider the feelings of his friends. This is really wrong. Since he captured more and more high-quality Pokémon, Ash has become more and more sensitive to the level increase of Pokémon. So many talented Pokémon, but unfortunately they can't fully realize their talents due to level restrictions. Whenever he thought of this, Ash's mentality became impetuous. When leveling up, he always felt that the level of Pokémon increased too slowly, and he wanted to speed it up. He also ignored the original intention of starting the journey. The result is important, but the scenery along the way is beautiful enough. He can fully enjoy the journey while improving himself. Ash silently reflected on his behavior and decided to correct it in the future. Yeah, everyone is tired, let's rest here. Sabrina, Misty, you guys rest first, I'll go help Zyoging. Ash released all the Pokémon and let them move freely. Then he let Charmeleon, who was already exhausted, rest well and took over Misty's usual work of helping Zyoging. Yeah, don't make it too rich, just enough for everyone to eat, Misty nodded. There is no need to say much about Zyoging's cooking skills. Since he joined the team, the problem of food has never bothered them. During the break, I chatted and laughed with Sabrina. Since embarking on the journey, Sabrina's personality has become much more cheerful. She also gets along well with the straightforward Misty. Of course, it may also have something to do with the ring. During this period, after a high-intensity battle, Charmeleon's level has increased from IV.30 to IV.34, which is a big increase. No wonder she looks so tired. Ash also specially prepared some high-quality energy cubes for Charmeleon to quickly restore its physical strength. In addition, he also used the massage technique he learned from Zyoging to quickly relieve fatigue for Pokémon to give Charmeleon massage therapy. It can be seen that the effect is also quite good. After the massage, Charmeleon fell asleep soon. After lunch, Ash and others did not continue to rush on the road but set up a tent on the spot and prepared for a lunch break. Wait until the sun is not so scorching before setting off for Rainbow City. In the tent, Misty fell asleep. Ash sat cross-legged outside, emptying his mind, and began to practice the elementary psychic he had just obtained. On the way, he also asked Sabrina several times about psychic-related combat skills. Sabrina also gave a high evaluation of Ash's current psychic strength. Even the best psychic apprentice in her Saffron Gym is far inferior to him who has just practiced psychic. After some attempts, Ash came to a conclusion. The elementary psychic he has is basically equal to the strength of a psychic Pokémon of around IV.30. Skilled control after learning how to use psychic, the strength can be slightly improved. At this time, he was trying to improve himself using the method of practicing psychic that Sabrina taught him. About half an hour of hard training is over. Ash opened his eyes with some disappointment and smiled bitterly. Sure enough, my psychic still can't practice on its own. It's different from the one that Sabrina was born with. He followed the method of tempering spiritual power that Sabrina gave him to improve the strength of psychic. After half an hour, he made no progress. He could use the psychic in his body as if it were an arm, but he couldn't increase the strength of the original psychic in his body by 563. In the future, to improve the strength of psychic, he still had to rely on the system. Time passed bit by bit, and in a blink of an eye, the sun hanging high above soaring in the sky was moving westward. At noon the next day, when the group was having lunch, an uninvited guest came to the temporary campsite. A Mankey who looked quite power-trip and lacked education swaggered towards them. Finally here, my Mankey, Ash's eyes lit up. He reached out to stop the Pokémon around him who were eager to give Mankey a lesson. He stretched his body, and a light blue psychic light surged in his dark eyes. That's right, this time Ash planned to do it himself. Ever since he took the primary psychic potion, he would ask Nana about the use of psychic whenever he had free time. Sabrina taught him a lot and gave him her own suggestions. She told Ash that if he wanted to verify his proficiency in psychic skills, fighting Pokémon was undoubtedly the best way. It would be best if he had to face a wild Pokémon with strong aggressiveness. Ordinary sparring is difficult to stimulate the fighting instinct of a psychic player. At the same time, Sabrina also reminded Ash to pay attention to the control of negative emotions, so as not to be in an extreme situation like her where he could not control his psychic and went berserk. On a stone not far away, Mankey looked at the delicious rice balls in Ash's hands, and he wanted to grab them immediately. However, the Pokémon around Ash that exuded a strong Hidekey aura gave him a strong sense of threat. It dared not act rashly, let alone approach Ash as carelessly as in the original plot. He could only wander around, waiting for Ash and his friends to relax their guard and steal a few rice balls. Although he has a bad temper, it doesn't mean he has no brains. Why is this human staring at me? Did he find out my intention? Mankey, who was wandering around the travel area and looking for a chance to escape, saw Ash looking at him and subconsciously felt that something was wrong and was ready to find an opportunity to slip away. But when he saw that only Ash stood up and walked towards him, he stopped. This human trainer couldn't have a problem with his brain. He didn't need the extremely strong Pikachu next to him to deal with him, but he dared to walk towards him carelessly. Just in time, I could grab the rice ball in his hand, and the hat on his head was also very nice. Thinking of this, Mankey went forward confidently. Ash, is it really okay like this? Misty was a little worried when she saw Ash was going to deal with Mankey alone. Although she knew that he had psychic and a perverted physique, he was not like an ordinary weakling trainer. But Pokémon is Pokémon after all, and it naturally has a huge advantage over humans. This is true for both strength and physical strength. At this time, she stared at Ash, who was walking towards Mankey nervously, fearing that she would miss any details. Don't worry, with his psychic, it's okay. Sabrina on the side saw Misty so nervous and said with a smile, the level of this Mankey is not too high, and Ash can definitely deal with it with his primary psychic level. And when Ash first showed his psychic in front of her, she was skeptical and directly used psychic to give him a full body check. Not only did he know his psychic strength, but he also unexpectedly discovered that he also contained a more pure and powerful power. With Ash's humanoid Pokémon-level physique, it was not difficult to win the battle with Mankey. Facing Ash, Mankey decisively rushed forward after confirming that the other Pokémon around him did not intend to intervene. He quickly rushed to Ash and pretended to snatch the rice ball in his hand and the hat on his head. Well, he had to hit him in the face before. He punched him and turned around and ran. His speed was much faster than it, as long as the Pokémon around Ash could not react. Mankey came straight to Ash, bounce splash. One hand stretched out to Ash's head, and the other hand grabbed the rice ball in his right hand, trying to kill two birds with one stone. In his head, he was also imagining that when Ash's things were snatched away, he kicked him in the eye socket when he was stunned. Let this human experience the consequences of despising himself. Unfortunately, the idea was beautiful, but the execution was completely different. Mankey seemed to be under a spell of immobilization. His entire body was fixed just a few inches away from Ash. No matter how hard he struggled, he could not move for a minute. His body was completely out of his control. A layer of psychic blue light appeared on his body. Mankey cast a rageful look at Ash, the instigator. But apart from impotent rage, he found that he had no means to threaten Ash. In this way, the immobilized Mankey could only watch Ash wandering around him. The piercing laughter sounded particularly ironic. It seemed that he had thought of something. Ash first let the rice balls sway in front of Mankey's eyes and then ate them in one bite. Then he took off the hat he wanted to steal, put it on Mankey's head and then put it back on his head. Such a murderous act made Mankey so angry that his lungs were about to explode. If looks could kill, Ash should have been tortured countless times in Mankey's eyes. Gon, Misty, and even Sabrina didn't quite understand the meaning of Ash's actions. Just when Misty wanted to ask Ash, the scene in front of them gave the answer. A dazzling white light burst out from Mankey's body. What is this? It is going to evolve under such circumstances. The Ash Pokémons who were watching the battle were also extremely surprised. It seems that Mankey was so angry with Ash that he performed an instant evolution on the spot. Didn't Ash just let you grab the hat and rice ball, and he showed off these two things in front of you? I didn't expect that Mankey would be so angry. No wonder the Pokémon Pokédex said that Mankey has a very bad temper. Mankey IV.30, Infernape IV.30. The level itself is high enough, plus a little emotional stimulation, Mankey can directly evolve Infernape. Ash's mouth curled up. No wonder this Mankey could be kicked into evolution by James in the original plot. He was mentally prepared and naturally couldn't fail. After seeing Mankey evolve into Infernape, he immediately removed the psychic used to imprison it and blessed it on himself. Then he taught the newly evolved Infernape a lesson with his agile dodge and modern fighting skills with Psychic. Let it understand what real fighting is. Promise, half a minute later, Infernape found that no matter how hard he tried, Ash could easily dodge its attack, and then a psychic-powered iron fist hit its face. After being hit hard by Ash for several times in a row, Infernape finally chose to give in. After a few rounds, it was really impressed by Ash's powerful fighting ability. Besides, it can see that Ash has no ill will towards it. Otherwise, he would have punched it in the vitals and knocked it down. I really don't know what this human trainer is. His reaction ability and physical strength are even more abnormal than their fighting Pokémon. He even has Psychic. Their biggest advantage over humans is gone. Take out a Pokéball and put Infernape in it. The already convinced Infernape did not struggle and entered the Pokéball consciously. Pokémon, Infernape. Attribute Fighting. Abilities, Unyielding. Level IV.30. Qualification Purple. Skills Focus Energy, Fury Swipes, Low Kick, Seismic Toss, Brick Break, Fire Punch, etc. Items None. After catching Infernape, Ash checked Infernape's panel. Purple qualification was not unexpected. In the original plot, Ash won the P1 fighting competition not long after catching it, and its talent was not bad. Hidden ability Unyielding, Ash was also quite satisfied. Normally, the most perverted one is the Rage Point, which will increase the attack power directly after being hit in the vitals. If that attack failed to knock Infernape down, Rival would be waiting for a terrifying counterattack. But considering that Infernape's final evolution, the Forsaken, once it evolves, the Rage Point will be replaced by Mental Power, which is quite hurtful to it. All I can say is that the Rage Acupoints are good enough, but it's not worth it for Infernape to give up its final form. Ash plans to train this Infernape well. As for Anthony, the guy who covets his Infernape, Ash will definitely ignore him this time. Through the Pokémon Pokédex editor, Ash temporarily teleported Squirtle back to 190 Professor Oak's laboratory. Let it meet its three younger brothers. The three Squirtle brothers are now very famous in Pallet Town. They have put out fires and saved residents' property in time several times, and their performance is outstanding. They are deeply trusted and loved by the residents of Pallet Town. Except Sabrina, Zyrogging and Misty looked at Ash with strange eyes. Misty even touched and pinched Ash's body up and down, making Ash very itchy. When she ran to touch the area below the chest, Ash severely stopped her. This girl, can she touch that place in front of everyone? At least wait until night. Ash, were you a psychic and fighting Pokémon in your previous life and reincarnated here? Misty couldn't help but complain. She had never seen a Pokémon trainer as outrageous as Ash. When facing a larger-scale battle, ordinary trainers would try to keep their distance, fearing that they would be affected by the Pokémon's attack, and the battle was basically dominated by Pokémon. As a result, Ash rolled up his sleeves and went into battle himself and beat Infernape without any temper. That was Infernape, not only one of the most irritable guys in the fighting Pokémon, but also very powerful fighting skills. I didn't expect that Ash could cure it by himself. From what you said, Sabrina must have been a Pokémon in her previous life, like Gardevoir. Yeah, it's possible. Misty nodded subconsciously and replied. Ash smiled and reached out to scratch her nose. I see you are envious of our psychic, don't you think so, Sabrina? I won't get involved in your business. Sabrina turned her head decisively, not intending to watch them show their affection. Humph is yours, just a psychic. You, Misty looked at Ash with a smile on his face and hesitated to speak. She complained silently in her heart. Perhaps it was because of his fighting type in his previous life that she suffered a lot every night. This is still the case when Ash is holding back. If he goes all out, this trip will definitely not go on. If she had complained about Sabrina joining the team at first, now she wishes Ash would take Sabrina immediately. This way she can have a teammate when dealing with Ash. The warm moment with Misty ended, and Ash released the newly captured Infernape from the Pokeball and applied medicine to it. Infernape was Ash became very obedient after being taught a lesson. When applying medicine, he looked at Ash eagerly. The intimacy phi density also increased rapidly. Ash was also quite relieved about this. The higher the intimacy of his Pokémon to the trainer, the less likely it was to leave. This time, he would not give Anthony that guy a chance. After applying medicine to Infernape, the group continued to move towards Rainbow City. On the way, Ash still focused on leveling up Charmeleon and improving it. The Grass-type Rainbow Gym and the Fire-type Cinnabar Gym in the future will be left to it to deal with, especially the battle against Blaine in Cinnabar Gym. After all, the opponent is the former Fire Elite of Kanto. Under the uncertainty of whether the opponent will go all out, Charmeleon's strength is naturally the stronger the better. In the original plot, the battle between Charmeleon and Charizard was also very exciting in the original version. 2 days later, Ash and his group arrived in Rainbow City smoothly. Relying on Sabrina Psychic's larger perception range, Charmeleon obtained several experience packs of high-level wild Pokémon groups, plus hundreds of Beedrill groups. After paying a large amount of potions and tree fruits, Charmeleon's strength level soared rapidly. Charmeleon from IV.34 to IV.39. Charmeleon directly increased by 5 levels, just a hair's breadth away from crossing the level threshold. What's more strange is that such a high level has not evolved. Does it have to encounter Aerodactyl to evolve? It stands to reason that Ash now lays a solid foundation for Charmeleon and completely eliminates the hidden dangers left by Damien in it. Plus the level is high enough, it is definitely not a hasty evolution. At present, the only reason why Charmeleon has not evolved is the influence of the plot. Entering Rainbow City, the group first came to the Pokémon Center as usual, asking Nurse Joy to restore the Pokémon's physical strength. Then they rested for a day at the Pokémon Center. Travel requires relaxation in moderation, and high-intensity training and challenging gyms are not advisable. Proper leisure and play are a must. At night, Zyoging showed his affection to Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center and asked her for advice on how to treat Pokémon injuries. Ash was dragged by Misty and Sabrina to go shopping. Walking on the street, surrounded by 2 beauties, one big and one small, Ash became a successful person in the eyes of tourists. Misty and Sabrina are beautiful in their own ways, but the key is that they have a harmonious relationship. When they walk together, they talk and laugh just like real sisters. Passers-by who can figure out the relationship between the 3 cast Mr. Backlot eyes on Ash. His behavior with beauties on both sides is simply a role model for our generation. The next day in the morning, Ash and his group left the Pokémon Center and set off for the Rainbow Gym. Ding, gym mission triggered. Challenge the Rainbow Gym and get a badge. It is detected that you have half of the badges. Next, the Chain Challenge mission will be launched. First round, defeat the gym leader Erica and get the Rainbow Badge. Reward. The level of any main Pokémon held will be instantly increased by 10 levels, without any sequely 500,000 points. Note, this mission is a chain mission, and any failure in the challenge will be considered a mission failure. After listening to the system prompt, Ash was obviously stunned. Chain mission? What's the new trick? The previous gym missions were not like this. However, the rewards given by the system are just what he wants. At present, he is worried because he has captured a large group of high-quality Pokémon, but he can't cultivate them. Although the shortcut to improve the intimacy of the gym leader is gone, it is just a little regrettable. You know his Ghastly is now level 61. If he is randomly selected, wouldn't he be able to enter the 3rd level God Realm in one fell swoop? This reward is much more perverted than the previous ones. The 4 people and 1 pet came to the Rainbow Gym. As expected, the gym door was closed. Hey, Ash, there seems to be no one in the Rainbow Gym. Why don't we go to the surrounding shops to ask what's going on? Misty looked at the closed door of the Rainbow Gym and suggested to Ash. Usually, the gym owner will not close the gym directly unless there is something serious. At worst, he will ask the apprentice to help guard it. As the former Nibai gym owner, Zyoging felt that things might not be that simple. Ash shook his head. That's not necessary, I know where the Rainbow Gym owner is. After he finished speaking, he looked at Zio and Sabrina. Misty, didn't you say before that the perfume in Rainbow City is very famous? Sabrina, come with me, I'll take you to have a look. Perfume. Let's go and have a look. Great, I've heard that the perfume in Rainbow City is of high quality. I'll choose carefully later. Compared to the calm Sabrina, Misty was very excited. With the enthusiasm that was comparable to Ash's when he was leveling up Pokémon, she led everyone straight to the perfume street in Rainbow City. The perfume shop opened by Erica is undoubtedly one of the most famous shops in Rainbow City. The perfume sold there is deeply loved by most women in the Kanto region, making Rainbow City the favorite city for female travel trainers. In the original plot, Misty, who didn't know that the owner of the perfume shop was Erica, the owner of the Rainbow Gym, brought Ash here. As a result, the stupid thing with the straight man attribute offended Erica with a few words and was almost rejected from challenging the gym. This time, after watching the demonstration, he naturally wouldn't repeat the same mistake. And he also has his own understanding of perfume. Just kidding, this thing is also good for it. Just pick a few that you like to smell. In the perfume shop, Ash accompanied Misty and Sabrina to try one perfume after another, and he didn't seem impatient. Occasionally, he made reasonable comments on the perfumes on the way. The classic perfume advertising slogans that he remembered when he accompanied girls shopping in his previous life popped out one by one. The sales girls in the store all cast fangirl eyes at him. After a while, he picked out several sets of brand-name perfumes for Misty and Sabrina respectively. In addition to the ones for them, Ash also picked out a set of perfumes suitable for stay-at-home mothers for his mother Delia through the sales girl. And because the perfume shop is famous enough, it often receives orders from other cities, so it also opened a courier service. Ash filled in the address, paid a little more shipping fee, and asked the perfume shop to deliver the perfume to his mother Delia in Pallet Town. Such convenient service also made Ash praise Erica's perfume shop. Guest, it turns out that you want to challenge the Rainbow Gym. When checking out, Ash asked about the Rainbow Gym. The female clerk invited Erica, who was dressed in a kimono and had short blue hair, out. Many people in Rainbow City knew that this perfume shop was opened by Erica, and her staff were also the original staff of the gym. Therefore, Erica did not feel strange because Ash ran to the perfume shop to find her. Please ask for flowers. But I didn't expect that he would invite me to challenge in this way. Yes, Miss Erica, when we went to the Rainbow Gym just now, we found that the door was closed. Please forgive me for coming here to find you. Haha, it's okay. It's rare to find a boy who can patiently choose perfume for Stephanie. You are very good. And as the gym owner, it is also my duty to accept the challenge. Wait a moment, I will hand over the work, and then I will accompany you back to the gym to complete the battle. Due to Ash's performance since entering the store, Erica has a good impression of him. Especially Ash's somewhat exaggerated but pleasant evaluation of perfume, plus his very good treatment of Stephanie and his mother, gave her a very good first impression. Erica deliberately increased the speed of handing over tasks and returned to the Rainbow Gym with Ash and others. 2 more shop assistants followed. They are still needed to act as referees in the gym battle. It is worth mentioning that one of the red-haired gentle big sisters seemed to be very interested in Xiaoging's XP. On the way, Xiaoging also chatted with her crazily. If it were any other time, Misty would say a few words. But this time, the red-haired big sister under Erica seemed to have a good impression of Xiaoging, and the two had a good chat. Erica, who was walking in front, also enthusiastically introduced the Rainbow City to Ash and others, and which places were suitable for shopping and playing. Sure enough, as long as you don't show your resistance to perfume and grass-type Pokémon in front of Erica, the other party will be warm and gentle to you. Seeing Erica so easy to talk to, Ash recalled the original story in which he made a straight male speech to Misty in the perfume shop, labeling perfume as useless. As a result, he was boycotted by the Rainbow Gym and finally relied on the Rocket Trio to sneak in disguise. Ash couldn't help but sigh at the importance of pleasing others. Buying a perfume can improve the favorability of Misty, Sabrina, Mama Hua, and even Erica. Save many unnecessary twists and turns in challenging the gym. The money is undoubtedly worth it. The rules of the gym challenge are 3v3. The gym owner sends out Pokémon first and the challenger attacks first. During the battle, only the challenger can change Pokémon. When all Pokémon of either side lose their combat ability, they are considered defeated. Now the battle begins. On the referee's stand, the sweet girl wearing a shop assistant uniform waved her hand to announce the official start of the gym battle. Erica took out a piquet ball and threw it elegantly. Get ready for battle, follow the monster. Tangela blue qualification level IV.25. Tangela's appearance is like many vines entangled together. That is, the two-dimensional style looks good. At this moment, it is somewhat curious in Ash's eyes. It must be said that Erica, this beautiful woman, seems to have a wild appearance of the grass-type Pokémon she captured. Tangela's level is only IV.25, and the blue qualification is at the same level as most wild Pokémon. Obviously, this is a benefit that Erica, as a gym leader, prepared for him. Usually, only rookie trainers can enjoy it. When facing rookie trainers, qualified gym leaders always start with easy ones and then go to difficult ones. After finding out the level of the challenger, they will increase the difficulty appropriately. After all, the purpose of setting up gyms by alliance is mainly to test trainers, and gym leaders have no pursuit of winning or losing. If the performance of the trainer exceeds expectations, the gym leader will not fight you to death. And even if the level is a little worse, as long as you can perform well in the gym battle, you can also get the recognition of the gym leader. There is a chance to get the badge issued by the gym leader. Get ready for battle, Charmeleons. Ash released Charmeleon. The level IV.39 Charmeleon is much higher than Tangela. This Charmeleon is very strong, it should be not far from evolution. As a grass-type gym leader, Erica undoubtedly encounters the most fire Pokémon when accepting challenges. The first time she saw Charmeleon, she was sure that this Charmeleon must be extraordinary. The aura emanating from his body is more fiery than many Charizards. Thank you for the compliment from the gym leader. It is indeed not far from evolving. But when it evolves depends on its own will. Okay, respect Pokémon, Ash, you are very good. Erica already had a good impression of Ash, and now she has a better impression of him. Many people say they like and love Pokémon, but there are very few trainers who can really accept that their Pokémon will not evolve. After all, evolution is the simplest and crudest way to greatly improve the strength of Pokémon. Some people even use the method of forcing Pokémon to evolve in order to make Pokémon stronger quickly. In comparison, Ash's approach is too gentle. In order to respect the ideas of Pokémon, Captivate, which has strong combat power in the final form, can be abandoned. If Charmeleon alone is not enough, then the Pikachu standing on his shoulder can prove this point even more. Of course, Ash and Erica's thoughts are not the same as Mikey's. Not to mention that his Pokémon have excellent talents, even if they don't evolve, they still have perfect offensive props given by the system. Charmeleon Flamethrower. Tangela Razor Leaf. The battle between Charmeleon and Tangela is about to start. With the huge level gap and attribute restraint, Tangela has been at a disadvantage from the beginning. After 2 rounds, the Blazing Flame attack burned its Vine Whip to a charred black, and a Dragon Claw resolved the battle. Tangela basically did not pose a threat to Charmeleon. Seeing Charmeleon easily defeat Tangela, the amazing Flame attack may be stronger than some of its evolved counterparts. It is definitely a very difficult challenger. At this moment, Erica also put away the mentality of testing Ash. She put Tangela back into the Pokeball and then released her second Pokémon, Weepinbell. Weepinbell, level IV.35 Artisan Purple. Its strength is much higher than Tangela. Although it has not yet evolved into Victreebel using Leaf Stone, its strength cannot be underestimated under the command of Erica, a grass-type specialized trainer. Charmeleon Flame Vortex Trapid. Erica confidently sent out Weepinbell, but it was defeated by Ash's Charmeleon in less than a minute. This overwhelming momentum made her have some illusions for a while. Was she challenging the gym or Ash? As the gym leader, she was easily defeated by him. Although it was restrained by attribute, Ash's Charmeleon was still unscathed after defeating her 2 Pokémon. At this rate, it's normal to defeat 3 at once. No, I can't let him push the team. Subconsciously, Erica wanted to send out her main Pokémon to save the situation a little. At least she had to defeat this Charmeleon. She was in charge of the Rainbow Gym, and her strength was at the quasi-elite level. Some of her Pokémon were already over level 50, entering the elite level. Sending anyone, even with attribute restraint, should be able to defeat Ash's Charmeleon. But in a flash, she gave up the idea. Ash was just a rookie trainer. It was his ability to train Charmeleon so well. Erica never forgot the responsibilities of a gym leader, just push the team. Gym battles are mainly for assessment. Since it's an assessment, there must be a fair standard. With a wry smile, Erica threw out the third Pokeball. A Vileplume at level Roman 4.38. This Vileplume is the main Pokémon of her second team, and is usually sent out only when facing a challenger with extremely high potential. Normally, it is enough to deal with more than 90% of rookie trainers. However, facing Charmeleon, who has attribute restraint and a higher level, and Ash, who has exquisite tactical command and can perfectly seize the opportunity, and is not like a newly debuted rookie trainer. Erica is rarely confident, suppressed the inexplicable uneasiness in her heart. Vileplume Sleep Powder. Erica commanded Vileplume to use Sleep Powder. Volplume is large enough and has accumulated enough pollen. After receiving Erica's order, the overwhelming sleep powder immediately covered Charmeleon. Charmeleon, jump up to avoid the flamethrower. Relying on amazing explosive power, Charmeleon leaped high into the air before the powder spread, and a blazing flame came out of his mouth. Protect Volplume 2.3. Erica had already experienced the power of Charmeleon's fire skills. Naturally, he didn't dare to let Tangela take the flamethrower head-on. Volplume raised his hand to support a blue energy barrier to isolate the flames. At the same time, Charmeleon landed smoothly on the field outside the coverage of sleep powder. And at the moment of landing, Charmeleon exerted force with his legs and rushed towards Volplume like a rocket. The body was quickly covered by blazing flames. Oh. Is it Flare Blitz? Ash stared at Charmeleon in surprise as he rushed towards Volplume with flames. He didn't expect Charmeleon to learn a new skill in the battle. It was a physical skill of the fire type. Just like that, the cyan barrier just disappeared, and Volplume, who had no time to react, was knocked out of the field by Charmeleon. The whole body was charred and white smoke came out of his mouth. Boom boom. Amidst the violent explosion, Volplume lost her ability to fight. It was Flare Blitz. Seeing Charmeleon showing a slightly painful expression after being injured by Flare Blitz, Erica was completely stunned. Can Charmeleon learn Flare Blitz? You know, many elite-level Charizards have not been able to learn this physical fire move. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen, and there was a little more admiration and mystery in her eyes when she looked at Ash. She didn't lose this battle unfairly. In terms of Pokémon training, she is far inferior to Ash. In the same period, she would never have been able to train such a powerful Charmeleon. Volplume lost her ability to fight, and the dinosaur was defeated. The winner of this gym battle is the challenger Ash. Seeing that their gym leader Erica was defeated by Ash in a 1-on-3 battle, the two beautiful shop assistants were also very surprised. The results of the battle were announced after a long delay. As a grass-type gym leader, Erica usually has to deal with challengers who command fire-type Pokémon the most. Over the years, there has never been a rookie trainer who defeated Erica with such an overwhelming force as Ash. I remember that a challenger from Pallet Town 17 a while ago formed a team of 3 all-fire-type Pokémon, but Erica also defeated 2 Pokémon, and the victory was not as clean and neat as Ash's. Ash, you won this gym battle. Your Charmeleon is very well trained. I wish you a good performance in this year's regional conference. As she said, Erica took out the rainbow badge and handed it to Ash. It was just a fluke. Ash took the badge politely. Put the rainbow badge into the badge box, where 5 gym badges were quietly lying. Now Song Chaju can qualify for the Kanto Regional Quartz Conference with 1 badge. Ash, are you interested in staying in Rainbow City for 2 more days? I just happen to have something to discuss with you about perfume promotion. Adjusting her mood, Erica said with a smile. Seeing that she was thinking about the advertising slogans she had just read in his store. Ash shook his head decisively and refused, saying that he would definitely do it next time. At that time, he had already used up all the advertising slogans stored in his mind. Wouldn't it be better to stay here and wait for Detta? Okay, we should continue our journey. Ash turned around and called his friends in the audience to continue their journey. Ash, I'm not going to leave. Ash and Misty looked at Xiaogang in surprise. Why, are you not going to continue on the road of a breeder? After all, a breeder is different from a trainer. I can still continue to study in Rainbow City, Xiaogang said to Ash with a smile. Then he took the hand of the red-haired big sister beside him. So soon, the two of them confirmed their relationship. For the rapid development of the two, not only Ash, Xiao, Sabrina and the other two, including Erica, the shop owner, were all stunned. After a brief moment of confusion, Ash would naturally respect Brock's choice. After blessing him, Ash left with Misty and Sabrina. Brock's departure was somewhat unexpected for him. Now the team has to replan their living arrangements. Pokémon and their food issues have to be reconsidered. Ash, are you just going to let Brock stay? They have only known each other for less than half a day. It doesn't seem very reliable. Could that big sister be attracted to Brock's status as a gym trainer? After walking out of the gym, she asked hesitantly. This kind of love at first sight is not very reliable in her opinion. I remember when I first met Ash. I know that Ash only has a slight affection for her, and it's not as fast as the relationship between Gon and the red-haired sister. Since Gon has made up his mind, all we can do is congratulate him. We outsiders can't interfere in matters of love. Ash looked at Misty meaningfully and said, I can only say that Misty is a carefree person. In the original plot, she and he always kept a distance, and the trio in the original version just formed a stable triangle. And now, the two have confirmed their relationship. During the trip, Gon was basically like a light bulb. Ash also noticed that whether in Blue Pulchai or in Rainbow City, Gon deliberately created a space for the two of them to be alone. Now there is Sabrina who also has a crush on Ash. He is more cautious, and the red-haired sister under Erica does meet his mate selection criteria. Under the influence of various factors, it is not surprising that he chose to leave the team. Not so many, but I believe Gon can handle it. Ash interrupted Misty. He glanced at the two girls and then smiled bitterly. Let's first consider the food problem for our trip after Xiaogang leaves the team. Xiaogang's importance in the team is self-evident. After realizing that she might never be able to eat Xiaogang's delicious dishes again, Sabrina's beautiful eyes flashed blue light, and she subconsciously turned around and wanted to go back to the Rainbow Gym to catch Xiaogang back. Ash saw this and stopped her decisively. Holding one by one, he brought the two girls to the Pokémon Center. Ding! The Gym Mission Challenge Rainbow Gym has been completed. It is detected that you have 5 badges. The second ring mission will be triggered when you arrive at the next 200th gym. Reward: the level of any main Pokémon held will be instantly increased by 10 levels, without any sequely 50 W points. The current randomly selected Pokémon is Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur IV.30 upgraded to IV.40. Ash received the mission reward and smiled. Although I didn't get the highest level Ghastly and Earl Dervish's partner Pikachu randomly, but Bulbasaur is also good. After the 10th level upgrade, its speed will become extremely amazing. Bulbasaur's upgrade makes Ash very excited. This is just the first round of the gym series. The rewards for the next mission may be even more exciting. Ash can't help but look forward to the next gym battle. With Xiaogang leaving the team, Ash and his team really have to stay in Rainbow City for a while. Purchasing travel food and Pokémon food must be put on the agenda. The three of them are all average cooks, and it is definitely unrealistic to want to eat delicious food in the future. After going to the department store, Ash and his friends bought the highest specification and price instant food. They are all specially prepared for travel trainers. The main point is convenience, and it is definitely not delicious. For now, we can only make do with it. After getting the rainbow badge, say goodbye to Xiaogang. Ash and his group set out to head towards Fuchsia City. On the way, they needed to replenish some consumables such as Pokémon food and Pokémon training equipment that were sold out in the Rainbow City department store. The three of them entered a city with a strange name called Yo-Yo-Yo District. The city was full of high-rise buildings, and there were few green plants on both sides of the streets, which looked a little less lively. After replenishing the consumables, Ash and his group went to the Pokémon Center as usual to restore the contest condition of the Pokémons, so that the next trip would be smoother. Walking into the lobby of the Pokémon Center, Ash immediately saw many Pokémon with depressed expressions. None of them had obvious external injuries. Then Ash's eyes were attracted by one of the more familiar figures. Isn't this Misty's Psyduck? In the original plot, Misty seemed to have captured a Psyduck here that was afraid of water and couldn't swim, and was very psychic. The duck god who often has a highlight performance in anime. Nurse Joy, what's wrong with these Pokémon? They all look a little listless. Misty also noticed this group of listless Pokémon and immediately asked Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy came here just now and seemed to say that it was caused by some kind of sleep wave. She is planning to find the source through a special radio wave tracking device. Nurse Joy explained to the two. As soon as the voice fell, Miss Jenny Shaw walked into the Pokémon Center with a patron taper. Let it use sleep waves to offset the influence of the hypnotic wave of another drowsy, so that the Pokémon in the Pokémon Center will return to normal. Most of the Pokémon have recovered smelling salts, but Psyduck is still stupid and doesn't look very smart. After that, Officer Jenny took Drowsy to the city's Central Park without stopping. There are still many children who are affected by the hypnotic wave and imagine themselves as Pokémon. Just thinking about how to ask Nurse Joy to take Psyduck away. Nurse Joy stared at Psyduck with a slightly distressed expression. Other Pokémon have returned to normal. Why is this Psyduck still stupid? It doesn't look changed at all. Tilda. Does it mean that Drowsy needs to give it another blow? Ash rolled his eyes when he heard Nurse Joy muttering. Is there a possibility? Duck God Psychic has a superb talent and is not affected by the hypnosis wave at all. As for the current appearance, is it because it is stupid? Hey, the boy with Pikachu and the two Stephanies, are you interested in taking this Psyduck away? Nurse Joy looked at Ash and the other two who were still in the lobby of the Pokémon Center, and her eyes lit up. This Psyduck has no trainer. She brought it back when she was outside to treat those Pokémon affected by the hypnosis wave a while ago. Now that the other Pokémon have returned to normal, they can be sent away. Pokémon Center has returned to normal life. But Psyduck can't be released directly into the wild in its current state. But if it stays in the Pokémon Center, she can't take care of it. As a medical staff member of the Pokémon Center, she can't always be with it. The best way is to give it to a Pokémon trainer to take care of. We don't want this stupid guy. I think Nurse Joy, you can wait a little longer. Maybe there will be other trainers willing to adopt it. Just like in the original plot, although she loves water Pokémon, she has no interest in the stupid Psyduck and has no intention of catching it. After saying that, Misty wanted to call Ash and Sabrina to leave quickly. However, neither of them had the intention of turning around. Misty immediately cast a puzzled look at them. Misty, I think this Psyduck is pretty good. Nurse Joy, let's take this Psyduck away. Ash decisively took over the responsibility of taking care of Psyduck for Misty. It is worth mentioning that Sabrina also seemed to see the extraordinariness of Psyduck. It is not difficult to understand how, as a psychic, she can't see the strangeness of the Pokémon. Just when Sabrina wanted to adopt Psyduck, the little guy jumped off the table and walked to Misty with his head touched blankly. It looked like he was determined to follow Misty. Okay, thank you so much. I'm happy for Psyduck. Nurse Joy said to Ash with gratitude. Wait, let's discuss it. Misty obviously didn't want to adopt Psyduck. Although it has a water type, she really doesn't like silly Pokémon. But before she finished speaking, Ash took her away. We can't let Misty reject the Pokémon. There are many highlights of Psyduck's psychic in the original plot. Although as a pure water-type Pokémon, Psyduck can't swim and is afraid of water, and its water gun skill is pitifully weak, which sounds outrageous. But this Psyduck's potential in Psychic is simply too abnormal, but it takes a headache to trigger it in the early stage. Besides, now there is a Psychic Sabrina in the team. Seeing that she also wanted to subdue Psyduck just now, maybe she can solve Psyduck's shortcomings in this regard. Ash, you are pulling me away, is it because this Psyduck has something special? Although she is arrogant, Misty is not stupid at all. After a brief dislike for Psyduck, she immediately realized that Ash's attitude was wrong. Li Hao, she thought that her eyesight in selecting Pokémon was far inferior to Ash's, so this silly-looking Psyduck was chosen by him, so it must be because of something special. Ash nodded decisively. That's right, Misty, you should capture it first. Ash will definitely not harm your Mai. Sabrina also said with a smile at this time. As a psychic, she could see the specialness of Psyduck at a glance. What surprised her was that Psyduck's psychic potential has not been developed yet, and it stands to reason that Ash's psychic level should not be able to detect it. Or maybe he just has a unique eye for selecting Pokémon. Okay, Psyduck, will you be my partner? Even though she still had some dislike, out of trust in Ash and Sabrina, Misty still took out a Pokéball from her waist. Psyduck also took the initiative to enter the Pokéball. Keta tilde tilde. On the grass, Psyduck, who was released from the Pokéball by Misty, scratched his head with a face full of clear stupidity. It looks like a not very smart Psyduck. Ash, are you sure it's really special? Misty circled Psyduck twice and looked it up and down. She couldn't see Psyduck's extraordinary qualities at all. Don't worry, Misty, try to communicate with it first. After saying that, Ash activated Psychic to scan Psyduck. I want to try to check Psyduck's headache. Hearing this, Misty smiled and said to Psyduck, Psyduck, since Ash said you have outstanding features, it must be right. Come show me your ability. After all, it's a water Pokémon. Let's start with the simplest water gun. Misty pointed to a small tree as thick as an arm in the distance and signaled Psyduck to aim there. Keta tilde tilde. Facing Misty's instructions, Psyduck still responded with her clear and stupid eyes, with a kind of innocent beauty. Psyduck, did you hear me? Aim at the tree over there and use the water gun trick. Misty was a little flail 470, walked up and picked up Psyduck and shook him. Keta tilde tilde. This time Psyduck's long reflex arc finally couldn't hold back. Psyduck broke free from Misty's hands and fell to the ground, opening his mouth and shooting out a weak and thin stream of water. The water column didn't hit the tree before it splashed on the ground. Psyduck looked at Misty again with a clear look. The scene was extremely embarrassing for a while. Misty felt bad all over. This is not a water gun trick. The water from the faucet spit up is much stronger than this. Although Ash was prepared for Psyduck's weakness in water skills, he was still amused by the scene. He suppressed his laughter and walked forward to pat Misty on the shoulder. Calm down, Misty. Think positively. Psyduck still has a lot of room for improvement in water skills. It's already amazing that he can learn water gun. Ash. Misty cast a look full of grudge, gnashing her teeth and showing her little tiger teeth. The meaning is obvious. Ash must give an explanation. The reason for trying every means to make her BHFH subdue Psyduck. Seeing that Misty was a little bit broken, Ash stopped teasing. Misty, don't look at Psyduck's silly appearance. He can't even use his own water skills well. In fact, its attainments in Psychic are extremely powerful. As soon as these words came out, Sabrina's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. It seems that Ash probably really noticed Psyduck's abnormality through Psychic. Misty looked at Psyduck with a suspicious expression. But Pokémon with good psychic talents all look quite smart, and Psyduck's image doesn't match that. Then I'll have to trouble Sabrina. Ash looked at Sabrina, who was watching the show, and smiled. According to his guess, the reason why Psyduck usually behaves like a fool is that his reaction is much slower than other Pokémon. It is mainly because it has too high a talent in Psychic, and the speed and strength of the Psychic converted from spiritual power in its head are a bit over the standard. The overly powerful confusion even brought heavy pressure to Psyduck's head. From the performance alone, the extremely slow reaction speed and the whole Pokémon looking stupid are all evidence. As long as the head is attacked and stimulated by pain, the control of confusion will be improved. Therefore, in the original plot, Psyduck's head was attacked several times when facing danger. Under the effect of headache, Psychic was used to save the situation. When the pain disappeared, it immediately returned to its stupid look. Sabrina possessed extremely powerful Psychic, so she naturally did not need to release Psyduck's confusion by hitting his head. Well, I'll try. Sabrina nodded, her eyes lit up with deep blue light. She used her own Psychic to ease the conversion process of Psyduck's spiritual power to Psychic and relieved the pressure of Psychic on the head. In just a few seconds, Psyduck's slightly stupid eyes became visibly smarter. Misty, you can try to give orders to Psyduck again now. Sabrina looked at Misty and said. Well, Psyduck used confusion to attack that tree. Misty nodded and gave the order, bang. With a muffled sound, Psyduck activated Psychic to cut the tree that the water gun had failed to hit in half. Awesome! Misty immediately showed a surprised expression. For this attack, Psyduck only used 1/10 of Psychic. In that case, can you lift the boulder over there, Psyduck? After listening to Sabrina's words, Misty gave the order again. Boom boom. With a loud bang, Psyduck activated confusion to lift a boulder about 5 meters high and weighing tens of tons, and then let it fall heavily to the ground. The boulder fell to the ground, and the entire ground shook. Misty was already stunned at this moment. Who am I? What just happened? Is this the true hidden strength of Psyduck? She couldn't imagine that Psyduck, whose water gun was not as powerful as a faucet, could lift a boulder weighing dozens of tons with Psychic. The contrast was too amazing. Moreover, the Pokémon Pokédex clearly stated that Psyduck was a water-type Pokémon. Although it could use Psychic moves, it really didn't have a Psychic type. Those who didn't know would think it was a Pokémon with a main Psychic type and a little bit of water skills. It was completely the opposite, but it was really great that Psyduck had such a strong Psychic. I didn't expect that it looked stupid and silly, but it was unexpectedly powerful. No wonder Ash decisively agreed when Nurse Joy asked them if they wanted to adopt Psyduck. She didn't even give her a chance to. However, Misty and Sabrina knew that Ash must have his own reasons for doing things, and the two girls did not ask too much. Especially in front of Anthony, who had just been confronted by Ash. Even if Ash really did something wrong, they could only side with him at this time and ask about the situation after returning. Not to mention that the situation is still unclear. After hearing Ash's words, Anthony's defense was broken. Because what Ash said was absolutely right, he is indeed a loser. He gambled everything, including the court hearing, just to win a P1 fighting championship. But in fact, the P1 fighting championship is just a small event held by a small circle for fighting Pokémon. Ordinary towns hold it once a year, and 630 is only a small-scale competition. He has been in the competition for about 10 years, but he has not even won a championship. Those fighting Pokémon specialists of the same age as him who are keen on fighting championships have already won the P1 fighting championship and challenged higher-level fighting events. Only he was still struggling in a small town with so few people. His wife and daughter knew that he had no talent for this and repeatedly persuaded him to give up this path. But he not only didn't listen, but also scolded them severely and hid in the mountains to start special training, just to be able to avenge the previous shame in the P1 fighting competition this year. Humph. The ambition is very ambitious, but young man, I advise you not to be too ambitious. It's better to be practical. Pokémon Master, it's impossible for you to accomplish it. You know that I have made the P1 fighting competition my goal, and have been training hard for so many years. Pokémon battles are not children's play. Anthony scolded Ash with the weapons of an experienced person. Really, why do I feel like you're too incompetent? In my opinion, the P1 fighting contest is just a small competition for fighting Pokémon enthusiasts. It's not difficult to win the championship. Such a goal can make you pursue it all your life, even at the cost of abandoning your wife and daughter. It's hard to imagine how low your level is. In his previous life, what Ash couldn't stand the most was the knowing brother elder who relied on his age and said he was good for you. The key is still the kind of relationship that is not related at all. Listen to a loser talking about life insights here. Ash instinctively retorted, "After all, Anthony, this old guy, is not a good person." In the original plot, this guy saw that Ash's Infernape was strong and had high potential, so he shamelessly asked for it, which was enough to disgust him. Even if he didn't accept the task, Ash planned to teach him a lesson in the so-called P1 fighting contest. He said he was helping with the training, but in fact he saw that Ash had just captured Infernape and had not yet established a deep friendship, so he coveted its talent. Otherwise, why didn't you contact Ash to return Infernape after helping him train? In the end, it was just the innocent Ash in the original story, who had just started traveling and had no social experience. That's why Anthony tricked him into sending Infernape away, the Infernape with the unyielding ability and purple qualifications. Ash dared to say that it was rare in this town. Anthony could not only realize his dream of winning the P1 fighting competition by tricking it away, but also win more honors if he trained it carefully. Not to mention the big cities. At least in this small town, he can hold his head high in front of his wife and daughter, and his social status is rising. Unconsciously watching the anime, Ash finally understood the dignity of the trainer after traveling in the real Pokémon world for a while. It is no exaggeration to say that if this town can produce a trainer who is one of the top 16 in the Indigo Plateau Conference, when he returns home, the mayor will probably have to hold a highest-level welcome ceremony to welcome him. Now Ash will definitely not be fooled by Anthony. This Infernape can definitely be cultivated as the main fighting Pokémon. Sent to Anthony, not to mention the qualification advancement. I am afraid that he is even confused about how to evolve Infernape into Forsaken, which is completely a waste of Infernape's talent. Humph, ignorant boy. The P1 fighting competition is not as simple as you think. You can try to participate. I am afraid you will be eliminated in the first round. After Ash's continuous setbacks, Anthony blushed and replied, .014110017 Fulu 084542200. Take Hitmonchan away to continue training. Although he wanted to beat Ash up, he was not stupid. Pokémon battle level is not high, but life experience is still there. Alliance registered trainer who can travel, accompanied by 2 female companions who claim to be gym trainers. He dare not bet whether the other party is lying if the 2 female companions of the boy in front of him are really gym trainers. Then Hitmonchan in his hand is just a delivery. Don't be beaten by the other party when you don't win. That would be too embarrassing. This muscle, after all, can only be used to show off to his wife and daughter at home, and you can go out when you say you want to go out. You have to think carefully when you are outside. After all, if you are not careful, you may offend a big shot. Ash ignored the harsh words Anthony said before he left in disgrace. In the original story, Ash and Infernape can easily win the P1 fighting tournament, and now there is no need to consider it. After all, the P1 fighting tournament is just the smallest of the fighting tournament series held in a small town. With his command level 2.0 and the strength of Infernape, if he can't win the championship, there is no need to continue traveling. It is better to go back to Pallet Town to raise pigs. After all, there are Misty and Sabrina, 2 gym trainer-level beauties accompanying him, and they don't have to worry about food and clothing, and their life is extremely comfortable. After walking out of the open space where Anthony and Hitmonchan trained, Ash and the other 2 continued to move towards the town not far away. Seeing that everyone around was their own people, Misty finally couldn't help but ask, "Ash, what exactly is the abandonment of his wife and daughter that you mentioned when targeting that uncle just now?" "Yes, you seem to know a lot about him." Sabrina also cast a curious look at Ash. At this time, there are no outsiders, and the 2 of them can also ask questions. "Excuse me, everyone, my name is Rebecca." "Excuse me, have you seen my father?" "He is the trainer who follows a Hitmonchan. He likes to wear a white vest and has been away from home with Hitmonchan for many days. My mother and I are very worried about him." Ash was about to explain to the 2 girls. He was interrupted by the red-haired girl who was walking towards him. Ash pointed to the way he came. "Go a few kilometers in this direction, there is an open space, they are training there." "Thank you so much." The girl named Rebecca bowed to Ash and thanked him, then hurried over there. After Rebecca left, Ash looked at Misty and spread his hands. Here, it literally means abandoning his wife and daughter. "Bah, irresponsible man, I should have scolded him with you just now." Seeing that the daughter had come to 17, Misty immediately understood. She regretted not scolding with Ash. As for Sabrina, she looked at Ash with some curiosity. "Ash, how do you know about their family affairs?" I heard him say it himself. He is a guy who is still chasing his dreams at an old age. We met a similar person at the beginning of the trip. Ash gave a decisive explanation. Misty, who had experienced the Flint incident, immediately helped Ash and Sabrina to tell the story. After listening, Sabrina said it was reasonable. It can only be said that Ash's guess was quite accurate. Wu and Anthony's behavior are essentially similar. For Anthony, Ash's idea is to teach him a lesson. Let him realize the gap between ideal and reality. Honestly return to ordinary life. After all, I used to be a Pokémon trainer, and it is easy to get a satisfactory job when I return to life. If I continue to pursue my dream, the end may be desertion from my friends and relatives. When I came to the town, I asked a passerby and learned that the P1 fighting competition would be held in 3 days. Ash decisively went to the registration office to register. As for the Pokémon registered for the competition, it was naturally Infernape. Although the P1 fighting competition did not seem to be of any help to Ash's next challenge to Indigo Alliance, the two women still supported him very much. The main reason was that Anthony's behavior of abandoning his wife and daughter was too bad. And one of them once had a happy family, and the other just had a happy family, naturally couldn't bear to see this. It is a good thing to pursue dreams, but it must be combined with the actual situation. The wife and daughter are innocent, and they are all implicated by his unattainable dream, and their lives are a mess. They hope that Ash will teach Anthony a lesson in the P1 fighting competition. It would be best if he can clearly realize the gap between the ordinary and the untalented. Destroy his dream and let him return to his family. If they didn't have fighting Pokémon, they would have signed up for the P1 fighting tournament. According to the rules of the P1 fighting tournament, although non-fighting Pokémon can be sent, it is forbidden to use skills other than fighting type and fighting technique. If a Pokémon does not meet the above conditions, it can only rely on its own melee ability to compete with other participating Pokémon, such as Charizard, Rock, and other Pokémon. Other Pokémon will still be at a disadvantage if they participate in the competition. Looking at all the Pokémon Misty holds, there is probably only one Wartortle among the water types that is barely qualified, and only a few close combat skills are useful. As for Sabrina, who specializes in Psychic type, let alone Psychic type Pokémon that is also Fighting type, and it must be strong enough. In the Kanto region, there are very few Pokémon that can meet the above two conditions. All Ash could think of was the Mutewalk's form. Not to mention whether it could come true, it was a bit too exaggerated to use a legendary beast to compete in such a small-town competition. However, as long as it could teach Anthony a lesson, it didn't matter whether they went or not. The only thing they had to worry about at the moment was that Anthony was eliminated before he met Ash. It was not a complete loss, so they still felt hopeful and continued to pursue their dreams over and over again. However, Misty's worries were quickly rejected by Sabrina, who had Psychic. She said that she would definitely let Ash and Anthony meet in the P1 fighting competition. 3 days before the P1 fighting competition, Ash and the other two stayed in the town. Because the town was a bit remote and there was no Pokémon Center, and the nearest Pokémon Center was dozens of miles away, Ash and the others could not enjoy free food and accommodation as usual. They simply paid to stay in the hostel with the best environment in the town. A farmhouse villa, specially prepared food. The price is also very attractive. Fortunately, Ash is rich now, Heidke is thick. In fact, if it weren't for the convenience of treating Pokémon and seeing the gentle and beautiful Nurse Joy, Ash could have taken the two girls to live in a high-end hotel in a big city. There is no need to get Pokémon Alliance's stuff for free. There are still 320 days before the start of the P1 fighting competition. Ash has not slacked off in these 3 days. He said that he won the championship easily, but it doesn't mean he will relax. As a Pokémon trainer, it is a taboo to underestimate rival. Ash also made a series of special training plans for Infernape and started to implement them. After all, he just captured Infernape not long ago, and there are still many aspects that can be improved. Skill proficiency, reaction speed, and even fighting skills need to be strengthened. With Ash, a Pokémon Master-level trainer, coaching personally, Infernape improves these aspects very quickly. Its fighting skills have also officially entered the house. Not only are the skills connected smoothly, but the ability to seize opportunities has also improved a lot. Not only that, Ziobu also incorporated modern fighting techniques into Infernape. For example, using small swings to dodge enemy attacks, and then waiting for an opportunity to counterattack and punch. After the regular training, Ash would also take Infernape out of town to level up. There are not many wild Pokémon around the town, and the levels are generally low, but this does not bother Psychic Ash. After 3 days, he helped Infernape level up from IV.33 to IV.34. This leveling efficiency is something that Anthony's Hitmonchan would not even dare to think about. Ash was training, and Misty was also busy. Psyduck did not participate in the training due to special circumstances. Her other Pokémon were all trained step by step according to the training plan specified by Ash. After all, she will inherit the Cerulean Gym in the future and become a Water-type Pokémon Master. It can't just be a lip service. Because of Ash's excellent level of training Pokémon, Misty's strength has improved a lot compared to the original plot. The only one who was relatively free was Sabrina. She was in a good mood and focused on her own psychic every day, trying to perfectly master the balance point of mental power conversion psychic. During the day, the three of them were busy with their own things, and they worked hard as trainers. At night, they sat together to communicate their feelings and have interesting interactions. Late at night was the time for Ash and Misty. Every time she felt sore all over the next day and couldn't get out of bed, Misty couldn't help but feel lucky that she didn't have the idea of monopolizing Ash. Maybe she had such an idea at the beginning. She was not happy that he would have another Stephanie in the future. Now it seemed that Ash's love alone was too heavy. To put it bluntly, she was already a little overwhelmed. After 3 days of hard training and upgrading, Ash would occasionally pay attention to the top-quality water Pokémon egg given by the system. But there was still no movement to this day. He was a little curious about what Pokémon was hatched. It couldn't be the same as Neja. This Pokémon egg has greatly exceeded the hatching cycle of ordinary Pokémon eggs. If it weren't for the system reward, he would even doubt whether there was something wrong with the egg. 3 days later, the P1 fighting competition finally officially started. It was just a small competition, and the fighting arena was also very simple. But for this small town, the P1 fighting competition held every 10 years is already a rare large-scale event. The townspeople's enthusiasm for watching the game is still very high. After successfully entering the venue with Misty, Ash got his own competition number plate with the registration certificate. Then he waited for the schedule to be released in the rest area with most of the backstage players. Anthony, who had a conflict with Ash a few days ago, was also there. At this moment, he seemed to be explaining something to Hitmonchan beside him. I think he was preparing for the P1 fighting competition. His eyes turned a little unfriendly when he looked at Ash and the other two. Of course, Ash would not give him a good look. It is worth mentioning that Anthony's daughter Rebecca was standing not far away. She had repeatedly persuaded her father to return to the family to no avail. She was bullied by her father and kept a certain distance from Anthony. She looked at her father Anthony with a look of hesitation. After all, it was a rare event in the town and there were many contestants. It was mainly young people in their 20s. There were also uncles like Anthony, but they were rare. They basically came here to make themselves familiar. The eyes of the girls in the town were basically focused on the young guys. Old Deng like Anthony, who devoted all his energy to the P1 fighting competition, but got nothing in more than 10 years. Naturally, no one paid attention to him. Ash was observing the others and many people were observing him. Compared to Anthony, who had made no achievements in decades, other players were obviously more wary of Ash, who was accompanied by an extremely imposing Infernape. But looking at his overly young face, it was guessed that he should be the rookie trainer who had just started traveling this year. Even if this Infernape looked very strong, it would be easy for Trainer to fall behind if he was not strong enough. They regarded Ash as a rookie who had a good family background and could cultivate several excellent Pokémon, but whose command level was a mess. The P1 fighting competition was indeed just a low-level fighting competition, but not everyone could easily reach the top. The favorites to win this competition were familiar to each other. It was obviously unrealistic for an outsider trainer who knew nothing to win the championship by defeating them. After all, in Pokémon battles, trainers who did more harm than good to Pokémon were often seen. As for Anthony, he kept showing off his muscles to other contestants except Ash, trying to overwhelm rival in terms of momentum before the game started. Soon the P1 fighting competition officially began. Ash, come on tilde. It doesn't matter whether you win or not, you must teach that uncle a lesson. Ash smiled and nodded at the two women and walked onto the stage. In the first match of the P1 fighting competition, his rival was a tall and thin man with squinty eyes. Also with squinty eyes, Zyoging looked very decent, but this guy exuded a strong smell of vulgarity. The eyes staring at Ash were also full of hostility. I have been traveling so far and I am still single. No one cares about him even if it is backward compatible. On the other hand, Ash, who is surrounded by two beautiful women with different styles, is very intimate with him. It is absurd that the tall and thin squinty man kept denouncing the injustice of the world in his heart. Then he sent out his Pokémon with a cold face. Poison type, Nidorina with normal body shape and color. Its evolved form is a frequent visitor in the P1 fighting competition, one of the favorite Pokémon of many fighting players. Ash sent Infernape to fight. Adhering to the mentality of not despising any enemy, he decisively commanded Infernape to launch a fierce attack. Under Infernape's hurricane-like comet punch at the beginning, Nidorina fell down before she could hold on for 10 seconds and lost her fighting ability directly. This is too weak. Ash looked at the gloomy face and narrowed his eyes and couldn't help complaining in his heart. If it weren't for the mission reward and teaching Anthony a lesson, there would be no point in participating in such a competition. But think about it and you can understand that after all, this is just a fighting competition in a small town. In the original plot, Ash, who was trained in the early stage and commanded a mess, could win the championship with Infernape, who didn't cooperate well. Rival was obviously not that strong. This also made Ash sigh that Anthony was really a waste. How dare he take Ash's Infernape away? In the original plot, Ash was too kind to give Infernape to him. It was a waste of Infernape's talent. In the fighting competition, one match after another continued. Ash and Infernape easily defeated various rivals and advanced to the finals. The rival in the finals happened to be Anthony, which made Ash very satisfied with Sabrina's arrangement. By manipulating the schedule through Psychic, Anthony encountered the weakest rival on the way to the finals. Even so, when he advanced to the semifinals, he still almost lost to rival, and Sabrina almost couldn't help using Psychic. It can only be said that there is a reason why Anthony has not won the P1 fighting competition for more than 10 years. At this time, stepping onto the highest final stage of his life, Anthony only felt that his time had finally come. The moment of fulfilling his dream is coming. He felt as if he had divine help in all the way through, and he had completely got the script of the protagonist. Looking at the final rival Ash, he smiled contemptuously. He glanced at his daughter in the audience and was proud. Let you not be optimistic about me. Today, I will win this championship to show you that my talent is unquestionable. At the same time, many young contestants who had already excluded Anthony and Ash from the rival range of 577 became clowns at this moment. Unexpectedly, these two actually stood on the final stage. So they quickly adjusted their emotions and shifted their attention to the damage comparison. They even began to discuss the winning rate of Anthony against Ash. Most of them concluded that Anthony 6, Ash 4. Anthony has more than 10 years of experience in the competition, although this is his first time to enter the final. At least he has rich experience in the competition. In comparison, Ash is not so reliable. As a rookie who just started his journey, whether he can maintain his mentality on the final stage is a very serious problem. If the emotional fluctuations are too large, it is very likely that there will be mistakes in command, and Anthony, an old man, will seize the opportunity to attack. If Ash had not won the promotion all the way, they would have given Ash a lower winning rate. Based on the current analysis, the only way Ash can win is to beat Teacher to death with random punches and attack fiercely without giving Anthony a chance to react. Hitmonchan, this is our first time on the finals stage, we must seize the opportunity. Abby tilde. In the field, Anthony and his Hitmonchan had a sensational conversation. Judging from his appearance, I wonder if he was so affectionate when he proposed to his wife. On the other hand, Ash, who looked calm and even played yawn, was completely different from him. Ash. Come on. Because rival was the elderly player Anthony, the little girl from the same town cheered for Ash instead. Misty's voice was also mixed in. After a passionate conversation, Hitmonchan didn't have time to get into a fighting posture. He was hit hard by Ash's brick break and fell to the ground, losing his fighting ability directly. Hiss tilde. The audience gasped. What the hell is this the end? They analyzed it for so long off the field and concluded that Anthony had a higher chance of winning. As a result, his Hitmonchan was killed in an instant. At this moment, the audience supporting Anthony turned into clowns again. Good man, this is not an ordinary rookie training, it's just a little monster. I declare that the champion of this P1 fighting competition is Ash from Pallet Town and his Infernape. The referee announced the result of the battle. Soon, the staff took a golden belt symbolizing the champion to the ring and put it on Infernape. Although it is not a prop produced by the system and has no attributes. But after Infernape put on this golden belt, it inexplicably felt a bit more powerful aura. As the champion of this P1 fighting competition, Ash undoubtedly became the focus of the audience. The townspeople did not hesitate to praise him. Even Ash was called the strongest P1 fighting champion in history. Just because his Infernape could easily defeat rival with one blow on the final stage, this championship came too easily. There was no such a strong champion in the past. As losers, Anthony and his Hitmonchan were naturally ignored. After all, competitive games have always been winner-takes-all. It can even be said that after more than a decade of hard work, the runner-up position lost to Ash was Anthony's best result. It's a pity that if he wants to participate in higher-level fighting events, the champion of the P1 fighting competition is just a stepping stone. After all, it's just a competition that can be held once a year in any small town, and his runner-up position is useless. After the game, Ash and Infernape accepted the championship photo together. Infernape was very happy touching the gold belt. It was a sharp contrast with its appearance. During the period, Ash borrowed Infernape's gold belt to observe it. The result was also disappointing. This gold belt is completely a showpiece, and only the appearance looks golden. Even the outer layer was reluctant to be plated with a layer of real gold, but chose to use paint instead, which made Ash sigh that the P1 fighting event organizer was really stingy. Hello Ash, I see your Infernape is extremely talented in fighting. I also remember you said before that your dream seems to be to become a Pokémon Master. This dream requires too much energy. And this Infernape is obviously more suitable for fighting events. I can't bear to see its talent being wasted if so. I believe Infernape will not be happy. In order for Infernape to continue to shine in fighting events, Ash, why don't you let me train it? I believe I can definitely make it a top fighting Pokémon. Failed again. He still failed to face the reality. He still thought that this failure was just because Hitmonchan's talent was too far behind Infernape, and he had no problem at all. On the other hand, Ash had no experience in fighting events, but he could win the championship with that Infernape. Thinking carefully, his Infernape must be extraordinary. He didn't care about his face because he had evil thoughts. He started chatting with Ash, who had just scolded him not long ago. Ash is a trainer who just started traveling. He is not very experienced and his mind is not very mature. From the Pikachu standing on his shoulder, we can see that he is a trainer who loves Pokémon. It is just right to use the future of Infernape to carry out moral kidnapping. Even if the two of them had conflicts before, they are all minor matters. It is undoubtedly the most reasonable choice for Ash to put aside the past grudges and hand over Infernape to him for training. Anthony stared at Ash intently, with a pure greedy look in his eyes which he concealed well. He pretended to do this for Ash's good. Ash put his hands in his pockets and watched Anthony's performance coldly. I didn't expect this old guy to be so shameless. Just lost to Ash in the finals and turned around to try to trick the Pokémon that defeated him and won the championship from Ash. Ash immediately scolded him. If it wasn't him today but a fool, Infernape would really be tricked away by him tilde. Anthony, who was a little embarrassed by Ash's scolding, was about to refute when Misty took over. She had long disliked Anthony, and now this old guy actually wanted to trick Infernape away from her boyfriend. The key is still playing the moral kidnapping trick. What do you mean Infernape's talent will be wasted in Ash's hands? In her opinion, any Pokémon that follows Anthony is unlucky. Compared to Ash, Zyaralu is direct and unscrupulous in output. The fact that Anthony could abandon his wife and daughter for a small P1 fighting competition was also revealed. This made the townspeople who thought Anthony pursued his dream with the consent of his family despise him immediately. At the scene, Anthony became a street rat for a moment. He was angry and was about to attack Misty. Ash immediately gave Sabrina a look. Sabrina understood what she meant and activated Psychic and Teleport to teleport him to another place. Well, you killed my father. Seeing this, Anthony's daughter Rebecca looked at Sabrina eagerly. She was watching the whole thing, knowing that her father was the one who was wrong and felt guilty. Don't worry, I'm just teaching him a lesson. Sabrina snorted and replied coldly. She always looked down on scum like Anthony, especially now that he has set his sights on Ash. At the same time, several kilometers away, Anthony appeared in a river sky without any warning. Plop. The psychic attached to his body dissipated and he fell directly into the river. He became a drowned chicken in a miserable state. Ding. Complete the plot mission. Use Infernape to participate in the P1 fighting competition and win the championship without giving Anthony a chance. Task reward. Power enhancing potion. Increases the power of Pokémon by 20% after use. At this time, Ash's mission reminder sounded at the right time. The event ended successfully. Ash refused to send Infernape and won the championship with it. He also taught Anthony a lesson. Ash just felt happy. The matter was settled and the group continued to head to Fuchsia City. After 2 days of traveling, the three of them settled in Black Cloud City on the way. This is an industrial city with extremely serious environmental pollution. It was once very prosperous, but due to the serious pollution caused by wastewater and waste residue discharged from the factory, soaring in the sky, rivers and the sea were seriously polluted. Ash, the air here is too bad. It really is, it smells like Grimer. Walking into this seriously polluted industrial city, Ash's mentality was still quite good. In the original plot, he had captured a muck with very good qualifications here. That muck also performed very well in the competition. Of course, leaving aside Muck's qualifications, Ash mainly wanted to see it and Professor Oak kissing. One of the classic scenes of the original edition cannot be missed. Sabrina, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? At this time, Ash found that Sabrina beside him frowned and looked a little solemn, and asked immediately. The air quality in Black Cloud City is very poor, and Ash is also afraid Sabrina got sick because she was not feeling well. In the original plot, Pikachu also became listless when he arrived at Kurokumo City. But this time he gave it a panacea in advance. It made it temporarily immune to the negative contest condition. No, it's just that my psychic perception is giving me a warning. There is a very likely Pokémon with amazing strength living in this city, which is a great threat to us. Sabrina replied solemnly. She hasn't had this feeling for a long time. The Pokémon that can make her feel deeply threatened must be the elite peak or even the champion-level Pokémon, but wild Pokémon of this strength are really rare. Oh. Even you think it's a great threat. That's not a simple matter. After hearing Sabrina's words, Ash's eyes lit up. As an executive of Team Rocket, Sabrina's strength is definitely at the Elite 4 level, and Psychic has a keen sense of smell. I think there must be a powerful Pokémon hidden in Black Cloud City. Considering that it can threaten Sabrina's existence, it may even be as powerful as his Ghastly. Such a powerful wild Pokémon, I wonder. Ding. Trigger limited mission. Please capture Zapdos temporarily staying in Black Cloud City before sunset today. Complete mission reward. Item Thunder Summoning Orb, which condenses the power of the electric law. After the Pokémon carries it, the power of electric type moves increases by 80%. Get points 200W. Before he finished speaking, a message suddenly flashed in his mind. It made Ash stunned. Limited mission to capture Zapdos. Good guy. In other words, the threat perceived by Sabrina is Zapdos. Although it is not Zapdos with the priesthood of God of Thunder, it is still a real legendary Pokémon. Good guy, does the system want me to be a legendary Pokémon? Accept this mission, there is no doubt about it. The only power station in Black Cloud City that can attract Zapdos. Based on the time limit of the mission, it will probably leave Black 6 City soon. In the original plot, Ash didn't meet Zapdos in Black Cloud City probably because the travel progress was relatively slow. Zapdos had already left when he arrived in Black Cloud City, considering that this was a time-limited mission. Ash took Misty and Sabrina and set off towards the power station in Black Cloud City. While on the way, Ash was also calmly thinking about how to deal with wild Zapdos. Among the three mythical birds, it may be the one with the most bad temper. As a legendary mythical bird, its combat power must be far beyond ordinary electric Pokémon, and there are not many Pokémon in his hands that can restrain it. The best way is to use the Master Ball rewarded by the system for completing the mission in Pokémon Academy to capture it. It's not too late to cultivate intimacy later. Considering that the top-grade Master Ball is too precious, Ash can only treat it as the last trump card and never use it unless it is absolutely necessary. Is this Zapdos? The legendary bird. The Black Cloud Power Plant was about a few hundred meters away from the Electrify Tower. Ash and the other two could already see Zapdos temporarily staying on the Electrify Tower. Misty's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of shock. She didn't expect that the threat Sabrina mentioned was actually the legendary Pokémon Zapdos, right in this power plant, and they just happened to see it. Of course, it could also be no coincidence. Misty suddenly recalled Ash's actions just now. When Sabrina first mentioned it, he wasn't that excited, but somehow after a while he seemed to have noticed something. Ash excitedly took them to the power plant. It can only be said that even though the two had already been frank with each other, they had basically done all the embarrassing things. Ash was still very mysterious in his eyes, as if he was shrouded in fog and couldn't see clearly, and this sense of mystery also made her fall deeper and deeper. Pika tilde tilde. Pikachu looked at Zapdos, who was standing proudly on the top of the Electrify Tower and constantly absorbing electricity. Feeling the strong pressure from Zapdos, its eyes were full of longing, imagining that one day it could become as powerful as it. Pokémon, Zapdos level IV.67. Ash's attention was all on Zapdos at the moment. but he didn't notice the changes in Misty and Pikachu's expressions. Level IV.67, fortunately it is still at the champion level, relying on Ghastly to barely compete. If it reaches the third level of God, then he can only crush grip the dragon crystal given to him by the super ancient Dragonite and ask for help from others. But there is a hidden danger in doing so. After all, the super ancient Dragonite is not Ash's Pokémon. If he calls it over, it can really beat Zapdos. With Zapdos' arrogant and indifferent temperament, he will not be convinced. It will probably be more extreme than the old spray in the original plot, chasing after him as soon as it is released from the Poké Ball. It is quite troublesome without emotional foundation. There is a spray in his system space that can increase the intimacy of Pokémon, but it is a bit wasteful to use it on Lightning. So Ash plans to try to challenge Zapdos first. If it doesn't work, he can only call Dragonite over. After all, the Zapdos on Shamouty Island has a divine position, and catching it easily may cause abnormal weather in the Pokémon world. This time, it is not easy to meet this wild Zapdos. If you miss it, it is hard to say whether you will have the chance to meet it again in the future. Although system props are precious, it is obviously more important to be able to convert them into real-time combat power. After all, Zapdos is a divine bird. It is still very high-end in the Pokémon world. After making up his mind, Ash released Ghastly and challenged Zapdos directly. Ghastly Mean Look cut off its retreat. Ash decisively ordered Ghastly to use Mean Look to prevent Zapdos from ignoring them and leaving the hospital. Cry tilde tilde. At the top of the Electrify Tower, Zapdos, who was stared at by the dark and ominous vertical pupils in front of Ghastly, let out a sharp scream. It wanted to leave directly, but it was aroused with anger and immediately prepared to teach Ash and the others a lesson. The wings flapped, and lightning and thunder flashed in an instant. The dazzling golden spark descended from the sky and struck Ghastly and Thunder Shock. The less powerful electric move was used by Zapdos at this moment, but it was very powerful. Ordinary Pokémon Thunder probably didn't have such a large scale, although it realized that Ghastly's level was not much different from its own. But as the pride of the divine bird, it didn't take Ash's Ghastly seriously at all and thought of teaching its king a lesson. After knocking it down, leave the power plant. Zapdos is arrogant and underestimating the enemy is exactly what Ash wants. After all, Ghastly is much inferior to Zapdos in terms of level and talent. If you want to defeat it, you have to rely on various favorable conditions. Use Hypnosis after dodge Ghastly. Since Zapdos underestimated the enemy, then he must catch it off guard. Ash quickly gave it instructions in Ghastly's mind through Psychic's telepathy. Ghastly moved sideways for a long distance to avoid the Thunder Shock attack and directly launched Hypnosis. Hypnosis is its specialty after all. Zapdos fell into its trap with one careless move. Ghastly used Curse. Watching Zapdos fall to the ground and fall into a coma, Ash decisively ordered. Ghost skills have always been known for their cunning and changeable nature, and Curse's blood-reducing effect is even more of a magical skill that can defeat the strong with the weak. The moment Curse is launched, Ghastly's stamina was instantly deducted by half. As the recipient of the curse, Zapdos would lose 1/4 of its maximum stamina at regular intervals. Then, as long as he could delay long enough, he could defeat Zapdos who was hit by the curse. Ghastly used Dream Eater next. Seeing that Ghastly was consuming a lot of stamina, Ash commanded it to use Dream Eater to absorb Zapdos' stamina to restore itself. However, the huge amount of stamina deducted by the curse instantly made Zapdos wake up from his sleep in completely fiery wrath. Putting away the mentality of simply teaching Ghastly a lesson, a thunder shot directly at Ghastly. Rumble. At this moment, the entire soaring in the sky seemed to darken. Only the dazzling golden thunder could be seen. Oops. Bulbasaur used Protect. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ash immediately sent Bulbasaur out. Seed tilde tilde. Bulbasaur, who faced the challenge, rushed to in front of Ghastly. He decisively propped up the Cyan energy barrier to resist the thunder attack. The golden lightning poured down on the protective barrier without reservation. Unlike in the game, Protect's barrier can be broken by special skills such as Feint and Superpower. Of course, this requires extremely high Pokémon to launch the attack, and it must be overwhelming to penetrate the barrier. Crack. Without suspense, facing Zapdos' Thunder Bombardment. After only about 2 seconds, Bulbasaur's energy barrier was penetrated and his figure was submerged by golden lightning. Bulbasaur, what a powerful thunder trick. Ash's pupils shrank sharply and his expression was a little stiff. This time he miscalculated. Who would have thought that Protect's barrier could be penetrated? This is when Zapdos has not yet fully grown up and entered the third-level God Realm. It can only be said that legendary Pokémon are so terrifying. The lightning faded. A big pit appeared in front of Ash, and inside the pit was Bulbasaur, who was covered in wounds but still standing. Bulbasaur it. Sabrina, who was watching Ash command Pokémon to fight Zapdos with Pikachu, had her eyes wide open and could not take her eyes off. A storm was brewing in her heart. Ash was actually fighting against the legendary bird. Bulbasaur took a thunder directly, it was too strong. Sabrina, who had seen a lot, was not surprised, but there was a faint flash of psychic in her beautiful eyes. She made sure that she could save Ash smoothly when he lost the battle with Zapdos. Come back, Bulbasaur. Ash decisively took back Bulbasaur and continued to command Ghastly and Zapdos to fight back and forth. Although he tried his best to dodge, he was still inevitably hit several times. Zapdos' ferocity was far beyond Ash's expectations. At this time, Ghastly's figure became a little blurry. Perhaps if it receives another thunder shock, it will lose its combat capability. And the Zapdos it faces has only experienced the negative effects of 2 curse damages. The strong physical strength of the bird allows it to hold on for a while. 17. The situation is extremely unfavorable for Ash and Ghastly. Ash gritted his teeth and stared at Zapdos in the sky with a slightly gloomy face. Judging from the current situation, Ghastly may not be able to hold on until Zapdos is attacked by the 3rd curse. Level gap plus talent gap. The gap between ordinary Pokémon and legendary Pokémon is very obvious. And it is much larger than Ash thought. Even if Ash is making plans and making the most of the ghost Pokémon's treacherous and changeable ability, taking advantage of the time and place, it can only be fought to this extent. A trace of contempt flashed across Zapdos' eyes and flashed around him. Prepare to use another thunder to eliminate Ghastly. Golden thunder descended from the sky, striking Ghastly, who had no chance to dodge. Ash, who had been frowning, had a glimmer of light in his eyes. He once again used telepathy to command. Thank you for your hard work, Ghastly. Use the last destiny bond. Seeing that thunder was about to hit Ghastly and the battle was about to end, Zapdos also relaxed his vigilance again. It was at this moment that Ghastly, who had been showing weakness for a long time, used the last and most deadly counterattack, Destiny Bond. There is a saying that you can't relax in the battle with ghost Pokémon until the last moment. Moreover, Ash, who has telepathy, makes Ghastly's Destiny Bond more difficult to guard against. In Pokémon battles, when fighting against trainers with higher command levels, they will guard against various strange skills of the ghost system, and the Destiny Bond that needs to be called out is actually difficult to work. In any case, there will be a time for the opponent to react. But when Destiny Bond is combined with telepathy, it is hard to defend against it. Boom! The golden lightning strikes Ghastly, and before it completely loses its ability to fight, Ghastly shoots a red light that also hits the defenseless Zapdos in soaring in the sky. Destiny Bond is activated, and Zapdos, with a painful expression, falls straight to the ground. Both sides lose their ability to fight at the same time. However, from a strategic point of view, Ash wins completely. Defeat rival with the weak, and it is a legendary Pokémon like Zapdos. Although this Zapdos has not yet entered the 3rd level God level, its talent is also the most ordinary among the legendary beasts. But a legendary beast is still a legendary beast after all. If the result of Ash's battle with Bulbasaur, Ghastly, and Zapdos, which ended in a loss, was disclosed, it would be enough to shock the entire Pokémon world. Thank you for your hard work, buddy. And Bulbasaur too. Instead of rushing to subdue Zapdos, who fainted on the ground, Ash first took back Ghastly, who had also lost his ability to fight, into his Piquet ball. Hanging the Piquet ball containing Ghastly back to his waist, took out an empty Piquet ball and threw it at Zapdos. Puff! However, the moment the Piquet ball touched Zapdos, it was shattered and exploded by the arc of electricity that passed through its body. Ash stared at Zapdos, who had lost his ability to fight, with a slight flash in his eyes. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a legendary Pokémon. He took off his backpack, took out the prepared top-grade insulating ball and threw it at Zapdos again. This time, sparks still blasted at the insulating ball, but it was completely unmoved and hit Zapdos. Zapdos' magical body immediately turned into a red light and was sucked into the Piquet ball. After a violent shake, the red light went out. Legendary Pokémon Zapdos successfully captured. Pokémon Zapdos. Attribute: Electricity, Flying. Qualification: Skills: Thunder Wave, Thunder Shock, Light Screen, Thunder, Agility, etc. Ability: Oppression, Carrying Props, None. Ability: Oppression can bring great oppression to the enemy, and there is a chance that the opponent's Pokémon cannot release skills. One of the most common abilities of the legendary beast. It is worth mentioning that in the qualification column should represent a level above gold. Although the system cannot accurately rate the legendary beast, fortunately 550 Ash knows the information about the legendary beast. Among the 3 legendary birds in the Pokémon world, only the 3 with divine duties in Shamouty Island can be called legendary beasts. The other legendary birds, despite their title of legendary beasts, are still slightly inferior in strength. Of course, in the original plot, even if they mastered the divine duties, the 3 stupid birds were not very impressive, and they were all caught by a human collector. However, it is completely different to deal with a wild legendary bird and a legendary bird with a trainer. Zapdos has a comprehensive skill set, basically covering all the skills suitable for it in the electric and flying series. The intimacy is normal, but it has also reached the normal intimacy level of Pokémon captured through battles, and it should not turn against it. After a long time of getting along, it should be gradually accumulated. Although Ash defeated it in a 2v1 situation, it was at least defeated head-on, and Bulbasaur did not appear for a long time. It is not that kind of despicable group fighting tactic. This also makes Zapdos very appreciative of Ash's command level. And naturally, there will be no situation where the Pokémon will not be disobedient after being captured. It's just that the intimacy is indeed much lower than that of his other Pokémon. After Zapdos joined the team, the number of champion-level Pokémon in Ash's hand has reached 2, which is more or less considered a strong one. Ding. Limited mission. Conquer Zapdos, who is temporarily staying in Black Cloud City before sunset today, completed. Mission reward, item Thunder Summoning Orb, which condenses the power of the electric law. When Pokémon carries it, the power of electric-type moves will be increased by 80%. Points obtained, 200W. The item reward is stored in the system space and can be taken out at any time. As Zapdos was conquered, the prompt sound of mission completion sounded in Ash's mind at the right time. Points, 284W. So cool, after conquering Zapdos, I also obtained its amplification item. The balance of points soared to 284W. Ash was in a particularly good mood. Little, Ash, you not only defeated Zapdos but also conquered it. At this time, Misty, who came close to Ash, stretched out her hand and pulled his sleeve, stammering. The words were full of disbelief. At this moment, Misty seemed to have watched a powerful movie performance. Everything that happened today was far beyond her expectations. First, after Sabrina's reminder, they encountered the legendary Pokémon Zapdos. And then Ash was so fierce that he commanded Ghastly and Bulbasaur to fight Zapdos. The key point was that not only did they win in the end, but Ash also put Zapdos into the Piquet Ball. If this cool male protagonist plot was made into a movie, I'm afraid the audience would criticize it for being too exaggerated. This is Zapdos, one of the 3 sacred birds of Kanto. The powerful Pokémon that controls thunder in the legend was actually conquered by Ash like this. Pika tilde tilde. As an electric Pokémon, Pikachu, who knows the power of Zapdos, now admires Ash even more. The legendary Pokémon still lost to Ash. Then if I follow Ash to travel, I may reach the height of legendary Pokémon in the future. The only one who is relatively calm is Sabrina. But before the battle, she didn't think Ash could beat Zapdos. In her opinion, Ash's strongest Ghastly had no chance of winning against Zapdos. The result of both sides losing in the end did prove Ash's value as a Pokémon trainer. Misty, stop looking at me like a monster tilde. It is indeed a real Zapdos, but it is not the legendary bird in Kanto, it is just one of its tribesmen. If it is the legendary god of thunder, at least I dare not challenge it now. Ash looked at Misty, who was surprised and had an exaggerated expression. He stretched out his hand to pinch her cheek and explained with a smile. After listening to his explanation, Ash nodded subconsciously, but the shock in his eyes did not fade. She didn't know if this was considered Ash being too modest. But even if it is not the legendary 3-legged bird, it is a real Zapdos. And its strength is so strong that it is probably not inferior to the main Pokémon of the current Elite Four in Kanto. And Ash has only been traveling for a short time, and he has even captured Pokémon of this level. The key is not only Zapdos, but he also has a Ghastly that can compete with Zapdos. This is really outrageous. As the gym leader of Cerulean Gym, she was deeply shocked by Ash. Hey Misty, it's just a Zapdos, there's no need to be so surprised. When I capture a more powerful Pokémon in the future, it won't be too late for you to be surprised. Misty pouted immediately after hearing this. Tusk, you're just bragging. It's a miracle that you can meet a Ho-Oh and catch a Zapdos in your life. Ordinary trainers can see a Pokémon in their lifetime. Ash, you actually want to capture more Pokémon, you're really too greedy. Misty's face was full of disbelief. How about we make a bet? If I win, you have to agree to some of my requests in the future. Tusk, let's bet. I don't believe you can still encounter a Pokémon. This is not an ordinary Pokémon that is everywhere. As long as you can capture a Pokémon in the future, I can agree to anything you want. Misty was full of confidence, as if she was sure of winning. However, Ash was already smiling from ear to ear. He had even started planning his future happy life. Now he could unlock many new positions. After capturing Zapdos, Ash's carrying slot was full again. After some consideration, Ash temporarily teleported Milotic back. Currently, Ash's Pokémon are Zapdos, Ghastly, Pikachu, Charmeleon, Bulbasaur, and Infernape. After all, he had just captured Zapdos, so he needed some time to develop intimacy. At least they had to cooperate well in battle. Charmeleon and Infernape were the main Pokémon to be cultivated in the future. Charmeleon only needed a hearty battle to stimulate it to evolve into Charizard. Infernape needed to upgrade its level as soon as possible, learn the Rage Fist, and then use the Rage Fist 20 times in a row to evolve to the final form of the Forsaken. Its purple qualification was also a big flaw, but fortunately it was close to the monthly refresh time of the system store. I just hope that next month the system store will be able to spawn a potion that can improve the qualifications of Infernape, so that it can be used with the Strength Potion. Suppressing his thoughts, Ash planned to go to the Pokémon Center first to restore the physical strength of Zapdos, Ghastly, and Bulbasaur. Especially Bulbasaur and Ghastly, who were hit by Zapdos' thunder, and I'm afraid they need a full-body checkup. Although it was dark, the lights in Black Cloud City were still bright, and the power plant was still operating normally. I think it was because of Zapdos' existence that the Muck's actions had not yet begun. Obviously, it is not the time to subdue Mucks yet. What? At the same time, Pallet Town, Professor Oak rubbed his hands and was about to serve the fragrant instant noodles in the pot. The computer beeped and a Pokéball was teleported. Hey, why did it happen at this time? Ash's Pokémon, I'm curious about what Pokémon he has captured. Putting down the instant noodles, Professor Oak took out the Pokéball from the teleporter and opened it. Bang! With a muffled sound, the huge Flash Milotic appeared in the laboratory. Flash Milotic. Ash actually captured such a rare Pokémon. Professor Oak stared at the beautiful figure in front of him in amazement, and his expression quickly became extremely excited. All the Pokémon that Gary has captured so far in his travels may not be as valuable for research as Ash's Flash Milotic. Little Ash, your Pokémon has recovered. At the Pokémon Center in Black Cloud City, Nurse Joy handed Pikachu and other Pokéballs to Ash and said. Her voice was as sweet as ever, but now it was mixed with some uncontrollable trembling. God knows how shocked she was when she opened the insulating ball and saw the Pokémon inside. It turned out to be Zapdos, the legendary Pokémon. It was actually captured by the boy in front of him who looked like a trainer who had just set off on a journey this year. At this moment, Nurse Joy, who handed all the Pokémon to Ash, felt that a mega star was shining brightly. This Indigo Plateau conference might become his performance stage. Thank you, Nurse Joy, please help us check in. Ash thanked Nurse Joy, picked up Pikachu and put it on his shoulder. He hung all the other Pokéballs back on his waist, and then he had to check in. No problem, 3 people, 3 rooms, right? I'll check you in right away. 2 rooms, one of which should be bigger. Ash interrupted Nurse Joy and said, Hey's 1 room. Nurse Joy seemed a little surprised, and her eyes quickly swept over the 2 women next to Ash 647 Sabrina, who was calm and composed, and Misty, whose face was slightly red, formed a sharp contrast. Nurse Joy, who reacted quickly, completed the formalities and indicated that the 3 people could check in directly. This is still a rookie trainer. Tusk, young people nowadays are really precocious. After the 3 left, Nurse Joy couldn't help but shake her head and sigh, and then continued to work. At the Pokémon Center in Black Cloud City, Ash and the others took a beautiful scald bath after checking into the room. After a tiring journey, they finally got a little relaxation. The idol Ash began to coach Misty's action performance talent. Misty's talent in yoga was obviously very poor, and even after practicing countless times, her level was still very poor. However, this kind of restraint of a young girl was also a different taste in Ash's eyes. This made Ash, a teacher, very pleased, and he planned to win the game with the second beast when he captured it. Misty's bet, get more permissions. Then wait until Misty is tired and falls asleep. Ash quietly gets up and goes to the battlefield in the courtyard of the Pokémon Center. BHFC, it was late at night and there was no one around. Ash directly released Zapdos and Infernape. Both guys have bad tempers. Ash quickly made a silent gesture, indicating that they should not make too much noise. After some explanation, Ash took out the Thunder Ball and the Strength Enhancement Potion from the system space. Give Infernape drugs first. Infernape is very excited to know that taking drugs can make it stronger. Ordinary people can only see the fierce light in his eyes, but there is a look of covet and expectation. Waving his fist, indicating that he is ready. Looking at Infernape's appearance, Ash smiled slightly, pulling the cork off the bottle, put the blue potion in front of it. Infernape took a sip of the strength enhancement potion. Swallow, then the muscles began to expand rapidly and the momentum continued to rise. It finally calmed down after reaching a critical point. Whoosh! Feeling the increase in strength, Infernape happily waved his fist at Ash. Feeling the gusts of wind blowing in his face, Ash shook his head and put Infernape back into the Pokeball with a wry smile. Sure enough, fighting-type Pokémon are all muscular and reckless. Let it go back to the Pokeball to calm down. After solving the problem of Infernape's increase, Ash looked at Zapdos, who had just captured today. Cry. Zapdos, noticing Ash's gaze, chirped softly. Its attitude towards him is not close but not distant. Zapdos does not reject Ash as its trainer, but as a proud member of the mythical beast race, it is difficult for it to put down its airs and show closeness to Ash. Even if Ash only relied on Ghastly and Bulbasaur, two ordinary Pokémon, to capture it. It's like a lady from an ancient family fell in love with a poor scholar with a lot of knowledge. She recognizes your talent in her heart but still has to put on her airs. Ash doesn't care so much. Since he has captured it, he has to listen to him 100%. There are so many rare and powerful Pokémon in the Pokémon world. Although Zapdos is a legendary Pokémon, it is also a relatively weak one among legendary Pokémon. Its species strength is even lower than that of quasi-god Pokémon. If there is no Zapdos who has obtained the divine post in the tribe to save face, and the three legendary birds have always been elusive, they have been praised as supernatural by word of mouth. Putting aside all kinds of halos, the quasi-god Pokémon with excellent training at the same level may not be weaker than the three legendary birds. Zapdos is more arrogant, similar to Misty. Ash naturally has a way to control it. He waved the thunder summoning orb in front of Zapdos. Zapdos's originally arrogant and disdainful expression immediately changed. He stared at the lightning ball in Ash's hand with a fiery gaze, his eyes full of covet and expectation. His intuition told him that the ball in Ash's hand contained powerful electric-type energy, and his strength would be greatly improved after he got it. Not only him, but also any electric Pokémon would be attracted by such a magical item as the lightning ball. Pikachu tilde. Pikachu's eyes were also a little blurred on Ash's shoulder. Although it already had an exclusive item light ball, Pokémon spirits can only carry one item. As long as they are not the same items, the effects can be superimposed. Pikachu, what do you think of this lightning ball? Pikachu tilde. Pikachu, who noticed the hint in Ash's eyes, immediately sang a duet with Ash. It looked like it wanted to get the thunder summoning orb very much. This also made Zapdos realize that it was not the only one who could use this thunder summoning orb. Cry. Without much hesitation, Zapdos came close to Ash and called him twice affectionately. In front of Ash's sugar-coated bullets, it finally lowered its proud head as a divine beast. Ash smiled and stroked the prickly bird head with his hand. It felt bad, but he was very happy in his heart. After all, Zapdos's rare attribute was here. It can only be said that the sense of accomplishment of touching the head of the divine bird and Pidgeot is obviously incomparable. Ding. Zapdos carries the lightning ball and the intimacy is increased to 200. As Ash gave the lightning ball to Zapdos, it immediately felt that its body was full of electricity, and dazzling golden sparks flashed all over its body, illuminating the surrounding area. Zapdos quickly suppressed the idea of trying out moves on the spot. After it carried the lightning ball, the intimacy also soared to 200. According to the posture, after a period of getting along, it is not a problem to increase it to the full value of 255. It can only be said that Ash's combination of punches on Zapdos is very effective. First, he defeated it head-on and subdued it. Then he took out the top-quality item lightning ball that was enough to captivate it. Even if Zapdos is so arrogant, he can only put down his divine beast-style frame and return to his heart. He took back the Zapdos Pokeball, which was as dazzling as a high-frequency lighting device and flashing with lightning. Ash couldn't help but sigh at the terrifying power increase of the lightning ball on the electric Pokémon, and even the divine bird could not resist the captivation. I hope I can get another thunder summoning orb like this in the future, and equip it to Pikachu in the future. As a Pokémon with the aura of the protagonist, if two top-quality items can be stacked, Pikachu's future prospects will only be greater than Zapdos. Since it is his Earl Dervish Pokémon, it is not too much to carry two top-quality electrical items. Putting away his thoughts, Ash looks forward to triggering a task with a thunder summoning orb as a reward item in the future. Of course, it is also acceptable if it can be bought from the system store. After finishing the work, Ash carefully returned to the Pokémon Center. Returned to the room, took off his clothes and got into bed. Misty, who was originally sleeping soundly with a round pillow, was confused and felt the warm breath around her. She immediately turned over and entangled Ash like an octopus. Ash suppressed the rising blood, closed his eyes and forced himself to calm down, waited for 2 days at the Pokémon Center in Black Cloud City. Because of the serious pollution, Sabrina and Misty basically stayed in the Pokémon Center and rarely went out. Ash took the opportunity to quietly accompany the Pokémon for special training, and finally waited for the blackout in Black Cloud City on the 3rd day. In the original plot, it was the Grimer group that blocked the seawater intake of the Black Cloud City power plant, causing the power plant to be unable to generate electricity normally. This also means that he can capture the muck. Ding. Triggered the plot task, capture muck and help the power plant restore power. Task reward, premium Grimer block. After carrying it, the stench emitted by muck will become twice the original, and its poison skills will increase by 60%. Hearing the system prompt that came to his mind, Ash was stunned. The reward turned out to be Muck's exclusive prop, premium Grimer block. This prop seems to be only available to Grimer or Muck. Moreover, at the cost of double the stink, its bonus to poison-type skills is 10% higher than that of ordinary top-grade items. Ash interrupted his thoughts and showed a strange smile on his face. Double the stink, how bad must it be? He couldn't wait to see Professor Oak's reaction after seeing Muck. Misty, do you want to go to the power plant? Ash looked at Misty, who was sitting on the sofa playing with a few Pokémon. Why go to the power plant again, and Zapdos? How is it possible? The culprit who caused the power outage in the whole city may be hiding there. I plan to find it out. Is that so? Ash, go ahead, I'll wait for you here. You were so barbaric yesterday that you almost broke me apart. I'm so sore all over now and don't want to go anywhere. Okay, then you can rest. Ash patted Misty's shoulder, then put on his coat, called Pikachu and left the room. In the corridor, he ran into Sabrina, who just opened the door. Why do you need to go out for something? Well, to deal with the power outage. Does Nurse Joy or Officer Jenny need your help? No, the city-wide power outage was caused by a Grimer tribe led by a Muck, and I plan to subdue that Muck. Then I'll go with you. After leaving the Pokémon Center, Ash summoned Pidgeot directly. He flew himself and Sabrina to the power plant quickly. They arrived at the power plant in less than 5 minutes. After landing in the power plant, Ash took back the Pidgeot and ignored the Magnemite floating around in the power plant. Oh, please give me flowers. Ash turned on the psychic scan, completely covering the entire power plant, and quickly screened it. Successfully found the Grimer tribe that blocked the seawater intake. As they approached the Grimer tribe, a foul smell came straight to their noses. Sabrina frowned slightly and quickly deployed Psychic to form a stance to block all the foul smells outside. Finally, Infernape was released again so that Pikachu would be alert at all times. The level of the Grimer blocking this place was not too high, but the key was that there were enough speeds, which was just right for Infernape to level up. In this way, under Ash's command, Infernape began his own leveling journey. Pokémon, Infernape IV.34 upgraded to IV.36. Ooh, yeah. Point 0. After defeating another group of Grimer blocking the road, Infernape's level was upgraded by 2 levels in a row, and he learned the Fist of Rage. After putting away the Infernape that was overexhausted, Ash commanded Pikachu to knock out the remaining Grimer with the Thunder Shock of mediocre power. The huge commotion caused by Ash soon attracted Muck, the leader of the Grimer tribe. Muck wanted to get back the place for his subordinates. Ash was waiting for it and immediately commanded Pikachu to launch a fierce attack on it. Muck soon lost his ability to fight and was directly subdued by the Pokéball ball thrown by Ash. After taming Muck, Ash chose to teleport Infernape back first. Since it has learned the Fist of Rage, Infernape has the conditions to evolve into Forsaken. It is time to go to Professor Oak's courtyard and settle down. It is not too late to call it back when it is needed. Pokémon Muck. Level IV.38. Attribute Poison. Qualification Red. Skills: Poison Gas, Mud Slap, Sludge, Mud Shot, Toxic, Body Slam, etc. Ability Stink items none. Red qualification plus a high level of IV.38. This Muck really did not disappoint Ash. It is just a little bit short of catching up with Pikachu, but the ability of Stink makes him want to laugh. Stink plus the double Stinky of the exclusive item. It can only be said that Professor Oak is blessed this time. Ding. Complete the story mission. Conquer Muck, help the power plant restore power. Mission reward, premium Grimer block. After carrying it, the stench emitted by Muck will become twice as much as before, and its poison skills will be increased by 60%. The props have been stored in the system space and can be taken out at any time. Ash drove away the Grimer group, conquered Muck, the seawater intake returned to normal, and the power plant started to operate again. Black Cloud City also restored power supply. A prompt of mission completion sounded in Ash's mind at the right time, and the reward Grimer block was also obtained. He took out the premium Grimer block from the system space. The size of an evolution stone, deep black. There is no unpleasant odor. Then Ash released the newly conquered Muck from the Piquet ball. 633 Grimer tilde. Muck has a very high personality, and the intimacy after being conquered is much higher than that of ordinary Pokémon. Naturally accepted his transformation from a wild Pokémon to a trainer-owner. It immediately moved towards Ash, wanting to get close to him. But its closeness is something that ordinary people can bear. Its foul body odor and poisonous body are the main reasons why it has always been unpopular, and not many trainers are willing to subdue it. Even trainers who specialize in poison types are actually very few willing to subdue them. Even though Muck species strength is as high as 500, it ranks among the top among many poison-type Pokémon. It can be said that those who are willing to train them and can tolerate the stench are all mega-powerful trainers. Ash is just such a person. After a thin layer of psychic is attached to the surface of his body, he can no longer smell the smell of Muck. As for the toxin, it is fine as long as it does not come into contact with nature. For Ash, who is a psychic, Muck's two major drawbacks have been solved. The only thing is that it is still too ugly. Fortunately, Ash is a practical person and not a looker. Walking in front of Muck, he tried to reach out and touch it. With a little force, it sank directly into the quicksand. After a while, Ash pulled his hand out. He put his hand to the tip of his nose and smelled it. Because of the psychic barrier, there was indeed no smell at all, and it felt no different from ordinary plasticine. Ash nodded with satisfaction. He gave the exclusive prop Grimer block to Muck to carry. A stronger stench and an ominous dark purple light lingered around Muck. Double stench, this talent is quite powerful. After all, the trainer who will fight with him in the future, as long as he is not a psychic, will be nauseated and dizzy by this stench. In Pokémon battles, it is quite rare for a Pokémon to attack the opponent's Pokémon trainer after appearing. After putting Muck back into the Piquet ball, Ash, who had been busy at the power plant for a long time, took Sabrina back to the Pokémon Center. On the way, Sabrina was rarely talkative. Perhaps she was only interested in talking when she was alone with Ash. Back in the room, Misty curiously asked about the culprit who caused the power outage at the power plant. Ash told her about his and Sabrina's encounter with the Grimer tribe. The whole process of taming was relatively simple. What puzzled Misty was why Ash didn't have any odor after encountering Muck. Of course, she just thought about it in her mind and didn't ask. The next morning, the incident in Black Cloud City ended. Master Ash continued to move towards Fuchsia City. On the way, he encountered the incident of Diglett in the reservoir. After the incident with Landpulky, Ash also became a little famous in the Alliance. By calling Officer Jenny, the Alliance intervened and ordered the construction party to build the reservoir in another place. The problem of the Diglett tribe's home being destroyed due to the construction of the reservoir was solved. On the third day of solving the Diglett incident, Ash and his party finally arrived in front of a slightly quaint mansion in the eastern suburbs of Fuchsia City. Very ninja-style decoration. This is the Fuchsia Gym. Ash, is this the Fuchsia Gym? It looks very old. Standing at the entrance of the gym, Misty couldn't help but complain. Before that, she only knew that the Fuchsia Gym was not in Fuchsia City, but in the mountains and forests in the suburbs, and the location was relatively remote. But she didn't know that this gym was so old, and it didn't look like the decoration of Heidke's official gym at all. It looked more like a folk group like AJ, the Beast Master, who specialized in tricking passers-by trainers into being their sparring partners. That's right, Misty, this is the Fuchsia Gym. It's remote and old mainly because the gym owner here is a ninja who advocates training ones will through a difficult environment. His real strength is very strong. He probably only sees the identity of the gym owner as a kind of training. Ash explained to Misty. To be praised by Ash like this, it seems that the gym owner of this gym is really strong. Misty was a little surprised. She didn't know much about the Fuchsia Gym. Well, I also know the gym owner of this gym. I'm afraid he is currently striving for the Elite Four seat in the Chengdu region. But Ash can rest assured that he will never send out his main Pokémon against the gym challenger. Sabrina on the side also explained aloud. Ash's eyes flickered slightly when he heard this. As the former Rocket Team executive, Sabrina told him the real strength of Koga. Attack the Elite Four of Chengdu Region. 1.5 I can only say that Team Rocket is a thriving evil organization in Kanto, which is recognized as having the strongest Elite Four in each region. Any executive is as strong as the leaders of villain organizations in some regions. Ash is relatively calm. Misty was shocked when she heard that the Fuchsia gym leader actually had the strength to hit the Elite Four level. When her parents were in charge of the Cerulean Gym, it was still one of the top gyms in the Kanto region, but her parents were still far from the Elite Four. The entire Cerulean Gym has only produced one water-type elite in its history. That was hundreds of years ago. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little fortunate that the gym leader would not send out the main force when facing the challenger. Otherwise, even Ash would probably have a hard time passing this level. The three of them walked into the Fuchsia Gym. Ash used his psychic to explore everything around him. In the original plot, the Fuchsia Gym was full of traps, and Aya, the sister of the gym owner Koga, was probably watching from behind. Although the starting point of this test was good, it could test the Pokémon trainer's sense of crisis, on-the-spot reaction and observation. But when this kind of trap that looks like a prank falls on you, it always makes you feel a little uncomfortable. After all, at best, they are here to challenge a gym, so why would they use Ninja's questioning face to target us? There are all kinds of real traps, and there are also naughty guys who will self-destruct directly if they don't agree. You can't guarantee that every challenger will not have an accident. Ding! The second ring of the Gym Challenge mission. Trigger the Gym Challenge mission. Avoid all traps, teach Ira a lesson, and defeat the gym owner Koga. Rewards for completing the task. Pokémon carrying slot +2. Any Pokémon held will be upgraded by 10 levels, and points 50W17 at this time. The task prompt sounded in Ash's mind. After a brief look at the task description, Ash decisively accepted the task. Pokémon carrying slot and any Pokémon level upgrade. These are the problems that he urgently needs to solve. As more and more high-quality Pokémon are captured, it is extremely difficult to upgrade the level and cultivate them evenly, and the system tasks have to help. Similarly, as the number of captured Pokémon increases, the carrying slots for 6 Pokémon are obviously not enough. Walking into the gym with the two girls seemingly defenseless, in fact, Ash has already deployed Psychic to cover the entire gym. Hey, another challenger is here to challenge. Which trap will they fall into this time? Tusk, if you can't pass the trap in my test, you are definitely not qualified to challenge my brother. On the other side of the Fuchsia Gym, Aya was immediately excited when she heard Ash and his friends push the door openly and hear the dense footsteps. Really? This trainer with Pikachu is too bad. He must be a rookie who started this year. He should be the most vigilant challenger I have seen recently. Seeing Ash and the two girls wandering around the gym without any defense, he was about to step on a trap. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, and at the same time I was a little contemptuous. When did such a casual trainer go on a trip? If he encounters danger in the wild, he will definitely have no ability to deal with it. And it will also implicate the companions who are traveling together. I must wait for him to suffer more later. As long as his life is not endangered, I will not come out to save them. Aya thought silently in her heart. Prepare to teach Ash a profound lesson. She stared at Ash intently just when his right foot was about to step on the trap. An invisible and powerful force suddenly spread out. Bang, bang, bangs. With Ash as the center point, a series of traps were forcibly destroyed in the gym. And Ash and the other two were still strolling leisurely. Their expressions seemed extremely relaxed, as if they had expected it. This is impossible. Aya widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. It turned out that this Pikachu boy was not without vigilance, but detected all the traps in the gym through Psychic. The woman next to him looked so familiar, it seemed that she was Sabrina, the owner of the Saffron City Gym who was famous for her powerful Psychic. Now Aya finally reacted. It seems that the Psychic of this Pikachu boy was probably taught by Sabrina. Stop, look at what you are doing. Unwilling to let the trap she carefully arranged be destroyed, Aya subconsciously wanted to jump out to stop Ash. After all, there are many other places with extremely difficult traps. It would be a pity to let Ash rely on Psychic to crack them. Wouldn't it be better to keep them for testing other challengers? However, when she jumped out, Ash's eyes lit up with brilliant psychic blue light. This was also the first time he used his psychic to the fullest. The blue psychic wave spread quickly, and Aya and a large group of naughty kids she kept in the gym were fixed in place. Aya, who was unable to move, immediately struggled frantically, but found that she could not resist the powerful force exerted on her. Then she felt a flash in front of her eyes, and with a bang, she felt a burning pain in her buttocks. Looking closely, she found that she and the naughty kids were thrown into the open space outside the gym. Damn it. You treat the gym owner's sister like this. Aya got up and rubbed her sore buttocks, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. In the past, she always teased the challengers who came to her door, but today she was really the opposite. Ash relied on Psychic to make her look bad. Okay, although my traps can't do anything to you, my brother will definitely retaliate for me. You can't even think about getting the soul badge today. Knowing that Ash has Psychic and she can rival, Aya could only secretly swear in her heart. Okay, this should be considered a lesson for Aya. All the traps in the gym were removed, and the naughty egg was thrown out of the gym with Aya. In this way, the first half of the gym mission should be considered completed. Sorry, my little sister has caused you trouble. As the gym leader, the fourth machine apologizes to you on her behalf. At this time, a tall and thin middle-aged man in a blue ninja suit appeared in front of Ash and the other two. It was Koga, the current gym leader of Fuchsia Gym, who used to work as a special executive of the Rocket Team and will become one of the Elite Four of Chengdu Region in the future. It's okay, we didn't get hurt, but my sister suffered a little. I hope that Master Koga won't mind my offensive behavior. Seeing that the other party wanted to ease up, Ash didn't continue to pester. Although Aya was the first to cause trouble, she was also defeated after all. There was no need to hold on. Isn't this Sabrina? Koga turned his eyes to Sabrina next to Ash. Since you have left the Saffron Gym, does it mean that you can control it freely? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Sabrina's cold eyes. I don't want to talk about the past again. As a friend, I hope you don't ask. After listening to Sabrina's words, Koga closed his mouth decisively. He knew Sabrina and didn't want to offend a psychic whose strength was comparable to that of elite Pokémon. But because of this, he had a higher opinion of Ash. Being able to be a travel partner with Sabrina and being a rookie trainer that Majishi often talked about must be not simple. Since you are here to challenge the gym, then please follow me without further ado. Koga casually revealed the matter. He is now in the critical stage of impacting the Chengdu Elite Four and does not want to waste time on irrelevant matters. Sabrina and Team Rocket's affairs are complicated, and with Ash, who is often on Majishi's mind, it is easy to drag him into the vortex of the fight. Since the traps in the gym were destroyed and the terrain was changed, the battle site was no longer usable. Koga simply took Ash and the other two to an open space behind the house. The battle is in the form of 2v2, and the gym owner will send out Pokémon to fight first. During the battle, the challenger can replace Pokémon, but the gym owner cannot. When all Pokémon of either side lose their combat ability, the game is considered over. Returning to the open space, Aya glared at Ash with resentment and acted as a referee. If you can't beat Ash, you can only vent your anger with your eyes. At the same time, she was hoping that her brother would teach him a lesson. It would be best if he didn't get the soul badge. Let this guy go for nothing to vent her hatred. Then the first Pokémon I will send out is this one. Get ready for battle, Momo. Pokémon Venomoth level, IV.31, qualification, purple. In the original plot, when Ash challenged Koga, the first Pokémon he sent out was still Venomoth's degenerate form Venonat. It just had a higher experience value, and it evolved directly after fighting Ash's Pidgeotto. This time the one sent out was the evolved Venomoth. Ash's eyes flashed slightly, and he took the Pokéball belonging to Pidgeot from his waist. Pokémon Pidgeot level, IV.41. Koga would not go all out, and Ash also chose to respect history. It was just the same evolved form of Pidgeotto Pidgeot. This Pidgeot, letter 3005. Aya, who was watching from the sidelines, was shocked to see Pidgeot appear. The size of Ash's Pidgeot was much larger than all the Pidgeots she had seen before. Interesting, a Pidgeot with great potential. Compared to Aya, Koga's vision was much more ruthless. Apart from the size, this Pidgeot was really high in level. It could already be ranked among the main players in his second lineup. You know, even though it was in the second lineup, it took him several years of hard work to train it. As a rookie trainer, Ash was able to raise its level so high in less than half a year of travel, which was really not easy. The level of Pidgeot was much higher than Venomoth. Venomoth could fly, and Pidgeot's speed was several times faster than it. Venomoth was bug plus poison type. Pidgeot was normal plus flying type. Its bug type was severely restrained by flying type, and poison type skills had no additional bonus against Pidgeot. The gap between the two is self-evident. The battle situation is basically the same as Ash expected. Ash does not need to rely on Psychic's telepathy, and he can control the whole situation with just a little thought in command. After all, the difference in Pokémon's hard power is here. Even though the opponent is a gym trainer in the guise of an elite, he is not as good as Ash in understanding Pokémon battles. After all, he has been a hardcore Pokémon fan for more than 10 years and has played all kinds of Pokémon battle games. Ash commanded Pidgeot to suppress Venomoth throughout the whole process. Aya, who was standing by, was upset. Ash could suppress his brother throughout the whole process, so wouldn't her wish to retaliate be far away? Now she has become a clown. This Pidgeot is obviously stronger than the Pokémon her brother Koga used to fight in the gym. Any Pokémon sent out at random is as powerful as the main Pokémon of an ordinary gym leader. Is Ash really a rookie trainer? Come back, Venomoth, you've done a good job. After taking back the incapacitated Venomoth, Koga threw out another prepared Piquet ball. A Golbat appeared in front of him. Pokémon, Golbat level, IV.38 qualification. Red. This Golbat is already a trump card Pokémon that Koga can send out during gym battles. Facing a challenger, he certainly can't use his main force and the main force of the second team to fight. In fact, as a trump card Pokémon for gym battles, the qualification and strength of this Golbat are already very good. It's a pity that he encountered Ash, a Pokémon trainer who is completely out of common sense. Facing a Pidgeot with a level of IV.41 and a strength that even far exceeds its own level, Golbat is still at an absolute disadvantage. Although Golbat can also fly, Pidgeot is definitely a master in the airfield. The huge body does not affect its flexible evasion and amazing flying speed. This is still in the gym battle, when the open space is too small to limit the performance of air combat. If the opponent is really a fledgling rookie trainer, Koga can still rely on his rich combat experience and excellent command to win the chance of victory. But his rival is Ash, who is even better than him in commanding the battle. Especially Ash is also a psychic. He can communicate telepathically and can greatly narrow the gap between the command levels of Mo and Eiju through silent command. After all, many of the on-the-spot judgments of the trainer are predicted through the instructions of the other trainer. After a fierce battle, Koga's Golbat was defeated by Pidgeot. He was hit by an air cutter and lost his combat ability. Golbat lost his ability to fight. Pidgeot won. The winner of this battle is Ash from Pallet Town. Outside the field, seeing her brother promise Zhao Koga lose, Aya announced the result of the battle reluctantly. Feeling hopeless about revenge, she felt her butt hurt even more. Unless her brother bullies the weak and releases the Pokémon that is ready to attack the Elite Four to deal with Ash. But this is obviously impossible. My brother is at the critical moment of attacking the Elite Four in Chengdu, and he definitely has no time to waste time with Ash. If her brother doesn't help, her Venonat is not enough to fight Pidgeot. In this case, if it were another player, she could try Ninja's specialty, stealth attack, but Ash is still a powerful psychic. She is sure that if she does it herself, the result will be even worse than before, and it will probably be more than just the butt that will be hurt. This is the only way to fully display the ninja spirit. What is ninja? What is ninja way? The essence lies in the word ninja. Ash, this is the proof of defeating me, Soul Badge. I am looking forward to your performance at this year's Indigo Plateau Conference. Koga put the defeated Pokémon back into the Piquet ball, and then took out the badge symbolizing the Fuchsia Gym and handed it to Ash. Thank you for your good wishes, I will. Ash took the badge and nodded with a smile. When embarking on the journey, the biggest goal of the Kanto region is to win the Indigo Plateau Conference. He has been working hard to achieve this goal. After getting the Fuchsia badge, Ash said goodbye to Koga. He turned around and left with Misty and Sabrina. Koga's eyes fell on Sabrina's back, since you chose to betray Team Rocket because of him. Then are you ready to deal with Team Rocket's revenge? As the executive of Team Rocket, Giovanni will definitely not tolerate Sabrina's recklessness. The main reason is that she still has a lot of information about Team Rocket. Oh, forget it, it's none of my business. Koga shook his head and sighed softly. How could he not regret joining Team Rocket? This identity was like a time bomb to him. It might explode at any time. Once it explodes, his retreat from Alliance will be completely cut off, and he will have to turn to Team Rocket. How will his sister Aya and daughter Janine cope with it? Especially Janine, who has always dreamed of becoming a gym trainer. What is brother sighing about? Aya looked at her brother with a confused face. On the other side, Ash, who left Fuchsia Gym, heard a reminder of mission completion in his mind. Ding, you have completed the second round of Gym Challenge mission. Successfully avoided all traps, taught Ira lesson, and defeated Gym Leader Koga. Reward, Pokémon carrying position +2, Pikachu level increased by 10 levels, 500,000 points. Pika tilde tilde. Pikachu standing on Ash's shoulder has been upgraded by 10 levels. Feeling the sudden surge of power in his body, Pikachu subconsciously looked at Ash. Ash immediately gave it a look, signaling it not to make a fuss, but he was also a little happy in his heart. According to his psychological expectations, if he could randomly get Zapdos and Ghastly, he could directly push them to the third-level God Realm and make them real legendary Pokémon. The team's top combat power will be greatly improved. But getting Pikachu randomly is also very good. This wave directly raised Pikachu's level from the original IV.40 to IV.50, entering the Quasi-Elite level. Looking at the entire Kanto, it is considered a very strong Pokémon. Besides, Pikachu is his Earl Dervish Pokémon partner, and it also has the Blessing of Sentiment. At present, he is more curious about which Pokémon will be rewarded when he takes down the Cinnabar Gym. After all, after the upper limit of the Pokémon slots is increased, there are more Pokémon to choose from. Of course, we have to wait until the battle with Blaine to know these. Putting his thoughts aside, Ash took the two female Pikachus on the road. On the way, the focus of training and leveling was on Charmeleon. In his opinion, the level of IV.39 was still a little low, and Zyoli also wanted to see if he could make it evolve as soon as possible. Considering that Blaine of the Cinnabar Gym was the former Fire Elite, the higher the level of Charmeleon, the better. During the journey, the group passed by the Pokémon Sanctuary. There they watched the annual Pokémon contest of the Laramie tribe. It was a cross-country race on Pokémon, and whoever reached the finish line first would win the championship. Ash and the other two had no interest in such a competition song, was just joining in the fun. The competition was quite exciting. In the end, the Ponyta ridden by a beautiful woman named Lara evolved into Rapidash at the last critical moment of crossing the finish line, surpassing rival and winning the championship. After watching the excitement, Ash and the others left. After all, this is a conservation area where Pokémon cannot be captured. Ash and his friends went to the wild area, which allowed Pokémon trainers to capture Pokémon freely. In the original story, Ash captured groups of Tauros there. Misty, have you decided which Pokémon you want to capture later? Ash asked the two girls. The wild area is also a wild Pokémon protection area, but it is not allowed to capture Pokémon through Pokémon battles. Trainers who enter the wild area can get 30 Safari Balls from the Ranger Tommy and use the Safari Balls to capture Pokémon in the protection area. The wild area is also quite famous in the Kanto region. But despite its fame, few Pokémon trainers are willing to come here to get Safari Balls to capture Pokémon. The main reason is that if you don't use Pokémon to fight, even if the Safari Ball has a higher capture rate, it is still difficult for trainers to capture high-level, rare wild Pokémon. As for Pokémon like Magikarp and Tauros, they are also easy to capture in the wild. Not only that, in the public's impression, the quality of Pokémon in the wild wilderness is mediocre. The Pokémon that can be seen are basically the more common Pokémon in the Kanto region. It is still possible to capture them in other places, and it is even more convenient. In the final analysis, the rule that you can't capture them in battle is still too torturous. The difficulty of capturing those that you like is extremely high, and the ones you capture are likely to be unsatisfactory. A pure useless mechanism. The two girls just thought that Ash came to relax and relieve the pressure of the recent high-intensity travel battles. Sabrina was okay, but Zyolu was quite interested in this new capture mechanism. She replied with a smile, "I looked at the map, there are not many water Pokémon in the wilderness area. Let's go fishing in the lake and see if we can catch the Pokémon we like. As long as it is a good water Pokémon, I will capture it." Seeing Ash looking at her again, Sabrina thought for a moment and replied, "I only want to capture psychic Pokémon with excellent qualifications. Everything depends on fate. Well, I am also ready to capture Pokémon like Tauros that I have never captured. But according to my intuition, there may be unexpected surprises this time." Ash raised his eyebrows and smiled. When he came to the wild wilderness area, his eyes naturally fell on the Earl Dervish form of Dratini in the Kanto region, wild wilderness area. Ash and the other two came to a wooden house, which should be the residence of Tommy, the forest ranger. "This should be the place to get the safari ball. What are you waiting for? Let's go in." Misty pulled Ash into the wooden house, and Sabrina followed closely. The few people found Tommy and directly stated their purpose, and then showed the Pokémon Pokédex that could prove their identity. Misty and Sabrina are both registered gym trainers, and their identity information can be found on the Alliance official website. The three successfully received a total of 60 Safari Balls from Tommy. As for the fishing rod, Misty and Ash have them, so they don't need Tommy's inferior fishing rod. I reiterate that it is absolutely forbidden to capture Pokémon through battle in my responsible wilderness area. If I find any violation, don't blame me, Brother Thunder, for being ruthless." As he said that, Tommy took out a revolver and pointed the muzzle at Ash's head. Since meeting Dratini, every trainer who enters the wild wilderness area will be threatened by him like this, and it has become a habit. However, Ash doesn't tolerate him at all. This old man pointed a broken revolver at his head and threatened him. "Let's see how powerful he is." His eyes lit up with bright psychic blue light, and the amazing power instantly bent Tommy's revolver barrel. You. This is. Tommy's pupils suddenly contracted. His eyes happened to meet Ash's eyes flashing with blue light. It turned out to be a psychic. This really hit the wall. Old man, I don't like being threatened by others. How do you think this matter should be resolved? Lies. Tommy was about to explain but found that he couldn't move his body and the powerful psychic was pressing towards him. Young man, don't be impulsive. I'm just trying to scare you, I won't really do that. After all, I'm just a ranger guarding the wild wilderness area. Only Officer Jenny has the power to enforce the law. This gun is mainly used to deter poachers. Tommy hurriedly explained, fearing that Ash would activate psychic and paralyze him. Puff, seeing Tommy's change of face from arrogant to respectful, Misty next to him couldn't help laughing out loud. Just now, this old guy took out a gun and pointed it at Ash, which really scared her. It turns out that you have to use thunder and lightning to deal with evil people. Since this old man took the initiative to provoke them, there will be no problem for Ash to fight back with psychic. Misty thought silently in the center. Next time, before threatening others, remember to investigate the other party's background first. The blue light in his eyes dissipated, and Ash walked out of the wooden house with the two women. No longer paying attention to Tommy, who was sweating all over, Ash spread psychic to cover the entire wild wilderness area, because Misty said she wanted to go fishing. Ash planned to capture toros first, and then go fishing with the two girls in the lake where Dragonair and his son lived. Of course, Ash would not use all 30 safari balls to capture toros like in the original plot. He only needed the one that he would often use in the later competitions. Instead of keeping the rest in the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory, it would be better to let them live in the familiar wild wilderness environment. However, there are so many toros in the entire wild wilderness area, and it is not easy for Ash, who has Psychic, to accurately capture the leader level one. After all, Psychic covers a wider range, mainly for combat and secondary for assistance. Unlike the high functionality of wave power, it's a pity that Ash has not yet found a way to develop the huge wave power in his body. Otherwise, he could use the wave power to quickly locate the talented toros around him. In the original plot, Toros, who was given a lot of shots, must have something extraordinary. Ash is still quite confident in his protagonist aura. Since Ash's psychic is still at the elementary level, its strength and range are very limited. After wandering around the wild wilderness with the two girls for half a day, he finally found the toros that was different from other toros. Here, I found it. Without any hesitation, Ash took the two girls to the location where he used Psychic to locate the toros. Seeking Flower 0. Arrived at the destination on the grass. A toros that is much stronger than ordinary toros and whose horns are thicker, longer, and more powerful. At this time, it is wrestling with other toros. Suddenly exerting force, it directly knocked rival to the ground. No mistake, it is it. Remember that in the original plot, Ash's toros participated in toros also won the bullfighting championship in the competition. Ash's eyes lit up and he threw a safari ball at it decisively. In the wild wilderness area, toros is a Pokémon that is easy to catch. After being hit by the safari ball, toros basically did not resist and was successfully captured by Ash. Congratulations, Ash, you have captured the toros you like, Misty said with a smile. Ash has been looking for so long and he has encountered countless toros during this period but has not captured them. Just for this one, he is definitely not normal. Pokémon toros. Level IV.40. Attribute normals. Qualification red. Skills tackle, payback, assurance, horn attack, zen headbutt, raging bull, rest, self-sacrifice, charge, etc. Abilities. Rage point. Carrying props none. The first time Ash captured toros, he checked its information panel. The level is very high. No wonder it is so fierce even though it has not been trained much in the original plot. Ability Rage Acupoints. When hit in the vitals, it will be furious and its attack power will be the maximum plus the red talent. It has excellent attack ability and is a very powerful Pokémon. It can stand alone with just a little training. The intimacy of the newly captured one is also very high, and it is only 50 points away from the maximum value. Ash weighed the safari ball containing toros in his hand with satisfaction and put it in the basket. Let's go fishing in the lake next. Great, we can finally start fishing. Misty immediately danced with joy when she heard it. After catching the cow for a long time, I can finally go fishing. Arriving at the lake in the wilderness area, Ash and the other two set up the parasol. After all the preparations were completed, they took out the fishing rod from their backpacks. Misty used the one she often used when traveling, and Ash used the one he bought on the St. Anno. When he was on the St. Anno, he used this fishing rod and almost no Pokémon took the bait. This was also related to the negative baff he had at the time. Now he is equipped with a title related to Pokémon living in ocean currents and lakes. This time, he will definitely catch a truly rare Pokémon. Ash touched the fishing rod in his hand, hoping that Dratini would not embarrass him too much this time. Try to erase the impression of himself as a low-handed fisherman in Misty's mind. As for Sabrina, she has no interest in water-type Pokémon. Just sit under the parasol and watch the two fishing. 903, Ash knew that the most precious thing in this entire lake was the dragon-type Dragonair mother and child. So he chose a special dragon-type Pokémon bait. After Ash put down his fishing rod, there was no movement. But he was not impatient at all. Patience is an important quality for fishermen. If you want to catch a big fish, you have to be patient. No matter how many ordinary water Pokémon there are, they are not as good as a Dratini. Meanwhile, Misty kept connecting the rods, and because the bait was of high quality, the favorite food of water-type Pokémon, the taste was very tempting. So basically the ones that were caught were water-type Pokémon with good qualifications. As for Magikarp, after all, it is only the bottom of water-type Pokémon. When many underwater Pokémon come to compete for the bait, it can't take advantage. Magikarp, who usually rushes to bite the hook, was only caught 2 or 3 times this time. It's a pity that none of the many water-type Pokémon caught could satisfy Misty. Now, although her vision is not as high as Ash's, the Pokémon she captures must at least be able to be cultivated as the main Pokémon of the gym. Otherwise, she will capture them and keep them as vases in the gym. Wouldn't she be the same as her 3 useless sisters? Influenced by Ash, Misty began to take the elite route. The number of Pokémon she captures does not need to be too many, unlike Gary's stamp-collecting style of capturing Pokémon Pokédex. After a while, Misty's fishing rod moved again. Misty stood up and pulled it up with all her strength and caught a Phoebus. Misty was stunned when she saw the rare khaki figure, and then she was delighted. This is actually a Phoebus. Is there a Phoebus in the wild wilderness area? After seeing the graceful figure of Ash Milotic, she dreamed of capturing a Phoebus and cultivating it. There is no need for the existence of Flash's unique color. Ordinary Milotic is already extremely beautiful. It's a pity that Phoebus is a relatively rare water-type Pokémon in the entire Kanto, and the probability of encountering it is extremely low. Unexpectedly, she actually caught it in the wild wilderness area this time. Why are you so happy? Hurry up and capture it. If Phoebus runs away, you will have no place to cry. Ash reached out and knocked on Misty's little head. As he said before, it is very difficult for Pokémon such as Magikarp and Phoebus to compete with other Pokémon in this lake for Misty's delicious bait. In this case, the fact that this Tiantian fish can still bite the hook also proves that it is indeed extraordinary. Observing carefully, the size and color of this Phoebus are better than ordinary Phoebus. It seems that Misty's luck is still pretty good this time. Coming back to her senses, Misty smiled awkwardly and quickly captured Phoebus with Safari Ball. After catching Phoebus, Misty lost interest in fishing. In a place like the wild area, he was already satisfied to catch a rare Phoebus. Then she sat next to Ash and asked him about the training experience of Phoebus and the tricks to make it evolve. Currently in the Pokémon world, there are not many trainers who know how to make Phoebus evolve into Milotic. Ash next to her happens to be a Milotic trainer. Although Ash's Phoebus evolved into Milotic and was related to the superb Prism scale, he still understood the relevant theoretical knowledge. Immediately told Misty all the conditions for the evolution of Phoebus into Milotic. When she heard that Prism scale was needed, Misty fell into deep thought. As a water-type prop, this thing is quite expensive, and the key is that there are not many stores on the market that can buy Prism scale. She might have to ask her sisters at home to help her keep an eye on the Pokémon Mall in Cerulean City. After Misty calmed down. After a while, Ash finally made some noise. After pulling the fishing rod twice in a row, he was a little confused. Then he started psychic detection. Under the water, a small blue figure was carefully avoiding the hook and eating the bait hanging on it. Oh my god, this little guy is really smart. No, this is simply a humiliation for the fisherman. Ash decisively began to try to use psychic to isolate the lake water around Dratini, who was eating the bait, forming a huge water ball and rushing out of the water. Dratini, who was trapped in the water ball, wanted to get out anxiously, but was bounced off by the psychic screen attached to the outside of the water ball. Trainers are not allowed to fight with Pokémon in the wild wilderness area. Then I, the trainer, will personally go on the field to capture Pokémon. Is that okay? You took my bait, so I can't let you run away like this. Is this Dratini? I thought it was just a rumor that there were Dratini in the wild area, but I didn't expect the rumor to be true. Looking at the living Dratini in the water ball, Misty's face was full of surprise, and she said excitedly, "This is a quasi-god Pokémon, and its final evolution is Dragonite, which is also the trump card Pokémon of the Kanto Region Dragon Elite, Dratini." Sabrina, who was sitting under the parasol, also stood up. The number of quasi-god level Pokémon is rare, and I didn't expect that there would be no Dratini hidden in the small wild area. In her opinion, the value of this entire wild area is at most about the same as this Dratini. Ash's luck is really against the sky. In such a big lake, he really caught a rare Pokémon after trapping the Dratini with a huge water ball formed by Psychic. Ash took out the safari ball from his waist and tried to capture it. "No, you can't capture this Dratini." At this time, Tommy jumped out from nowhere and grabbed Ash's arm. Looking at his appearance, it was as if his wife was robbed. No, maybe even the person whose wife was robbed would not react so much. Ash frowned slightly and used Psychic to bounce him away. "Old man, stop it. Did I violate the regulations of the wild wilderness area?" No. Then is there any problem with me taming this Dratini living in the wild wilderness area?" "Well, it seems not. In that case, I advise you to stand aside." "No," Tommy's tone was firm, without any intention of retreating. "It's my best friend, no one can take it away from here." These words made Ash almost think that he had become a villain who did all kinds of evil, and he immediately looked at Tommy with the care of Idiot 17. At this moment, the lake surface suddenly rippled. Ash seemed to have noticed something and raised his lips. "Are you sure this Dratini is your friend? I don't recognize you no matter how I look at it." In the water ball, seeing no hope of escape, Dratini looked back at Ash on the shore with a pitiful look. As for Tommy, he didn't even bother to look at him. Why, how could it be? "Hee, I think you're looking for it." As soon as Ash finished speaking, water splashed, and a blue snake-shaped Pokémon much larger than Dratini flew out of the water. Pokémon Dragonair, level IV.48. Seeing his son imprisoned, Dragonair's mouth quickly gathered violent blue energy. At the same time, Sabrina beside Ash raised her hand to create a larger water ball to trap Dragonair. Hack tilde. Boom. Dragon Pulse exploded in the water ball and Dragonair screamed in pain. The Dragon-type moves hit him and the effect was remarkable. This is Dragonair. But I know it. Looking at Dragonair, who was also trapped in the water ball, Tommy's face was full. Dragonair seemed to remember Tommy, but at this moment he was more worried about his own child. "Okay, Dragonair, I just want to take your child on a trip, what do you think?" The prisoner Dragonair thought for a while and nodded decisively to agree to Ash. For Pokémon, being captured by human trainers is a good thing. Dragonair has strong talents in the tribe, and the requirements for trainers will be higher. Ash is obviously a good choice. Although Dragon-type Pokémon like them are powerful, they need to grow for a very long time. In the wild, they may not evolve into Dragonite even after 50 or 60 years. For example, it was Dratini decades ago, and it has evolved into Dragonair for nearly 10 years. There is a child, but it is still unknown how long it will take to evolve into Dragonite. The secret to accelerating growth is to follow a reliable Pokémon trainer from an early age. And Ash and his group are not ordinary trainers, but powerful psychics. He is absolutely capable of training his child Dratini as quickly as possible. "Dragonair, are you sure you want him to take Dratini away? Won't you feel bad?" At this time, Tommy next to him spoke again. "What does it have to do with you, old man? It's as if Dratini is your child." Without waiting for Ash to speak, Misty spoke immediately. In the water ball, Dragonair nodded to Ash. It knew that even if it disagreed, Ash could still subdue Dratini and even take it away with it, and it would be good for Dratini to follow Ash away. Well, that's right. Ash threw the safari ball at Dratini. Seeing that his mother and Ash had reached an agreement, Dratini stopped struggling and obediently allowed Ash to capture him. After that, Ash turned his attention to Dragonair. "Dragonair, why don't you leave with me so that you can witness Dratini's growth?" Although this Dragonair is older, it is still a dragon-type quasi-god, and its level is not too low. It is still very impressive to be released outside. However, Ash did not want to capture it as a main Pokémon to cultivate. With its personality that has been secluded here for decades, it may not be able to adapt to the fierce and high-intensity Pokémon battles. But considering that the mother and son have lived together for decades, Ash did not want to let them separate. Simply package them together and capture them, and put Dragonair in the backyard of Professor Oak Laboratory. In this way, when Dratini is teleported back, he can reunite with Dragonair as soon as possible. As for Tommy, if he wants Dragonair, he can go to Pallet Town. The distance from here to Pallet Town is not too far. That's what Ash thinks, Dragonair no. Hearing Ash's words, Tommy immediately became anxious. It would be fine if he took Dratini away, but if he took Dragonair away too, what's the point of him staying here? 907 He immediately spoke to keep Dragonair. In the water ball, Dragonair looked a little embarrassed and then quickly became firm. Compared to friends of decades, the baby he had worked so hard to give birth to is definitely more important. If possible, it would certainly be more like witnessing Dratini's growth. So in Tommy's bitter and vengeful eyes, Dragonair nodded decisively to Ash. Without Ash's words, Sabrina decisively removed the psychic on the water ball. Dragonair took the initiative to get into the Pokeball thrown by Ash. When Tommy saw this scene, he immediately became dejected and sighed softly. There was no way, this was Dragonair's own choice, and he could only respect it. At this moment, he could only resign himself to nagging Ash about Dragonair's eating habits, personality, preferences, etc. He was afraid that Dragonair would be wronged by following Ash. However, Ash and the other two would not have any sympathy for him at all. Dragonair and his mother have always been wild Pokémon. Besides, they left voluntarily. Seeing his bitter and vengeful look, those who didn't know would think that Ash, stole his Pokémon. I remember when we first arrived at the wild wilderness area, this guy pointed a gun at Ash and the other two, and his attitude was very tough. Pokémon, Dragonair. Level IV.48. Ability Magical Scale. Attribute Dragon. Qualification Purple. Skills Thunder Wave, Twister, Dragon Tail, Slam, Agility, etc. Carrying items None. Pokémon Dratini. Level IV.20. Ability Magical Scale. Attribute Dragon. Qualification Red. Skills Rapleer, Thunder Wave, Twister, Dragon Tail, Agility, etc. Carrying items None. After capturing the mother and child Dragonair, Ash immediately checked the attribute panels of the two Pokémon. Dragonair itself does not like fighting, and it is also a otaku dragon who does not like the hustle and bustle. Ash captured it purely because he wanted to keep it as a companion for Dratini, just like the pink Butterfree. So he just glanced at it and skipped it, focusing on Dratini. Ability Magical Scale. After evolving into Dragonite, it will be replaced by Multiscale. When the stamina is full, the damage received by the attack will be halved. This ability is more useful in timed situations, very suitable for sending out to deal with the enemy's high-burst Pokémon. It is best to use the ultimate right at the beginning. What surprised him most about Dratini was that its talent was actually higher than that of its mother Dragonair. This may also be related to its unknown father. The intimacy is not high, but it can be cultivated slowly in the future. Because the number of Pokémon carried has exceeded the limit, Ash chose to transfer Tauros back to Professor Oak's laboratory and keep Dragonair and his son. After all, it has just been captured not long ago, and Ash still does not intend to separate the mother and son so soon. The goal of the wild wilderness area was successfully completed, and Ash and the other two returned all the extra safari balls to the forest ranger Tommy. Then they continued their journey. Tommy carried a basket full of safari balls, wanting to cry but not tears. If other trainers had so many empty Pokéballs left, he would definitely be very happy. But now he was not happy at all, because the most precious Dragonair mother and child in the entire wild area had been captured. After leaving the wild area, Misty happily began to train her Phoebas. At the same time, she called her sisters in Cerulean City and told them to help keep an eye on the prism scale in the market. She hoped that Phoebas could evolve into Milotic long ago. In this way, she had another general in her hands, and also gathered the two water-type Pokémon that were said to have the biggest difference before and after evolution: Milotic and Gyarados. During the trip, the Pokémon encountered were all of low level. Ash sent Dratini out for actual combat training. After several days of travel, the three came to Neon Town, which was famous for its never-sleeping city. Because of staying up late for a long time, the residents here are very irritable. Walking on the streets of Neon Town for less than 10 minutes, Ash and the other two had encountered several waves of guys who seemed to be manic and looking for trouble. Simply, Ash and Sabrina used Psychic to deal with them. Ash, the people here are too irritable. Walking on the street, Misty grabbed Ash's arm, always feeling insecure if she was a little away from Ash, who was extremely powerful. I think it's because the people here stay up late every day and are mentally weak. It's also possible that they all have dark circles under their eyes, and the music played here is so loud at night. If this goes on, even normal people may not be able to stand it. Misty nodded in agreement. It would be great if they could have a good sleep. Misty suddenly had an idea. Rest. Remember that in the original plot, didn't I meet Jigglypuff when I was near Neon Town? Speaking of which, as a pink demon in the plot, that Jigglypuff should be regarded as an extremely powerful existence. As long as you hear it sing, basically no one will not be hypnotized, with a 100% probability of hypnosis. The key to Jigglypuff, which has such extraordinary abilities, is that it is ownerless. Pokémon, it is basically everywhere in the original plot. Many times it plays an extremely important role. I think just capture it. Although it doesn't like fighting, it only loves sing, but in certain occasions it can play an extremely important role. For example, now it can calm down this neon town that is always upset. Ding, trigger the capture task. Find Jigglypuff and capture it. Task reward, Pokémon Speed Potion. Pokémon speed increases by 20% after use. Ash was thinking about catching Jigglypuff, and the system released the related tasks of Jigglypuff. This wave of cooperation is tacit. Misty, you are right. If people don't sleep well, their mental contest condition will only get worse. But how can we make them rest? We can't knock out all the residents in the town. Misty thought hard, calm mind, and also did not find a suitable calendar. Those grumpy people just now did not seem to be able to communicate normally. It's not that there is no way, you listen to me. In order to find Jigglypuff, Ash took Misty and Sabrina to temporarily leave Neon Town and search in the forest around the town. If I remember correctly, Jigglypuff first appeared outside Neon Town. Later, it got in touch with Ash and his group, and then followed the protagonists all the way. Then it jumped out from time to time to sing a song which made everyone fall asleep and then doodle. With speculation, Ash expanded the range of psychic perception. After walking for a while, he finally found Jigglypuff under a tree about a kilometer away. Come on, let's go check it out. If we find it, we can help the people of Neon City sleep well. Ash took the two girls and ran to Jigglypuff. Hey, what a cute Jigglypuff. Good Ash, is it Jigglypuff? If it is it, there is hope that the residents of Neon Town can sleep well. After all, Jigglypuff singing is truly hypnosis. Arriving at the place where Ash psychic detected, there was indeed a pink and round Jigglypuff sitting under the tree. The petite and round body looked very cute. Misty immediately came to Jigglypuff. Hello Jigglypuff, my name is Misty. I wonder if you can let us listen to your heavenly voice. Bo li tilde tilde. Hearing sing, Jigglypuff's round face showed a look of joy. Then it seemed to think of something, and suddenly became very disappointed like a deflated air balloon. Jigglypuff pointed to its mouth and tried hard to sing, but it could only utter a few words without any sense of music. Its throat had problems, and it was very difficult to speak just like sing. Ash, this Jigglypuff seems to have a problem with its throat. Why don't we take it to the Pokémon Center? Misty suggested to Ash, but Ash shook his head. A ray of blue light flashed across his eyes, and he picked a green fruit from a distant tree. No need to bother, this fruit will help your throat recover. Come on, Jigglypuff, try it, Ash said, waving his hand gently. The green fruit wrapped in psychic floated in front of Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff immediately cast a grateful look at Ash and took the fruit without hesitation and ate it. Poly tilde tilde, after eating the fruit, Jigglypuff only felt a coolness in his throat. It subconsciously tried to open its mouth, and its voice really returned to normal. It jumped happily and danced. Jigglypuff, are you interested in becoming my partner and traveling together? If you ask me, the world outside is much more exciting than here, and you can let more people hear your beautiful singing. Ash began to fool Jigglypuff through telepathy. Poly tilde. Jigglypuff thought for a moment and gave his answer. According to it, if Ash can listen to its song completely, it will be willing to be his 103 Pokémon. No problem, Jigglypuff, you can start singing. Ash, who has psychic, nodded without hesitation. Just kidding, he is fearless under the cover of psychic. Jigglypuff sing will definitely hypnotize. Then why don't I just not listen to you singing? Use this method to decide the winner. It's just like the protagonist with magic immunity entering the Magic Academy and Joshua. The result is obvious. It would be fine if Jigglypuff launched a sneak attack when he was unprepared and he didn't have time to deploy Psychic Barrier. Now that he knows there is nothing to be afraid of, confident Ash told Jigglypuff to come at him. At the same time, he completely covered his body with Psychic and also covered Misty and Sabrina. Although Sabrina noticed the Psychic Ash had put on him, she did not say anything. She was sure that Ash must have a reason for doing this. Jigglypuff held the microphone and sang with deep affection. One song. Jigglypuff opened his eyes and found that Ash was not only awake, but also staring at him with a smile. Not only Ash, but also Misty, Sabrina, and Pikachu listened to the whole song. High mountains and flowing water, it is hard to find a soulmate. Seeing this, Jigglypuff was so moved that he almost cried. When Ash held the Piquet ball in front of him, Jigglypuff happily entered Ash's Piquet ball. Just like that, the number of Pokémon Ash could carry reached the upper limit again, and Ash chose to teleport Infernape back to Professor Oak's laboratory first. Pokémon Jigglypuff, level IV.35. Abilities. Competitive. Hidden ability, Confident Singer. When using the skill Sing, any unit with a level not exceeding 20 levels of itself can be put to sleep contest condition, can penetrate Pokémon with soundproof ability. When the opponent falls asleep, Jigglypuff's physical attack will be increased to the maximum. Attribute. Normal Fairy. Qualification Gold. Skills, Disarming Voice, Imitate, Sweet Kiss, Charm, Sing, Disable, Double Slap, etc. Carrying props, None. Oh my god, this is confirmed. In the original plot, Jigglypuff's tried and true Sing is indeed because it has a hidden ability. This is an ability that only shiny Pokémon of different colors have. Confident Singer really fits the description of Jigglypuff. It can directly put Pokémon with a level not exceeding 20 levels of itself into a sleep contest condition, and can even hypnotize Pokémon with soundproof ability. This is particularly abnormal. If used well, it can definitely be called a magical skill, but this does not mean that its Sing is unsolvable. If the opponent Pokémon has abilities such as Energize and Sleepless, it should not be afraid of Sing. After Sing is successful, Jigglypuff's physical attack is greatly increased. This is very consistent with the original Jigglypuff's angry reaction. This hidden ability is very good and powerful. As long as the level of Jigglypuff is raised to a high enough level in the future, it can even surprise the opponent at various critical moments. Even the legendary beasts are difficult to guard against Sing. It is simply invincible. And the potential of this Jigglypuff is also excellent, and the difficulty of raising the level is relatively low. Ash was very happy to have captured such a top-level auxiliary. Jigglypuff, your singing voice is really good. I will let you sing for many people in the future. Bo-li tilde tilde. Jigglypuff, who came out of the Pokeball, nodded happily. Singing has been its hobby since it was a child, but in all these years, no one or Pokémon has ever been able to listen to it sing a complete song without falling asleep. Now I actually met 4 of them at once. Happiness came too suddenly. It seems that I can hold concerts often in the future. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task of capturing Jigglypuff. Reward. Pokémon Speed Enhancing Potion. The reward props have been automatically placed in the system space. After capturing Jigglypuff, Ash did not forget the group of grumpy residents in Neon Town. He took Jigglypuff directly to the local police station and used his friendship with Officer Jenny. The group came to the Neon Town radio TV station and used the equipment here to let Jigglypuff hold a large-scale concert. They recorded Jigglypuff singing and told the TV station to play it every night. Let these irritable residents who stay up late all year round recover their normal spirit and regular work and rest. After all this last night, Ash declined Officer Jenny's thank you gift and left Neon Town with the 2 women. Ash's selfless attitude also won the favor of Officer Jenny in Neon Town. Ding. Neon Town Officer Jenny's favorability towards you has increased, and the reward is Officer Jenny's intimacy increased by 10%. Listening to the system improvement in his mind, Ash smiled slightly. The intimacy of the Jenny family has increased to 20%. For this kind of intimacy, he will not refuse anyone. After all, looking at the entire Pokémon world, which region and which town can't see Joy and Officer Jenny? Their intimacy is still very high. Of course, the only regret is not Jigglypuff. After a big concert, just when it was about to see the audience's reaction, Ash took it back into the Pokeball on the pretext of leaving for a trip. Here, Ash was not worried about the residents of Neon Town being graffitied, but was just concerned about how much time it would take for Jigglypuff to paint faces on all the residents of the town. That's why he took it back into the Pokeball in time. Ash and his group continued their journey. Not long after walking, they heard a passerby trainer mention that ancient Pokémon fossils seem to have been unearthed in Dasha Valley. Nowadays, more and more archaeological excavation enthusiasts are heading there. Ding! Plot mission, go to Dasha Valley and witness Aerodactyl. Plot reward, Charmeleon evolves perfectly. Hidden challenge mission. Command the evolved Charizard to defeat Totem Aerodactyl in Soaring in the Sky. Mission reward, Charizard's level is increased by 10 levels. Ash was planning to go to Dasha Valley to look for the sleeping fossil Pokémon in the original plot. Unexpectedly, the system immediately sent him a series of tasks. Ash was wondering before that Charmeleon had a high enough level and enough combat experience, but there was no sign of evolution. Now it seems that the system is still paying attention to it. Even the stage of evolution has been selected for it. Ash, are we going to Dasha Valley next? Great, it is said that there are fossils of Pokémon that lived in ancient times unearthed. I will also buy a set of equipment to dig when the time comes. It would be great if we can harvest fossils of ancient Pokémon. The next morning, Misty, who was eating a sandwich, was very excited to learn that Ash had set his goal on Dasha Valley. I don't know if we can dig fossil Pokémon, but I can take you to see living fossil Pokémon. Ash took a sip of milk and said with a smile. The group of fossil Pokémon living in Dasha Valley do have rock and water type Ammonite and Kabuto, which look cute. Misty should like them. Alive. Ash, are you serious? Then let's set off quickly. Because Ash's impression on her during the journey was particularly reliable, Misty had long believed in his words. Even though the academic community generally recognizes that fossil Pokémon such as Ammonite and Kabuto have long been extinct, but as long as Ash says they are still alive, they must be alive. This is what Misty believes in her heart. What a joke, Ash has even met Ho-Oh and captured Zapdos. Those Pokémon professors may have a deeper understanding of ordinary Pokémon than Ash, but when it comes to the topic of Pokémon with limited research conditions, they are definitely not as good as Ash. Since she followed Ash, she has seen many big scenes. She has even seen the size of the super ancient Dragonite that exceeds human cognition. The resurrection of Pokémon from ancient times is understandable. After Misty knew that Ammonite and Kabuto were both water and rock-type Pokémon, she couldn't stay calm. Of course, her reaction is understandable. After all, the water-type Pokémon that was extinct in ancient times actually appeared again. Any Pokémon trainer who specializes in water would definitely be excited. Ash, let's go. After finishing breakfast in a few seconds, they began to urge Ash to go. Sabrina, who was standing by, also sped up her eating speed silently. Pidgeot, I'll leave it to you next. In order to avoid accidents, the ancient Pokémon living in Dasha Valley would be discovered in advance. After all, so many people were digging in it, and it was possible that someone with bad luck would bump into them. Before the fossil resurrection machine was developed in Kanto Region, these were all living ancient Pokémon. So Ash decisively chose to ride Pidgeot. Pidgeot tilde tilde. After coming out of the Pokeball, Pidgeot let out a loud cry. Then it spread its wings and leaned down slightly, making it easier for Ash and the other two to get on. The Pidgeot, which is much larger than its ordinary peers and has a gentle personality, is definitely the best choice for Flying's mount. The three jumped on Pidgeot's back, and Ash looked at Sabrina. Then Sabrina waved her hand gently and propped up the psychic barrier. To cover the three people, okay Pidgeot, we're all ready. Ash gestured with his hand. He looked like a fighter commander. Pidgeot responded with a loud cry, flap your wings and fly. It soared up like a scallion in a dry land. The target was Dasha Valley. Pidgeot was extremely fast, and it took Ash and the other two to Dasha Valley in less than 10 minutes. It can only be said that the effect of the gene breakthrough potion was too abnormal. It's hard to imagine that a Pidgeot of this size can fly so fast. Misty and Sabrina, who were sitting on it, were stunned. Landing on the ground, at this time, many fossil enthusiasts in Dasha Valley had heard the news and started digging fossils. Misty, we should start too. Misty looked at everyone digging enthusiastically and immediately suggested impatiently. Don't worry, wait and see. Ash pulled Misty and then dispersed Psychic, penetrated as far underground as possible. Sure enough, a hollow layer was found several dozen meters underground. It was a place similar to a cave. Inside, there were dozens of strong breaths. One of them was particularly strong and far away from the other breaths. It should be Aerodactyl, which was known as soaring in the sky totem in ancient times. As for the other breaths, they were ancient Pokémon such as Ammonite, Kabuto, and Kabutops. After finding the location, Ash immediately took Misty to determine the coordinates. Release all Pokémon to help dig. Seeing this, the two girls also released their own Pokémon to help. Including the three of them were not idle. Ash and Sabrina used Psychic to help dig, while Misty was busy preparing food and water and providing logistical support. With the concerted efforts of everyone, they dug nearly 10 meters down and finally found the hollow cave. At this time, they only needed to break through the thin rock wall in front of them to enter the underground cave. Ash released all the Pokémon except Pikachu. All the Pokémon were put into the Pokeball. The three of them, along with Pikachu, sat on Pidgeot's back. Then Pidgeot flapped its wings and flew up, finding a good angle in midair and swooping down. Boom, boom. With a loud noise, the thin rock layer was smashed directly by Pidgeot's huge force. Then it rushed into the cave with a roar, entered the underground cave, and landed in it. Ash, you are so amazing. I didn't expect there is a cave under the Dasha Valley. Ash and his party got off Charizard's back, and Misty looked around in surprise. She carefully looked at the cave that had been sealed for many years. The cave was very large, at least enough to accommodate a flying Pokémon of Pidgeot's size to fly freely in it. Apart from that, it felt gloomy and dark, and the air was slightly humid. Misty quickly took out a flashlight from her backpack so that she could barely see the situation in the cave. Especially when they walked deeper, the light from the outside world had completely disappeared. As for the weak light of the flashlight, it could only illuminate the area around 10 meters. A little further away, it was dark. Misty couldn't help but get closer to the position of Zio-060 Jai and took out a more powerful flashlight from her backpack to illuminate the road ahead. As her vision became a little brighter, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Beside Misty, Ash and Sabrina were calm. The presence or absence of a flashlight didn't really affect them. Since entering the cave, they began to use psychic to detect and perceive the surrounding situation, which was much better than visual perception. Just as they were about to reach the end of the cave, several red lights suddenly lit up in the darkness in the distance. Misty couldn't help but exert a little force on the hand holding Ash's arm and shone a high-power flashlight with her other hand. Ammonite Kabuto, it's really the ancient Pokémon that Ash mentioned. These two Pokémon have been declared extinct in the academic world, but now they appear alive in front of them. Although there are not many, only about 6 or 7, but they are indeed alive. At this moment, they became extremely irritable after being disturbed by Ash and his friends and immediately wanted to attack them. These ancient Pokémon have been sleeping underground for endless years, and Ash knew that they must be starving after just waking up. He decisively took out the delicious food suitable for water and rock-type Pokémon that he had prepared in advance. The mouth-watering food was right in front of them, and the vigilance of these fossil Pokémon was corroded in an instant. They have been sleeping underground for who knows how many years, and have long forgotten the taste of food. This time, they didn't care about the outsiders in front of punishment who had just disturbed their sleep. Everyone rushed to Ash and his friends, holding the Pokémon food handed by the two women and Ash and ate it happily, showing an expression of enjoyment from time to time. Apparently, these modern-tasting delicacies satisfied them. Misty, Sabrina, capture the ones you like. I plan to capture all the rest and send them back to Professor Oak's laboratory, so that Professor Oak can build a suitable living environment for them in the backyard of the laboratory. This way, we can fully study these mysterious fossil Pokémon, help them reproduce in this era, and try to help them revive their species. Hearing this, the two women nodded in succession. Ash, don't you want to cultivate one? This is an extinct ancient Pokémon. Misty looked at Ash and asked, her tone unable to hide her excitement. After all, they are fossil Pokémon that have lived for so many years, and their talents and qualifications are very good. From her perspective, although the number of fossil Pokémon here is not large, the quality is still extremely high. Two of them have even reached the capture standard for her gym's main Pokémon lineup. Although Ash may not like it, if he can cultivate one, he can constantly appreciate the other party's surprised expression when fighting with others. Forget about these. If they can reproduce in the future and have the qualifications that meet my vision, it won't be too late for me to capture and train them. Ash shook his head. Although Ammonite and Kabuto are rare, they are still far from his standards for capture. He is a Pokémon trainer and not a Pokémon researcher. After all, he only needs to consider the talent and combat power of the Pokémon to be captured. It's better to pack them up and give them to Professor Oak to keep in his laboratory. If he can cultivate offspring with excellent qualifications in the future, it won't be too late to cultivate them. As for letting these fossil Pokémon continue to sleep in the Great Sha Valley as in the original plot, Ash is not so naive. The original anime still beautifies the Pokémon world a lot. In the Pokémon world he lives in now, the news of the Great Sha Valley has spread. If they continue to stay here, the secrets of the underground caves will be discovered sooner or later. I don't know how many monsters will be attracted by then. For example, those crazy wealthy Pokémon collectors, they dare to capture even the 3 mythical birds. Although Ash also wants to take all the fossil Pokémon away, at least he will provide them with a comfortable and stable environment. He won't even try to help them form a race. Although he will definitely have his own selfishness, for these ancient Pokémon, it is already a pretty good destination. Ash, then I will capture it first. Sabrina, sister, if you like it, just tell me. Seeing that Ash and Sabrina had no intention of capturing it, Misty immediately stopped being reserved. She began to pick around the fossil Pokémon that were showing off their fans. Finally, she picked out a Kabuto and an Ammonite. They are red and purple qualifications respectively, and their talents are very good. Although the species strength of their evolved forms Kabutops and Amistar is not too high, the numerical distribution is very reasonable. Kabutops is both offensive and defensive, while Amistar has full special attack and defense capabilities. Compared with those Pokémon whose species strength was not high and were assigned to various unreasonable places, they are much better. After careful training, they are 2 main Pokémon. After tasting the delicacies given by humans, the two did not resist being captured by Misty at all. Following Misty, they will have a long-term meal ticket in the future. After Misty captured all the fossil Pokémon here, Ash packed them up and captured all the fossil Pokémon here. Directly teleported to Professor Oak's laboratory. The few people continued to move forward for a while. Kabutops and Ammonite were also encountered by the three people. Most of them have purple qualifications, and Ash still relies on the old method of food captivate to capture them all. It can only be said that these guys have not eaten good food for too many years. At this moment, being captured by Ash is somewhat like being dominated by food. Okay, Ash, it's time for us to leave. Misty, who had captured two potential Pokémon, was visibly happy. Since the matter had been successfully concluded and she had returned with a full load, Misty wanted to leave. For some reason, she always felt that this underground cave was very scary and eerie. Don't worry, there's a big guy here. Ammonite, Kabuto, and other ancient Pokémon were just appetizers. The guy Ash really wanted to capture was still deep in the cave. Misty looked sideways, her face full of confusion. Sabrina subconsciously extended Psychic into the cave. Then, before she could answer, a domineering roar that seemed to come from the depths of the cave resounded throughout the place. Misty shivered in fear, and her beautiful eyes looked into the depths of the cave with doubt. The other hand quietly grabbed Ash's arm, intending to drag him away if things got bad. Pokémon. Aerodactyl Earl Dervish form, extremely hungry contest condition level, IV 17.50. Accompanied by that domineering roar, a fierce-looking Pokémon that looks like a pterosaur flew out of the cave. It was Aerodactyl that was sleeping here. It is now in an extremely weak contest condition, and its level is still as high as V.52. No wonder Charizard was still teased by it for a while even after evolving in the original plot. Thanks to Jigglypuff's timely rescue, otherwise Ash might have become its food at that time, Aerodactyl's strength exceeded his imagination. Ding, go to Dasha Valley and witness that the Aerodactyl mission has been completed. Reward. Charizard evolves perfectly. You can make Charmeleon evolve directly with just a thought. Ash's mouth corners slightly raised, the system blessing and his preparations during this period of time. Even though Charizard's level is lower than Aerodactyl, it still has the strength to fight. Little Ash, this is the big guy you mentioned. The moment Misty saw Aerodactyl, her face was full of shock. As the recognized soaring in the sky totem in ancient times, the academic community has praised Aerodactyl a lot, but it has also come to a conclusion. That is, Aerodactyl has been extinct for endless years. Misty, who received elite education since childhood, naturally knew it. She originally thought that it was surprising enough that this underground cave had living ancient Pokémon such as Ammonite and Kabuto. Unexpectedly, there was such a big surprise hidden. This is Aerodactyl. If the news leaked out, the shock it brought to the outside world would probably not be less than the news that Ash had conquered Zapdos. After all, although Zapdos is one of the 3 legendary birds, there have been eyewitness reports. On the other hand, the heroic figure of Aerodactyl soaring in the sky can only be seen in murals and drawings. This Aerodactyl seems a little weak. But despite this, it is still very powerful. Sabrina looked at the Aerodactyl, staring at them with some surprise. Through Psychic, she could sense the aura of Aerodactyl, which was weak but still fierce. Ash, this is Aerodactyl, let it run away. Quickly subdue it. Misty shouted excitedly. It's not surprising that she would react like this. For a modern person like me, it's not too shocking to suddenly see the prehistoric animal totem Tyrannosaurus Rex appear in front of me. Charmeleon, it's up to you next. Ash decisively threw Charmeleon's Piquet ball. At the same time, he silently chanted in the center to let Charmeleon evolve directly. The dazzling white light illuminated the dark cave. Aerodactyl, who was about to attack Charmeleon, showed an uncomfortable expression and quickly retreated a distance. Slightly different from the original plot, this time Charmeleon did not get angry with Aerodactyl and evolved directly. Roar! Charizard, who appeared in a new look, roared. At the same time, his level also successfully advanced from IV.39 to IV.40. Seeing this, Aerodactyl's expression became sharp. Today's battle is no longer just a simple battle to conquer. It is a fateful duel between Charizard and Aerodactyl. Charizard slapped his chest with his claws, and 2 streams of hot air spit up from his nose. The fighting spirit in his eyes burned hotly, and the flames on his tail soared several feet higher. The air where the flames burned was violently distorted. The moment he saw Aerodactyl, Charizard felt very uncomfortable and wanted to vent his anger. He beat Aerodactyl up. Now that Ash has given his approval, he is eager to try. Looking at the high-spirited Charizard, Aerodactyl changed his contempt in the original plot and looked serious. The Charizard in front of him has a strong aura and is definitely not a weakling. The wings vibrate, Aerodactyl decides to attack first. In any case, it is not to teach Misty and the group of outsiders who disturbed its sleep a lesson. Then the ancient soaring in the sky totem Aerodactyl and Ash's Charizard started an extremely fierce air battle. Aerodactyl is still the Aerodactyl in the original plot, but Charizard is much stronger than the Charizard in the original plot. All the negative effects that Damien had on it in the past have been erased by Ash, and with the perfect evolution, although its level is 483 lower than Aerodactyl, its strength is not much weaker. Not to mention that Aerodactyl, who has been sleeping for nearly 10,000 years, has already significantly reduced various indicators of physical functions. And with the Sky Belly battle, Aerodactyl's endurance can be said to be a mess. So in the first fight, Charizard, who was the lower level, started with a set of combo punches, and the fierce attack almost completely stunned the fossil dragon. A dragon tail came over, and even Aerodactyl, who had good defensibility, was hit hard. What was waiting for it was Charizard Hurricane's continuous and fierce attack. However, as soaring in the sky totem, although it was hungry, it could still seize the opportunity to counterattack in the gap between Charizard's fierce attacks. Because of its outstanding speed, Charizard found it difficult to avoid. However, the skills did not cause much damage to Charizard. I think it was because it was too hungry, and it was a bit overwhelmed to have to fight a high-intensity battle just after waking up. In the end, under Ash's excellent command, Charizard won the battle for Aerodactyl at the cost of his injury. Aerodactyl, who was so majestic when he first appeared, has now fallen from midair to the ground, looking quite embarrassed. It was hard to imagine that just 10 minutes ago, it was roaring at Ash domineeringly and showing off its might. Roar. After defeating Aerodactyl, Charizard landed in front of it and raised his neck proudly. Ash saw this scene and smiled and shook his head. Complete the hidden challenge mission. Command the evolved Charizard to defeat Totem Aerodactyl in Soaring in the Sky. Reward, Charizard's level is increased by 10 levels. Bang. As the system's voice fell, Charizard's aura began to rise steadily and finally stabilized at the peak of the Quasi-Elite level, level IV.50. Charizard is too strong now. Pika tilde tilde. Misty Pikachu and the other mouse nodded continuously, praising Eruption for defeating the fossil dragon. The Charmander that was coaxed and abandoned by the trainer and stupidly stood on the boulder waiting for the other party to come and take it back. Now it has grown into such a powerful Charizard. It even beat up the ancient totem Aerodactyl in Soaring in the Sky. Although not much time has passed, the feeling is completely different. This is also due to Ash's careful training. After taking back Charizard, Ash reached for his waist with excitement and took out an empty Piquet ball. He gently landed on Aerodactyl, who had lost his ability to fight, and successfully captured it. Nodding, Ash checked Aerodactyl's attribute panel through the system. Pokémon Aerodactyl. Level IV.50. Ability Hard Heads. Attribute Rock Flying. Qualification Gold. Skills: Ancient Power, Supersonic, Wing Attack, Rock Slide, Iron Head, Stone Edge, etc. Carrying Props None. Aerodactyl with Gold qualification is the best. Ability Hard Head is also quite good, and it will not be hurt by the reaction force of its own skills. This also means that skills such as Takedown and Billion Shock Wave, which are extremely powerful when used, but will cause damage to the self or cause severe stiffness contest condition. Now they can also be used as ordinary skills. Compared with other oppressive and tense abilities, the Hard Inner Bag is indeed a more suitable ability for Fossil Lilong. The intimacy is unexpectedly lower than the standard for ordinary wild Pokémon when they are captured. This may also be related to the fact that Ash and his team disturbed its sleep and then commanded Charizard to beat it up. It will be quite easy to cultivate it in the future. After looking at Aerodactyl's attribute, Ash took out the Piquet Ball and released it. After a short recovery in the Piquet Ball, Aerodactyl finally woke up from the initial coma contest condition, but was still weak. Ash approached and applied Potion to it, the standard action of a trainer to express goodwill to the captured Pokémon. The most effective way to improve the intimacy of Pokémon in actual testing. Aerodactyl Intimacy. Increased from 160 to 185. The effect is quite good. I didn't expect that Aerodactyl is rough on the outside but delicate on the inside. Aerodactyl, who has recovered some physical strength at this time, also has a more intimate look in his eyes when he looks at Ash. The main reason is that Ash's strength has been recognized by Aerodactyl through the battle just now. Just be a little nice to it, and the intimacy will naturally increase. After tens of thousands of years, there is suddenly an extra master. Subconsciously a little uncomfortable, Aerodactyl looked at the Piquet ball in Ash's hand. This is a high-tech product it has never seen before. Although it had trainers in its time, it did not have such a convenient Piquet ball for Pokémon to live in. Aerodactyl, this is a Piquet ball. Pokémon can rest here after being captured. In addition, it also has a certain degree of healing effect. The reason why you can recover so quickly is because of the healing effect. Ash saw Aerodactyl was so curious, so he explained with a smile. Aerodactyl nodded as if he understood. Although he didn't quite understand, it has always been beneficial to Pokémon. Ash, congratulations on capturing Aerodactyl. Congratulations, Aerodactyl's excellence is unquestionable. At this time, Misty and Sabrina came forward to congratulate, and then turned their eyes to Aerodactyl. Except for portraits and video documentaries, this is not the first time they have come into close contact with the soaring in the sky totem, which was famous in ancient times. The appearance is indeed quite majestic, and the face is even more ferocious. Compared to modern Pokémon, the ancient temperament is undoubtedly revealed. Aerodactyl, this is my partner Misty, Sabrina. This is my Earl Dervish Pokémon Pikachu, your teammate. Unlike the fierceness when he first appeared, Aerodactyl's temper and attitude towards Ash and the people around him became much better after being captured. He nodded to Misty and Sabrina. Then he cast a friendly look at Pikachu. It could feel that the little guy standing on Ash's shoulder was probably as strong as himself. It seems that although his master looks very young, his level of training Pokémon is unexpectedly high. Following such a human, I think I will not suffer any loss. Moreover, compared with its long vitality, the life of a human is extremely short for it, so there is no need to worry about its freedom being restricted. By the way, Aerodactyl, let's talk about other things later. You must be starving after sleeping for so long. I know you were a top predator in ancient times, and your prey were all kinds of weak Pokémon. But you have to change this with me lies. If you want to eat meat, I will find you a substitute, more delicious meat. But normal Pokémon food and energy cubes are actually enough to meet your needs, and they are definitely more nutritionally balanced than when you only ate meat before. Ash immediately made 3 rules with Aerodactyl. After all, he was once a top predator. Don't think that he is obedient in front of him now. I'm afraid that when he returns to Professor Oak's laboratory, he will directly target the Pokémon stored by other trainers in the backyard of the laboratory. Ash doesn't want to be found by other trainers. If he can eat Pokémon, he can definitely eat people. After all, unlike in ancient times, Aerodactyl will not be malnourished or even starve to death because of not hunting. Energy cubes and special Pokémon food can definitely meet Aerodactyl's needs. Special Pokémon food, energy cubes are definitely enough to satisfy it. Under this premise, if Aerodactyl still can't change its habit of hunting creatures, it means that it is wild and unruly. Ash can only consider restricting its actions. After all, he doesn't want to cause trouble for himself. After learning the rules set by Ash, Aerodactyl seemed a little embarrassed but still nodded reluctantly. Soon, its slight embarrassment disappeared without a trace. He buried his head and began to show off the Pokémon food Ash prepared for it. Although it was not a special food for rock and flying type, it tasted very good. Not to mention the energy cubes rich in energy nutrition. Aerodactyl ate with tears in his eyes. He had never had such a good meal before. Those obscure and smelly raw meat tasted like chewing wax. It was a pity that it still spent so much effort to hunt. With such delicious food, who would waste time hunting after being full? From now on, it only eats Pokémon food and energy cubes. Refuse to hunt, start with it. Taking advantage of Aerodactyl's transformation, Ash simply released all the Pokémon he brought with him. Among them, Ghastly, which was at the champion level, made him feel a little nervous, and his sense of crisis increased. 940. It seems that Ash has a lot of Pokémon with the same strength as it, and his own status may be affected. In the future, he must show himself more in battle, otherwise he will be too upset if he has no food to eat one day. Then the appearance of Zapdos completely defeated Aerodactyl's pride as the ancient soaring in the sky totem. As a flying Pokémon, the history of the 3 sacred birds is longer than it. Especially after a long period of sleep, it has already degenerated, and its strength has been greatly reduced compared to the ancient times. Facing Zapdos, who was not a rival in ancient times, of course he felt inferior. Not to mention the level gap between the 2 sides is so big now. Sure enough, the best way now is to listen to Ash. Ding, Pokémon, Aerodactyl Intimacy, 185 to 225. Ash looked at Aerodactyl with a little surprise. He didn't know what this guy was thinking about. How did the intimacy suddenly increase so much? Strictly speaking, the intimacy of 225 should be considered as extremely tacit. At this stage, Pokémon can already cooperate with trainer tacitly and regard trainer's life as extremely important. As for the full value of 255 points, it is absolute obedience. At this point, the last trace of worry in Ash's heart disappeared. He nodded with satisfaction while secretly observing Aerodactyl. On the other side, Professor Oak's laboratory. Professor Oak looked at the large group of Ammonite, Amistar, Dankui, and Kabutops that were teleported back by Ash and were recognized by the academic community as extinct. His eyes suddenly became confused and dull. Where am I? Is this real? Is I dreaming? Are these all Pokémon that Ash teleported back? What did Ash encounter when he was traveling? The ancient Pokémon that had already become extinct suddenly appeared alive in front of him. He had already teased him last time, but he didn't expect that this kid really maxed out his luck when traveling. Now he has even caught and captured Pokémon from the ancient times, so what Pokémon can he not touch? No, if you have the ability, capture a legendary Pokémon and bring it back. Although Ash couldn't capture the legendary Pokémon, he did see some during his travels, such as Ho-Oh when he set out. Unfortunately, the legendary Pokémon are still legendary Pokémon after all. It's not that easy to catch them. Professor Oak came to his senses. Then he stared at the ancient Pokémon that had long been declared extinct in front of him with shining eyes. Hey little darlings, new research subjects. I will build a suitable residence for you as soon as possible, a place that simulates the ancient temperature environment. It seems that I have to ask the Alliance for help. Excitedly, he collected simple data on the ancient Pokémon that Ash sent back. Then he temporarily placed them in the backyard of the laboratory. Ammonite, Kabuto, and others have completely settled here. Of course, Pokémon food and energy cubes with their flavors are naturally indispensable. After doing all this, Professor Oak sat in front of the computer with satisfaction and suddenly thought of Ash again. No, I have to ask Ash how he managed to capture so many ancient Pokémon. How many secrets does he have that I don't know? It's impossible that he captured a legendary Pokémon. Impossible. He must not be that strong. If he can become friends with a legendary Pokémon, it's understandable. Thinking this way, Professor Oak sent a message to Ash through the computer. As long as Ash arrives at the next town and logs into the computer using the Pokémon Pokédex, he will receive his message and call him back. At this moment, Cerulean Gym. The three Sakura sisters who had just finished a performance looked at Seeking and Starmie, which Misty had teleported back, and looked at each other in bewilderment. Misty's two Pokémon have been trained to level IV.40 and are both at the level of trainer of the main gym. Although the three Sakura sisters have poor fighting talents, they still have some vision. These two Pokémon are definitely enough to support the Cerulean Gym. They don't even need their strong command ability to easily defeat those mediocre rookie trainers. Misty was willing to send back these two powerful Pokémon. Please give your thoughts. The eldest sister Sakura coughed, breaking the weird atmosphere of the three sisters staring at each other. I didn't expect that the ugly duckling fourth sister is really talented in fighting. Such powerful Seeking and Starmie are willing to be sent back. They must have cultivated more powerful Pokémon. The second sister Violet scratched her head and chuckled. Violet, why don't you change your words quickly? If the fourth sister hears you calling her like this next time, she might give you a good beating. These Pokémon are not a joke. Lily rolled her eyes at Violet. The last time Misty left, she was almost angry with her. Okay, Misty's achievements in battle are good news for our Cerulean Gym. Keep an eye on the prism scale she mentioned before and buy it for me as soon as you have any news. I'll leave her a message first and she'll call me back after seeing it. It's a good opportunity to ask her about her recent gains. The eldest sister Sakura made the decision and suppressed the two sisters who were still fighting. At the same time, she was also wondering whether Ash had brought about such a big change in Misty after she left for the trip. I wonder if she has been working towards that direction recently, trying to tie this outstanding boy to the Cerulean Gym. But considering that this girl is usually careless and has no experience in love, maybe she hasn't been able to get Ash until now. Thinking of this, Sakura was a little anxious. This won't work. There are many captivates during the trip. It would be bad if they were snatched away by other Stephanies. It seems that we have to find an opportunity for Misty to bring Ash back to the Cerulean Gym as a guest. At that time, my sister-in-law will personally go out and demonstrate to Misty. As the saying goes, good things should be—
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.